Chapter 904. Haha, well said. Whether it's the Turks, Uzun, Arabia, or any of the surrounding countries, when has the Tang dynasty ever feared them? Lord Protector General, no matter what you want to do, we will do it according to your wishes. Be at ease and do it. I will do my best to cooperate with you. Gao Xinji said, his eyes flashing. In the 17-year-old Wang Chong, he could faintly sense the passion that he had lost for so long. So what if it was Uzun? So what if it was Arabia? In the past, hadn't he relied on his fearless drive to carve out a path through the complex environment of the western regions, ultimately earning the favor of the Holy Emperor and becoming Anshi Protector General, the war god of the western regions? Haha, good. Wang Chong's confidence swelled at these words. One was the war saint of the apocalypse, and the other was the Anshi war god. Perhaps in terms of elite fighting power, the Tang dynasty could not compare to the Arabs, Uzun, or the Western Turks, but this combination was already extremely astonishing. When had the Tang dynasty ever used such an overwhelming force when conquering its borders? Moreover, the art of war was based on the principle of using the head-on to achieve victory through surprise. On the battlefield, there would never be so many surprise soldiers that one could rely on. A qualified commander had to be able to use his outstanding commanding ability to crush and kill his foe in a one-on-one, one-on-many battle. There was nothing fancy about this sort of battle. This was the ultimate embodiment of a commander's ability and talent in the art of war. This was a war of commanders. Zhang Ke, have you found out how many people there are on the other side? Wang Chong indifferently said as he gazed at the distant Uzun and Turkic army. Replying to Marquis, the Uzun have sent out their vulture army. We don't have enough rock eagles to get close, so we can only make a rough estimate. The Uzun have more than 70,000 while the Turks have more than 40,000, all of them elites. A young and childish voice came from behind him. Zhang Ke was kneeling behind the 4 Tang commanders, the Rock Eagle King Xiao Sha perched on his shoulder, his expression respectful. The Uzun's vulture army was extremely large. Flocks of vultures blotted out the sky, and it was a terrifying sight to behold. Coupled with the hunting falcons of the Arabian Empire, the birds of the Tang dynasty were in an extremely difficult situation. They could only rely on the master archers on the ground to intimidate the enemy birds and buy some space for the rock eagles to move. Even the number of 40,000 Turks had been obtained through Zhang Ke's Xiaosha's aerial reconnaissance. 70,000 Uzun soldiers and 40,000 elites of the Western Turkic Khaganate add up to around 120,000. That's enough. Since the Uzun and the Western Turks aren't willing to move for the time being, let's force them to fight. Wang Chong held his hands behind his back as he gazed at the distant hills, his body naturally exuding a powerful aura. The war saint of the Central Plains that had once dominated the world was gradually fusing with his current status as Chishi Protector General. The current Wang Chong did not seem like a 17-year-old at all. On the contrary, he exuded the aura of a dignified and domineering commander, causing Wang Yen and Go Xianji's eyelids to twitch uncontrollably. Old Senior Zhang, let's begin, Wang Chong said without turning his head. Zhang Shoji, obey. Order. With this order, the carriage began to move. As the leader of the tens of thousands of craftsmen, Zhang Shoji quickly boarded the carriage and rode away. Bang! With an earth-shattering boom, the 2 long steel lines of defense seemed to have a life of their own as they spread forward at an accelerated speed. Boom boom boom. One massive steel wall after another crashed to the ground, followed by a second, a third, a fourth. Thick plumes of smoke soared into the sky, immediately attracting the attention of the Arabs and Tibetans. What are these Tang people doing? Don't they already have 2 defense lines? Do they have some other trick up their sleeve? Dusong Mangpoj couldn't help but widen his eyes at this sight. Although he had only encountered Wang Chong's steel fortress once, Wang Chang's steel walls and fortress had left an indelible impression on this Uzun imperial great general. Dusong Mangpoj had suffered the greatest defeat of his life there. Dusong Mangpoj had instinctively become deeply wary of Wang Chang's steel defense line, and he had been traumatized by it. Dalawan Ruozan said nothing, but his brow slightly creased. He wants to completely separate US from Abu Muslim. Dalawan Ruozan squinted as he looked forward. If there was anyone in the world who understood Wang Chang's plans like the back of their hand, it was probably him. In the Southwest campaign, although Dalawan Ruozan had lost, he had also forced Wang Chong to the end of his rope, and in the few months he spent in the dungeon of the royal capital, he repeatedly reviewed, analyzed, and studied the battle in his mind. Dalawan Ruozan was well aware that Wang Chong would never do anything without a reason. His every move had to have a special goal. What do you mean? Weren't we working with the Arabs to attack the Tang dynasty from the east and the west? What meaning does he have in doing this? Duwusili asked in confusion. Long before he had set off, Ishbara Khagan had sent a large amount of information on Wang Chong to his desk. But information was information, and the real person was the real person. Duwusili still didn't have a very good understanding of this Chishi protector general, who had extorted 200,000 high-quality Turkic warhorses from the Western Turkic Khaganate. This is different. Dalawan Ruozan shook his head, his expression turning grave as he gazed at the roiling smoke in the distance. We are working with the Arabs to attack from the east and the west. This is an alliance formed by the forces of our three sides merging into one. We are one side, and the Tang dynasty is the other. If we allow them to use steel walls to separate us, the Tang dynasty will be in the middle to deal with us, and this war will become a three-way war. We will be one side, the Arabs will be another, and the Tang dynasty will be the third. Moreover, if we allow the Tang dynasty to stand in the middle and separate us, our ability to communicate with the Arabs will be affected, which is extremely disadvantageous to us. At the very least, we will have to use carrier pigeons to communicate with Abu Muslim. Dalawan Ruozan said. So you originally hoped to immediately change your strategy and ally with the Arabs to attack the Tang people as soon as the battle turned for the worse? Duwusili asked. I did have this thought, but it's no longer possible. Dalawan Ruozan indifferently said, his eyes fixed on the distance. Wang Chong always had a way to use the simplest of methods to complicate a situation that should have been clear at a glance. Even his enemy, Dalawan Ruozan, was filled with admiration for this. In the entire Central Plains, no one is stronger than him in the art of war. Everyone says that Wang Zhongxi is the war god of the Central Plains, but not even Wang Zhongxi can compare to Wang Chong in the art of war. Dalawan Ruozan mentally sighed. In his many years as Prime Minister of the Ngari royal lineage, in a stalemate with the fierce tiger of the Tang dynasty, Zhangzhou Jianxiong, in the southwest, Dalawan Ruozan had never felt such an intense threat from a single person. This sort of dazzling talent was worthy of praise, and it was also the sort of person that Dalawan Ruozan had sworn to destroy. With this sort of person around, Uzun would never be able to rest in peace. Is it really impossible to circle around? Huashu Huaitsong reluctantly said as he looked into the distance. The more than 100,000 Western Turks and Tibetans and the 270 to 80,000 Arabian soldiers had been easily separated by a few of Wang Chong's steel fortresses. East and West had been separated, each fighting their own battles. This didn't sound like a three-way attack on the Tang dynasty, but a three-way attack on the Tang dynasty. It was rather difficult to accept. No. Dalawan Ruozan shook his head, his eyes shooting a glance at the distant towering city of Talas. The terrain determines it. He's just taking advantage of the situation and using it. The geography of Talas is extremely complex. Although the entire region is a vast plain, it's actually quite difficult to deal with. Although the entire region is a plain, this plain is surrounded by thousands of ravines, barren mountains, and many deep ravines. The terrain is steep and difficult to climb. This was also the reason the Shur kingdom chose to build their city here. Dalawan Ruozan calmly said. Talas was the battlefield he had chosen to crush the Tang dynasty and completely disintegrate the structure of the western regions. Dalawan Ruozan had once carefully studied this place and knew it like the back of his hand. Behind the city of Talas are those dangerous cliffs, and there is only a very narrow path between the city and these cliffs. If we want to get through, we can only get through the plain in front of us. Now that Wang Chong has divided that area with 2 steel defense lines, he has completely cut off the path between us and the Arabs, turning passivity into initiative. If my guess isn't wrong, he will definitely leave a gap in those 2 defense lines and not build them to the end. Why? Surround 3 and destroy 1, Dalawan Ruozan indifferently said, giving the answer in a single sentence. In the distance, as if in response to Dalawan Ruozan's words, the 2 steel defense lines that had been madly expanding slowly came to a stop, leaving a narrow gap between them and the plain. That's enough. At almost the same time, Wang Chong stood in the middle of the army and waved his hand, giving the order to stop. Surround 3 and destroy 1. Leave a path for them. Little brother, that Dalawan Ruozan isn't easy to deal with. By using this method to surround 3 and destroy 1, you probably won't be able to fool Dalawan Ruozan. The clattering of footsteps and the clattering of armor came from the rear. Wang Chong's big brother, Wang Fu, had at some point walked up from the rear. The War of the Southwest. It's not that we can't fool him, but that he will definitely know, Wang Chong indifferently said, his eyes focused on that scholarly figure on the hill, his expression confident and confident. Chapter 905. Buzz. Wang Fu's brow rose when he heard Wang Chong's final words. The superior party attacks the schemes, and the superior party attacks the mind. The Wang clan was a clan of ministers and generals, and it possessed a deep and profound knowledge. Wang Fu knew all about the art of war and strategy. But his little brother would occasionally say something like this, and Wang Fu had no recollection of it even after searching his mind. Right now, whether Dalawan Ruozan is willing or not, he has to move, Wang Chong confidently said. Abu Muslim and Dalawan Ruozan were both top-class generals. The former had been able to force Gao Xianji into desperate straits, and there was no need to speak of the latter. Against these two, one needed to use all their strength and not be the slightest bit careless. But as the war saint of the Central Plains, Wang Chong still had a way to seize the initiative and seize the initiative. There was a saying in the art of war. Encircle the enemy 10 times, attack 5 times, divide the enemy 10 times, and fight the enemy 10 times. If one didn't have as many soldiers as the enemy and had nowhere to retreat to, the best method was to rely on fortifications and force the enemy to attack. In a siege, the defending side would always have the fewest soldiers and the greatest advantage. And now, Wang Chong was urging Dalawan Ruozan to strike. This is an open scheme. He's not afraid that we won't fall for it, much less that we won't go. If we don't want to be completely divided and controlled, we have to attack. On the distant hills, Dalawan Ruozan looked down at the 3 imperial great generals as he slowly spoke. In many matters, he and Wang Chong were not enemies, but allies. Wang Chong knew what he was thinking, and he also knew what Wang Chong was thinking. This was a scheme without a scheme. A true scheme was one in which, even if the enemy saw through it, they would still be helpless and could only follow your plan. However, our forces are all here. When the 3 parties converged, they had a total of 400,000 soldiers and horses, which was far more than the Tang dynasty. There was no reason to delay. Send a signal to the Abbasid Caliphate. Prepare to attack. This time, our 3 empires will work together to destroy all the soldiers of the Tang dynasty in the western regions. This is also an overt plot. At the end, Dalawan Ruozan sneered, and his eyes shone with a cold light. The Abbasid Caliphate, the Western Turkic Khaganate, and the Uzan Empire, the three oldest empires of the western regions, had finally gathered to deal with the newcomer, the Tang dynasty. Completely uprooting the roots of the Tang dynasty in the western regions once and for all was also the only opportunity for the Uzun Empire to defeat the Tang dynasty in Daluan Ruozen's plan. Wu! Daluan Ruozen swung down his arm, and to the east of the city of Talas, the ancient and resounding yak horn resounded through the world. It was different from any previous war horn. The sound of this horn had a unique rhythm, like some kind of signal. All right, the Uzun has sent a signal. At almost the same time, on the western side of Talas, the Abbasid governor of the East Abu Muslim slowly stood up from his seat, his eyes bursting with a light that made even the sun and moon lose their luster. Khaled! Your subordinate is here. A rough and loud voice, like that of a savage beast, came from the side. With this voice, an enormous shadow appeared, engulfing Abu Muslim and the tensome Arabian soldiers around him. In the light of the rising sun in the east, one could clearly see that this was a fierce Arab general, at least 7 meters tall, even larger than the invincible great General Li Sai. His body was as thick and muscular as an iron pillar, and just by standing there, the earth seemed to sink a little. When this person stood in front of Abu Muslim, even the sun in the east seemed to be blocked out. And this giant of a man made the muscular Arabian soldiers around him seem like children in comparison. In a flash, all the Arabian soldiers raised their heads to see that enormous figure and began to retreat in fear, as if they had encountered a savage beast. The beast of Arabia, Khaled. Of all the Arab generals in the east, he was the most brutal, ferocious, bloodthirsty, warlike, and most terrifying existence. This was a humanoid behemoth that had been born to fight and kill. During the expansion of the Arabian Empire, the beast of Arabia Khaled had set a record of fighting for 3 days and 3 nights in the conquest of Khorasan, killing as many people as he could. At the end of the conquest of Khorasan, he was the only one left to fight. But it was this man's savagery and viciousness that had defeated the last remnants of Khorasan's army. This savagery and viciousness had utterly crushed their will to fight, causing Khorasan to calm down. Khaled's physical strength, tenacity, savagery, and savagery were all things that no other Arab general could compare to. This beast of Arabia was a bloodthirsty beast. Once he was released, he had to come back for blood. Take your Iron Beast army and kill the Tang dynasty. I need you to completely destroy their defense line, Abu Muslim said. Even in front of Khaled, the aura of the governor of iron and blood was as vast as the sun and moon, impossible to suppress. Yes, my lord. The Arabian beast Khaled's eyes shone with savagery as he turned his head to stare at the Tang defense line, which was still roiling with smoke and flames. Roar! Khaled looked to the east and gave a heaven-shaking roar. In a flash, a fiendish and murderous force of Arab cavalry, clearly taller and larger than the other Arab soldiers, stood out from the more than 200,000 Arab soldiers like a crane in a flock of chickens. In the middle of this army, a black steed more than 9 feet tall, twice the size of the other war horses, neighed as it charged out of the formation and galloped to Khaled's side. Boom! Khaled did not say a word. His eyes flashed as he jumped onto the black divine chariot and sped away. Abu Muslim stood in the rear of the army, watching Khaled disappear into the distance. He quickly looked away and waved his hand. Give the signal to the Uzun and the Western Turks. Have the army move out. Bang! With Abu Muslim's order, war drums began to thunder from the direction of the Arabian Empire. These drums were extremely heavy, with 3 long beats and 2 short beats. They were completely different from normal war drums. Thumping could be heard through the battlefield in the center of the city of Talas to the distant hills to the east. Prime Minister, the Arabs have received the signal. An Uzun general turned to Dalen Trinling. Dalen Trinling grunted and nodded. I see it. Rumble. On the other side of the Tang dynasty army, to the west of the city of Talas, The Arab army that had been slowly advancing suddenly picked up its pace. If their advance had been like the crawl of a snail, it was now like the galloping of a ferocious beast. The entire region of Talas was like a small boat in a storm, fiercely shuddering. Marquis, the Arabs are attacking. Within the two steel defense lines, Xue Qianjun suddenly turned his head to Wang Chong, a nervous look in his eyes. Talas, which had been quiet for so long since yesterday, had once more begun to stir with the clouds of war. The wind was vast and mighty, and the airflow was surging. Everyone could only hear a series of dense, heavy war drums in their ears. And when the more than 200,000 cavalry suddenly began to move, they began to move with a momentum that could topple mountains and overturn the earth, placing an enormous pressure on everyone. The atmosphere of war instantly became 10 times, 100 times more intense. "I understand," Wang Chong indifferently said, his words silencing Xue Qianjun. Xue Qianjun turned his head and saw that Wang Chong's hair was blown about in the fierce winds. Amidst the flickering light, Wang Chong's expression was resolute, composed, and unperturbed. Xue Qianjun felt like an invisible energy had been injected into his mind, and he silently turned around to stand guard at Wang Chong's side. The battle had begun. "Daluan Ruozhen, it's your turn." Wang Chong looked to the east, a bright light in his eyes. "Move out." At almost the same time, on the hills, Daluan Ruozhen's eyes flashed with cold light as he gave the order to attack. Rumble. On the eastern side of the battlefield, tens of thousands of Tibetan and Western Turkic soldiers surged down from the rolling hills like a dam had been breached. At that moment, heaven and earth were silent. Not a single sound could be heard. The entire world was silent, and only the sound of the war horses could be heard. The Arabs, Uzan, and Turks all chose to attack at the same time. The three sides added up to a total of more than 400,000 elite soldiers. Facing an opponent of only slightly more than 100,000, they did not hesitate to choose the simplest, crudest, and most direct method. Attack. Gallop. The hooves of the war horses thundered from both the east and west sides of the battlefield, each step seemingly stomping on the hearts of the Tang soldiers. More than 400,000 soldiers and horses came roaring from all directions like a raging wave. The winds howled and the war horses howled. As the war horses approached, the tense atmosphere on the battlefield of Talas began to multiply. But in front of the city of Talas, between the two steel walls, all was quiet. The tens of thousands of Chishi soldiers were tensed up, all of them tightly gripping their weapons, the veins on the back of their hands bulging as they nervously stared forward. The more than 100,000 soldiers were silent, but the tension was suffocating. Ready. Chapter 906. Buzz. The entire army immediately calmed down at this order, and then began to move. Clang clang clang. The first to react were the shieldmen. Countless well-crafted shields slammed into the ground, followed by the spearmen of greater and lesser valor, their spears aimed outward. Behind them, the cavalry unsheathed their sabers and swords, and with the creaking of gears, the 3,000 ballista teams on the east and west sides simultaneously loaded their ballista bolts and pulled open the gears. In this entire process, the movements of more than 10,000 people were synchronized, and even the creaking of the gears and gears were identical, their precision inconceivable. Once all this was done, the energy exuded by the more than 100,000 soldiers of the Tang dynasty suddenly changed. Like a dreadful war machine, it began to prepare for the dreadful harvest of war. Roar! A heaven-shaking roar came from the west side of the city of Talas. The Arabs had been the first to attack. Whoosh! The tens of thousands of Arab cavalry galloped forward, but in the very center of the Arab cavalry, the army parted to allow an incomparably tall figure on a divine steed to charge out. When he saw this figure, even Wang Chong couldn't help but widen his eyes. Tall. Especially tall. Li Sai's stature in the Central Plains, perhaps even in the Four Seas, would already be considered outstanding. But this person was even taller than Li Sai. Even though they were separated by a distance of several hundred feet, his sturdy figure still gave off an extremely strong visual impact. His warhorse was even taller than a man by 2 heads, an extremely rare sight even among divine steeds. This person was covered in black and red armor from head to toe, and he wielded 2 massive hammers in his hands. As he galloped on his horse, he madly howled, appearing just like the legendary mighty miracle god. Gyudhaden Krahi! Kill for me! The mighty miracle god Arab general roared, his eyes exuding a frightening light as he charged forward. Behind him, tens of thousands of tall and equally ferocious Arabs roared as they charged, seething with killing intent. They were also Arabs, but compared to the Umar and his cavalry that Wang Chong's forces had defeated, these Arab cavalry were much stronger. In an instant, in front of the first line of defense, the shield-bearers of the Tang dynasty were resolute and able to hold on. But all the other soldiers of the western regions showed a look of fear. That's Khalid, a fierce Arab general. At some point, Qing Qianli had ridden up to Wang Chong's side, his eyes brimming with worry as he gazed at the distant Arabian giant. What are you doing? We fought with the Arabs for 2 months, and many of our soldiers died at Khalid's hands, and their deaths were extremely gruesome. Khalid liked to toss his opponents into the sky and then attack them from below. Therefore, almost none of his opponents had a complete corpse. General Shi tried to kill him before, but not only did he fail, he was heavily injured. General Shi was Shi Yuanqing, the third-ranked individual of the Anxi Protectorate Army, a saint martial expert whose strength was second only to Gao Xianji and Qing Qianli. If even Shi Yuanqing had been injured, one could easily imagine just how powerful this Khalid was. Is that so? Wang Chong coldly stared at the distant Khalid, his eyes flashing with thick killing intent. The beast of Arabia, Khalid. Wang Chong had never imagined that Abu Muslim would send out the #1 general of the Arab East for the first battle. What Arab general? He's only SOSO in my eyes. General Cheng, there's no need for you to worry. Call General Shi over. I have a way to have him kill this Khalid. Wang Chong held his hands behind his back and confidently said. Ah! Qing Qianli stared in shock at Wang Chong. He had only said these words to warn Wang Chong to be careful. His opponent was extremely powerful, but he had not expected Wang Chong to say that he had a way to turn defeat into victory for Shi Yuanqing and kill Khalid. This left Qing Qianli flabbergasted. If anyone else had said these words, he might have taken them to be joking. But Wang Chong's serious expression made it impossible to ignore his words. Protector General Wang, do you really have a way to kill Khalid? How will I know if I don't try? Wang Chong indifferently said. Shi Yuanqing arrived very quickly, and with the clattering of hooves, the gate opened. A stalwart figure riding a pure white steed appeared behind Wang Chong. Protector General Wang, you were looking for me? The stalwart figure dismounted and stopped at Wang Chong's side. His expression was stern, and his face seemed as if it had been chiseled by a knife or chisel. Wang Chong said nothing, only began to carefully examine this third-ranked officer of the Anxi Protectorate Army. Shi Yuanqing's injuries were not light, and before he had even gotten close, Wang Chong could already smell the thick stench of blood. As he carefully examined Shi Yuanqing, Wang Chong immediately noticed the blood-stained bandages on his body and arm. It seems like his injuries are very severe, Wang Chong quietly said to himself. When Gao Xianji had left the city, Qing Qianli and the other Anxi generals had followed him, but when Gao Xianji had been serving under Wang Chong, he had never seen this General Shi. It was clear that his injuries had been very severe and he was still recuperating in the city. Whoosh! As Shi Yuanqing steadied himself, Wang Chong suddenly stretched out a hand and grabbed Shi Yuanqing's arm. Shi Yuanqing's brow creased as he subconsciously tried to pull back his arm, but even with Shi Yuanqing's cultivation, he was unable to dodge. His arm suddenly went numb as Wang Chong grabbed it, rendering him immobile. Shi Yuanqing's shock was no small matter. His entire body trembled as he raised his head. Because Shi Yuanqing had been recuperating, he had never seen Wang Chong. Thus, he didn't have much of an understanding of him. But now, Shi Yuanqing realized that although this temporary Qixi Protector General was only 16 or 17, he was actually a Saint Martial expert, and his cultivation was no weaker than his own. General Shi, don't get distracted. I'll lend you one last hand to recuperate. Wang Chong's voice resounded in Shi Yuanqing's ear, and a moment later, a vast stream of stellar energy surged into Shi Yuanqing's body. Shi Yuanqing was stunned for a moment, but he immediately reacted and focused his mind, borrowing Wang Chong's stellar energy to recuperate from his injuries. The great yin-yang heaven creation art could not only absorb an opponent's energy and return it to them, it could also be used to recuperate from one's injuries. This was a new ability of the great yin-yang heaven creation art that Wang Chong's master, the evil emperor, had comprehended in his later years. However, this technique could only be used when the cultivator of the great yin-yang heaven creation art had reached an extremely high level of Saint Martial cultivation, and it could only be used on people whose cultivation level did not surpass the user's. Buzz! White steam began to rise from Shi Yuanqing's head, and as Qing Qianli and the other Anxi generals watched in shock, Shi Yuanqing's pale face began to rapidly turn red. His aura had also stabilized from its chaotic state. Lord Protector General, many thanks. A few moments later, Shi Yuanqing opened his eyes and stared in shock at Wang Chong. He only knew that Wang Chong's military prowess was decent, but he had never heard that Wang Chong's martial prowess was also this astonishing. A 16 or 17-year-old Saint Martial expert, even in the entire Tang dynasty, was probably an outstanding and transcendent existence. Wang Chong only faintly smiled. As he helped Shi Yuanqing recover, Wang Chong's complexion was a little pale, but it was nothing to worry about. With the power of the great yin-yang heaven creation art, he would need only a few moments to recover. General Shi, since you're helping someone, you should help them to the end. I have something else to give you. As Wang Chong spoke, he suddenly took a few steps forward and whispered a few words into Shi Yuanqing's ear. No one knew what Wang Chong had said, not even the nearby Qing Qianli. But everyone could see that after Wang Chong finished speaking, Shi Yuanqing turned around and stared in shock at Wang Chong. Lord Protector General, no words can express my gratitude for this great favor. If it really is as you say and we can kill that Khaled and avenge all the soldiers of the Anxi Protectorate army who died at his hands, this she will forever be grateful to you. Shi Yuanqing's eyes were red as he spoke these last words. The Anxi Protectorate army only had 30,000 some soldiers, but it had relied on these 30,000 some soldiers to suppress the kingdoms of the western regions and stop the attacks of Uzun and the Western Turks, creating a legend of the western regions. If not for their unity, mutual trust, and brotherly camaraderie, it would have been impossible to accomplish this feat. One could easily imagine Shi Yuanqing's emotions as he watched the hundreds of soldiers of the Anxi Protectorate army being flung into the air by the beast of Arabia and jolted into pieces. He's just a foreigner. There's no need for General Shi to view him so highly. Get ready. Kill him. Wang Chong is waiting for General to sing a song of victory. Wang Chong indifferently said. Kaiyil. Kaiyil. Just at this moment, the sound of galloping horses could be heard, and smoke and dust billowed. Waves of earth-shattering battle cries could be heard coming from the opposite side. While Wang Chong had been treating Shi Yuanqing's wounds, Khaled had led his Iron Beast army in a charge. At a distance of 60 to 70 zhang, everyone could clearly see that the Iron Beast army under Khaled's command was tall and muscular, glaring like a guardian deity. Their entire bodies, including their war horses, were covered in thick armor that was 2 to 3 inches thick. All of them looked like mechanical beasts. Although the Bakr cataphracts led by Amor were famed for their powerful defenses and thick armor, they still paled in comparison to Khaled's Iron Beast army. There were only 10,000 some people charging together, but the waves of chi they stirred up were like a torrential storm, striking the walls of the steel walls and causing them to clatter and clatter. Even the air in front of the first defense line seemed to twist and blur. Kill them all. When Khaled was still several dozen zhang from the walls, he raised his saber and pointed it forward. That brutal and bloodthirsty roar was like that of a savage beast, making one's heart palpitate in fear. Wang Chong and Qing Qianli stood side by side, allowing the fierce waves of energy to sweep past them, their faces unperturbed. His gaze shifted to Chen Bin, who was standing in front of the first line of defense. Get ready. Chapter 907. Fire! Boom boom boom. The air trembled as thick crossbow bolts whistled through the air like a storm, blotting out the sky and covering the earth as they whizzed out. In a flash, the aura of death in the air became 100 times thicker. Ballistae. These were the strongest weapons of the Tang dynasty, weapons of slaughter that could intimidate all the clans, and in Wang Chong's hands, they were like the scythe of the god of death. In the first battle with Umar, the more than 70,000 Arab cavalry had crumbled to the dreadful edge of the ballistae. 1,500 ballistae could kill 10,000 Arab cavalry in a single volley. This was their dreadful power. Roar! Arab General Khaled gave a savage roar as he stared at the incoming ballista bolts, his eyes flashing with a fierce light. Boom! A pitch-black light erupted from Khaled's body and rapidly expanded. By the time it landed on the ground, it had transformed into two massive black and red war halos. The moment these two halos appeared, an invisible energy spread across the battlefield, engulfing the tens of thousands of Arab soldiers of the Iron Beast army. In the blink of an eye, the Iron Beast legion's auras more than doubled. A metallic stream of light quickly enveloped all the Iron Beast legion's soldiers. Not only that, but thousands of miniature black and red war halos appeared beneath their feet, rapidly increasing their strength. The Iron Beast halo. The Dark Blood shield. Khaled had instantly used the two halos that had made him famous in Arabia. Unlike the other Arab generals, Khaled had two extremely high-level war halos. The former could greatly strengthen all the steel parts of the army warriors, including their armor, greatly increasing their defense and hardness, making them like Iron Beasts. This was also the origin of the name of Khaled's army. As for the latter, the Dark Blood shield allowed the Arab soldiers under Khaled's command to fuse with their horses, transforming their blood energy into a shield that fused with their armor, strengthening their armor. It was these two halos that allowed Khaled's Iron Beast Legion to charge at the forefront in every battle, sweeping through everything before them. Boom, boom, boom. Long crossbow bolts emitted an extremely dangerous aura as they shot out, each accurately hitting a soldier of the Iron Beast army. But in the next moment, something that shocked everyone happened. The tens of thousands of soldiers of the Iron Beast army suddenly formed extremely sturdy blood-colored shields. After the crossbow bolts pierced through the shields, they didn't stop there, piercing through the Iron Beast army behind them. However, it had only pierced through a single soldier of the Iron Beast army. In the past, the ballista bolts had been powerful enough to pierce through 7 or 8 soldiers, but this time, their speed and power had been greatly reduced. It was as if the ballista bolts hadn't pierced through bodies of flesh and blood, but human-shaped steel. Boom, boom, boom. After the first wave of powerful crossbow bolts, the scene of the Iron Beast army collapsing did not appear. Only 1,000 or so of the tens of thousands of Iron Beast army soldiers had fallen. Some of them had managed to avoid being hit in their vitals and had even survived the volley of crossbow bolt. How is this possible? Behind the first line of defense, Chen Bin's expression shook violently as he jerked his head up. Around him, all the ballista soldiers also revealed shocked expressions. Everyone in the world knew of the power of the Tang dynasty's ballistae. They were the harvesting weapons of the god of death. In their first encounter with the Arabs, the 3,000 ballistae had already killed tens of thousands of Arab cavalry. But in the last volley, Each ballista bolt had only managed to pierce through 2 or 3 people before running out of steam. Such a situation had never occurred before. For a moment, all the ballista soldiers behind the defense line were deathly still, so shocked that they couldn't speak. I forgot to tell you. Khaled's Iron Beast army has an extremely terrifying defense. Our ballista bolts managed to hit them in the previous battle, but the effect was very limited. A significant portion of the Arab soldiers that climbed up the walls were Khaled's Iron Beast warriors. Lord Protector General had to expend a great deal of his stellar energy to deal with these Iron Beast soldiers, which is why he was heavily injured by Abu Muslim. Qing Qianli walked up from the rear, his long hair rustling in the wind. These were the Arab soldiers that Abu Muslim had dispatched, and each one of them possessed extraordinary strength, a formidable foe of the Anshi Protectorate army. This battle was not as optimistic as had been imagined. Vice Protector General, there's no need to worry. He's just a brute. There's nothing to fear. And isn't there General Shi? Wang Chong waved his hand, his expression calm and relaxed. This beast of Arabia, Khaled, was truly formidable. This was the first time Wang Chong had seen his 2 halos reduce the power of the ballistae. But even the strongest beast was still a beast, and Wang Chong had several ways to deal with it. But the Qixi Protectorate was much stronger than it had been in the past. There was no need for him to personally participate in a battle of this level. Ready! At this moment, in front of the first defense line, Chen Bin's eyes flashed with a cold glint. He quickly responded and issued a second military order. Everyone, hear my order. Adjust the direction. Target the horse's legs, joints. Fire. Without the slightest hesitation, Chen Bin changed his target from the soldiers of the Iron Beast army to the even weaker joints of the warhorses. Boom, boom, boom. The ballista teams each had 500 soldiers, each taking turns to fire. A total of 1,500 ballista bolts were fired, filling the sky with a torrent of arrows. This time, the ballista bolts were fired from even lower positions. With a heaven-shaking boom, the results of the second round of adjustments were immediately apparent. Nay could hear the shrill whinnies of horses as thousands of legs snapped and countless Iron Beast army soldiers fell from their horses into the dust. Khaled's Iron Beast halo and Dark Blood shield could block the volley of ballista bolts, but they could not protect the weak joints of the warhorses. In the face of the terrifying might of the ballista, all the joints of the warhorses were as fragile as paper. Bang bang bang! Thousands of ballista bolts rained down, each one piercing through the legs of 20 to 30 warhorses. The Iron Beast army, which had been charging with ferocious momentum, was instantly thrown into chaos. Warhorse collided with warhorse, soldier with soldier, and the neighing and bellowing of horses filled the air. Not only that, as Khaled's Iron Beast army fell into chaos, the Arab cavalry charging from the rear were immediately hindered. Some of the cavalry, unable to dodge in time, crashed into the Iron Beast army soldiers in front of them. Dust churned and the sounds of collisions rang out as the entire battlefield descended into chaos. With just a minor adjustment, Chen Bin's ballista army had not killed a single soldier of the Iron Beast army, but it had achieved an effect that no amount of ballista bolts could achieve. Moreover, the entire Iron Beast army had been crippled in this attack. How could there be such a thing? Khaled, who had been so smug and crazed just a moment ago, stared at the ground littered with soldiers. The savage expression on his face instantly froze. In the first volley, only 1,000 some people had died, but in the second volley, the entire army had been wiped out, all the warhorses destroyed. Without their warhorses, the Iron Beast army's strength had dropped by at least half. At best, it was just a few formidable infantry soldiers, far from being an invincible army. Fire! Just as all the Iron Beast army soldiers fell, Chen Bin's expression was cold as he once again gave the order to fire. However, this time, the target was not the warhorses, but the tens of thousands of Iron Beast army soldiers. Damn it! I'll tear you apart! Khaled roared, his entire body exploding with savagery. Slapping his horse, he shot toward the first defense line of the Tang dynasty like a black and red meteor. As Khalid charged forward with thunderous speed, Wang Chong turned his horse around and began to ride toward the second defense line. No matter how ferocious Khalid was, he was just one person. To Wang Chong, the moment the tens of thousands of soldiers of the Iron Beast army were slain, his plan was complete. No matter how formidable the Arabs were, they would still have to deal with his impenetrable defense lines. At the very least, they would not be able to break through these defense lines for a very long time. Next up are the Turks and Tibetans, Wang Chong said. As this thought flitted through Wang Chong's mind, he turned his eyes to the east of the city of Talas. A wolf howl resounded in his ears as the situation on the eastern side of the battlefield underwent an astonishing transformation. Under Wang Chong's gaze, the rising sun in the east suddenly saw tens of thousands of giant wolves charging out from behind the Uzun cavalry and Arab cavalry. These wolves were all baring their fangs and moving extremely quickly. In just a short while, they had already passed all of the cavalrymen. Like a surging tide, they covered the sky and the earth with the power to topple mountains and overturn seas. Wang Chong's vision was filled with these massive wolves. Turkic wolves. As this thought flashed through Wang Chong's mind, his gaze traveled across the plains to the hills on the other side. Under that enormous banner of golden wolves, Wang Chong could see a figure with bright eyes and a hawk-like gaze, a storm of wolves. Only the celestial wolf great General Duwusili of the Western Turkic Khaganate could bring so many wolves. Before the first wave subsided, another wave rose. Right behind the overwhelming pack of wolves, waves of baby-like cries came from above. Wang Chong raised his head and saw that the sky was filled with dark clouds of Uzun vultures, flying down toward the second defense line. Chapter 908. Daluan Ruozan. Wang Chong didn't need to look to know that this must be Daluan Ruozan's order. Of the two commanders on the eastern battlefield, one used a pack of wolves and the other used a vulture. They launched their own probing attacks from different directions. Whether it was wolves or vultures, these beasts of the plains and highlands, to Duwusili and Daluan Ruozan, they could have as many as they wanted. No matter how many were injured or killed, they wouldn't feel the pinch. But the two of them could use this method to probe Wang Chong's defensive capabilities on the eastern battlefield. Since that's the case, then as you wish. Wang Chong looked at the two bright eyes on the opposite hill, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. No matter what Duwusili and Daluan Ruozan were planning, it was simply wishful thinking to rely on tens of thousands of wolves and vultures to break through his defensive line. Even if they were to probe, the two of them were destined to be unable to find out anything. 20 zhang. 10 zhang. Release. In a flash, a calm voice suddenly sounded from behind the eastern defensive line. The next moment, everyone heard a buzzing sound, like a swarm of bees flying and flapping their wings. Just as the wolves and the vultures in the sky were about to swoop down, countless densely packed holes on the steel walls opened up. Cold light flashed, and hundreds of thousands of arrows burst out from the holes like rain. Whoa! A huge green wolf charging at the front couldn't dodge in time, and a bloody hole appeared on its forehead. In an instant it was nailed to the ground by 6 or 7 sharp arrows. And like the opening of the prelude to death, hundreds of thousands of arrows whistled down from the sky above the huge green wolf, nailing the countless wolves within a range of 70 to 80 zhang in front of the second defensive line to the ground. It wasn't just that. Pooh! 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 In midair, vultures cried out in alarm one after another. Their necks, wings, and abdomens were pierced by the rain of arrows, and they fell down like rocks. Below them, they could clearly see the warriors of the Tang dynasty holding huge rectangular steel boxes. The countless holes on the boxes were aimed at the sky. However, such a small change instantly turned the sky into a zone of death. The wolves howled miserably and the vultures cried out in alarm. In just a few breaths of time, The vast sea of wolves and vultures that blotted out the skies in front of the second line of defense were instantly cleared out. As far as the eye could see, there were corpses of these wolves and vultures everywhere. The entire battlefield suddenly fell silent. Buzz! Seeing this scene, Duwusseli's eyelids twitched and his expression changed. What is this? Duwusseli's mind was in turmoil. As he stared at the distant youth, he felt like the world had turned upside down. Although he had come at Dalawan Ruozen's invitation with the goal of destroying the Tang dynasty's remaining forces in the western regions, he had never fought with Wang Chong before. Duwusseli had never seen such a terrifying steel contraption that could unleash hundreds of thousands of arrows in an instant. This had completely overturned his understanding of the bow and arrow. Nearby, Dalawan Ruozen's eyes were also in turmoil. When he had fought with Wang Chong in the War of the Southwest, Wang Chong had only prepared one steel wall after another. In the face of the hundreds of thousands of Mengshi Yusang army, he could only passively defend. He had never had so many terrifying killing weapons. Dalawan Ruozen had long ago heard of the beehive in the royal capital's prison, and Wang Chong had also used it against Dian Mangpoj. But hearing it and seeing it were two completely different things. Everyone on the hill felt a deep shock that came from the depths of their souls as they recalled the rain of arrows that had soared into the sky and were as boundless as the sea. Release. Similar voices could be heard not only from the eastern side of the battlefield, but also from the western side of the city of Talas, behind the first defense line. Bzzz. Hundreds of thousands of arrows exploded into the air, engulfing the Iron Beast army and the charging Arab soldiers. Release! 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 Tens of thousands of beehives had been installed on the steel walls, each one manned by a soldier. A rain of hundreds of thousands of arrows blotted out the sky and covered the earth. Like a tidal wave, they whizzed out continuously. Although these bolts were far less lethal than ballista bolts, and a significant portion of them were blocked by the Arab armor, when the number of bolts reached a terrifying level, their power was still astonishing. Squelch, squelch, squelch. The sounds of arrows stabbing into bodies could be heard from the western side of Talas. War horses and cavalry were covered in arrows before they could even reach the first defense line, and after charging a certain distance, they dropped to the ground. In just a few short moments, the area in front of the first defense line was covered in corpses, piling up into mountains. Fire! Atop the transport carriage, Chun Bin's eyes were cold and aloof as he swung his sword again and again. Wave after wave of ballista bolts were unleashed, each one creating a massive rain of arrows that claimed the lives of many Arab soldiers. The Tang dynasty had expended vast amounts of resources to produce ballista ballistae, a symbol of the highest level of craftsmanship, and on this foreign battlefield, they were displaying their greatest might. In a few short moments, tens of thousands of Arab elites had fallen on the battlefield. But at this moment, the ferocity and fearlessness of the Arabs were on full display. Despite the ballista and beehive bolts, despite the large number of Arabs dying at the first defense line of the Tang dynasty, the Arab army in the rear was still surging forward like a vast ocean. There was no fear of death on their faces. On the contrary, they seemed to be basking in some sort of immense glory. The Arabs were naturally warlike, and dying on the battlefield was an honor. To them, dying on the battlefield was equivalent to returning to the embrace of God, an extremely high blessing and glory. Thus, the Arabs were even stronger and more ferocious than the Uzan or the Turks. Even Wang Chong couldn't help but widen his eyes in shock at the sight of this Arab army charging forward. Before the first wave had even subsided, another wave had risen. Just when the Arabs were charging, tens of thousands of Uzan and Western Turkic cavalry roared as they charged forward. The deaths of tens of thousands of wolves and Turks had failed to strike fear into the hearts of the Uzan and Western Turks. Huoshu Wizang, besides the Mutri Great Cavalry, send out everyone else. Dalawan Ruozen sat atop an Uzan steed in the howling winds, his eyes fixed forward with a determined expression. There was no need to doubt the strength of the Tang people. In a war with the Tang dynasty, any attempt to avoid losses or defeat the Tang dynasty by paying a small price was impractical and extremely childish. War had sacrifices, and in this battle of Talas, Daluan Ruozan had already prepared for the worst. As long as he could destroy the Anxi Protectorate army and Qixi Protectorate and strangle Wang Chong, all the sacrifices would be worth it. The three-way alliance and decisive battle against the Tang dynasty had to be carried out no matter what. There was no way the Tang dynasty could survive. "Zabo, have you finished assembling everything in the back?" Daluan Ruozan took 2 steps forward, not even turning his head as he spoke. "Everything's ready. We're just waiting for Prime Minister's order." A voice came from the back. Daluan Ruozan nodded. "Inform the Arabs to move together. In addition, begin." "Yes." A figure quickly left behind Daluan Ruozan, vanishing behind the hills. Rumble. Gales howled and warhorses galloped as tens of thousands of Tibetans and Western Turks charged forward. Awo! Tens of thousands of wolves once more charged out from the rear of the cavalry, but unlike the first time, when they were still 200-some zhang from the second defense line, the situation suddenly changed. Buzz! In a flash of light, all the Tibetans and Western Turks reached under their horses and took out round and heavy shield. Kill! Destroy them! Occupy the western regions! Kill them! The Uzan and Western Turks did not speak the same language, but at this moment they seemed to be working together as one army. Their bellies pressed against the backs of their horses, the round shields in their hands raised in front of them like umbrellas, shielding their horses and the majority of their vitals. All the Tang dynasty soldiers behind the second defense line grimaced at this sight. Whether it was the vultures, the wolves, or the round shields, the Uzan and Western Turks had clearly come prepared, fully prepared. Ready! With a clang, Suki unsheathed his sword, his cold voice echoing through the defense line. Following Suki's order, the 1,500 ballistae behind the second defense line creaked and began to adjust their trajectories. Under the rising sun, they slowly raised their sharp arrowheads and began to take aim at the charging Uzan and Western Turks. But at this moment, Suki sensed a flash in his eyes and immediately closed them. Sunlight! Suki's heart chilled and his face paled. He hadn't noticed a moment ago, but just as everyone was preparing to take aim, the sun rose from the east, right in front of everyone's eyes. This was also the moment when the Uzan and Western Turks would attack. Could Daluan Ruozan have even calculated this? Suki suddenly felt a deep apprehension. Chapter 909. Lower your eyes and avoid the sunlight. Pay attention to the shadows on the ground. A familiar voice came from the rear. At this moment, Wang Chong suddenly spoke. Upon hearing this voice, everyone immediately fell silent and adjusted their gazes. Suki also rapidly calmed down. Change direction. Pay attention to the area below the horse's belly. Get ready. Suki swiftly issued a string of orders, but just as he raised his sword and prepared to swing down, there was a shrill whistle as a fist-sized black shadow rapidly expanded on the ground behind the second defense line. Before anyone could react, a massive rock the size of 2 men hugging each other fell from the sky, smashing into the rear of the ballista army. Stone bullet. Mounted on the white-hoofed shadow, Wang Chong's eyes widened at the sight of this massive rock. Careful! But before Wang Chong could issue a warning, a heaven-shaking explosion came from behind him. Wang Chong turned his head and saw thick smoke and flames roiling behind him. On the ground, a thick black liquid was flowing and burning. The flames and smoke had come from this black liquid. Arabian kerosene. Wang Chong's pupils constricted as he immediately recognized what it was. Countless thoughts flitted through his mind, and Wang Chong suddenly understood. Catapults. The Arabs and Uzan had both prepared these things to deal with him. Release. In the east of the battlefield, Hundreds of tall catapults stood behind the hills that could not be seen from afar. Next to these catapults, the Uzun soldiers were still removing the wooden components of the catapults and anxiously assembling them. The Uzun plateau was dominated by grasslands with very few tall trees. All the large lumber used to make these catapults had been purchased by Daluan Ruozan from the Mengshi Zhao merchant. The structure of Wangchang's city of steel, its internal connections, and its modular construction were still a secret to all the countries. But Daluan Ruozan had obtained inspiration from this and thought of a method to make the catapults modular, which he had transported all the way to Talas. The ballistae of the Tang dynasty were renowned throughout the world, invincible and unstoppable on the battlefield. And these constantly assembled catapults were the weapons that Daluan Ruozan was using to deal with Wang Chong. Release. With just one command, huge rocks immediately soared into the sky from behind the catapult. They drew huge parabolas in the air, passing over the hills and the eastern battlefield, and smashed heavily towards the ballistae behind the first defense line. Boom! One ballista, unable to dodge in time, was struck by a massive stone ball, pulverizing the troop transport beneath it. Pieces of steel, ballista bolts, and even the wheels of the ballista were hurled into the air. The 5 ballista soldiers around the ballista were flung into the air by the immense force, flying like ragdolls. Boom! Another massive boulder crashed down, and 2 Chishi soldiers screamed as they were crushed into meat paste by the falling boulder. 1 boulder, 2 boulders, 3 boulders, 4 boulders. The sharp whistling sound in the sky rang out incessantly. Lifting his head and looking up, he saw hundreds of boulders tumbling in the sky, smashing toward him one after another. Release. At almost the same time, on the western side of the battlefield, behind the more than 200,000 Arab soldiers, massive and imposing catapults more than 10 meters tall were lined up. In front of these catapults, an Arab general, his eyes sharp and vicious, swung down his arm. Boom boom boom. Massive metal balls howled into the air, crossing more than half the battlefield to land between the first and second defense lines. As the metal balls hit the ground, they shattered into countless shards, spilling the thick black Arabian kerosene onto the ground and instantly igniting into flames. One giant metal ball after another fell to the ground, instantly transforming the area behind the first defense line into a sea of fire. In a few short moments, the situation had become extremely disadvantageous to the Tang dynasty. Boom boom boom. Taking advantage of this chaos, the vanguard of the Arab army succeeded in getting close. One Arab soldier after another howled as they slammed into the steel walls and heavy shields at the very front. All the steel walls and heavy infantry shields trembled violently, letting out a series of ear-piercing metallic roars. Charge! Kill them all! All infidels must die! Roars in Arabic resounded through the sky. On the eastern side of the battlefield, the thundering of hooves allowed the Uzun cavalry and Western Turkic cavalry to rapidly approach under the barrage of catapults and the blinding sunlight. And at the very front of these cavalry, the giant wolves were already lunging forward. Marquis, what do we do? The Uzun are aiming at the ballistae. Suki's anxious voice came from the front. The situation on the battlefield had changed far too quickly. A moment ago, the Tang army had held the upper hand, but a moment later, the more than 100,000 Tang soldiers had fallen into an extremely disadvantageous position. Can we see where the enemy's catapults are? Wang Chong rode on the back of the white-hoofed shadow, his long hair flapping in the wind. Rock after rock continued to fall, some of them just a few paces from Wang Chong, the shock waves stirring up by them even striking the white-hoofed shadow. But Wang Chong remained extremely calm. I can't see it. All the catapults are hidden behind the hills. We can't fire at them, Suki anxiously said. On their way from Chishi to Talas they had passed through those hills. It was precisely because they had gotten so close that they had been able to catch Umar and the Arabs off guard. But none of them had expected that Daluan Ruozan would be using these hills to deal with them. The catapults were in the rear, essentially invincible, and Daluan Ruozen's formidable calculative abilities allowed him to constantly adjust the direction of the catapults, allowing them to strike at the ballistae. And the weakness of the ballistae being unable to shoot as fast as the catapults was now exposed. "Marquis, what do we do?" Chen Bin's anxious voice came from behind the first defense line. Large iron balls filled with kerosene kept falling down, and a large number of fire holes burst out. Thick smoke and heat waves were everywhere. Many people were even hit by the kerosene, and their bodies were set ablaze. The roiling smoke even affected the vision of the ballista army. This kerosene was even more powerful than the rock attacks of the Uzun army. Daluan Ruozen. Wang Chong's eyes flashed with cold light as he looked across the first defense line, at the fierce eyes of the white yak atop the hill. If one were to say that Daluan Ruozen had not come prepared, that all of this was just a coincidence, Wang Chong would never believe it. It was obvious that Daluan Ruozen had prepared for a very long time to deal with him. At the very least, Daluan Ruozen's catapults had not been prepared in a short period of time. "Marquis, I'll lead the Wushang cavalry in a charge and destroy those catapults." A tightly clenched voice came from the side amidst the torrential rain of rock. Li Sai's eyes were blazing with killing intent. The situation was urgent, and Daluan Ruozen had at least several hundred catapults, all of them out of range. The rolling hills were the best protection for the catapult. The situation was rapidly becoming dangerous for the more than 100,000 Tang soldiers. "There's no need." At this moment a voice rang out. As the winds howled, Wang Chong listened to the crashing of the catapults and the screams of the army. His face remained resolute and extremely composed. "The current situation is not that dangerous. Moreover, Duwusili, Huashu Wizang, and Dusong Mangpoj are all on the hills. How do you plan to get through?" Li Sai's expression froze, and he froze on the spot, unable to speak. Duwusili, Huashu Wizang, Dusong Mangpoj, Uzun, and the best great generals of the Western Turkic Khaganate were all gathered here. They were like a mountain, an insurmountable chasm. This natural moat was even more difficult to cross than the hills. Although Li Sai would eventually become an imperial great general with the title of Invincible Great General, that was a matter for the future. At the very least, he had not reached that level yet. In fact, he was still half a step away from breaking into the Saint Martial realm. If he encountered 3 powerful great generals, he would be doomed. "But milord, are we just going to watch Marquis?" Li Sai spitefully said, his heart filled with unwillingness. Wang Chong said nothing, his eyes fixed on that azure-robed figure on the hill, countless thoughts flitting through his mind. Daluan Ruozen had made far more preparations than he had imagined. The Arabian ballistae were renowned throughout the world, and if Daluan Ruozen had been paying attention to him this entire time, he would have gathered a great deal of information on them. These catapults were hidden to be used against him. But no matter how much preparation Daluan Ruozen had made, he was destined to fail, because he was far from the only one who had prepared for this battle. "Senior Zhang, get ready," Wang Chong suddenly said. "Yes, Marquis." An elderly voice came from behind him. Stunned, Li Sai turned his head and saw that Zhang Shouji, dressed in a black robe, was standing on a carriage. At some point, he had appeared behind him. After giving a respectful bow, Zhang Shouji did not even look at Li Sai. Instead, he led his 10-some personal disciples toward the towering city of Talas, quickly vanishing through the city gates. "Chun Burang, you go as well. In this battle, we need your strength to deal with the Arabs and Uzun." Chapter 9-10. Understood. Chen Burang had a solemn expression on his face, apparently waiting for Wang Chong's order. "I will definitely not fulfill Marquis' request." Chen Burang respectfully bowed and then turned around. Summoning his horse, he galloped off into the distance, stirring up a cloud of dust as he followed Zhang Shouji into Talas. With everything taken care of, Wang Chong's gaze shifted, and he quickly returned to his senses. All infantry and axemen, pay attention. Clear out any wolf pack that breaks in. Beehive teams, get ready to clear out the area. Ballista teams, fire at will. Wait for the order to retreat. Shui Qianjun, pass on the order to the first defense line. Bury the Arabian kerosene in sand and immediately extinguish the fire. Craftsmen, set up bunkers. Logistics teams, get ready to repair the ballistae. In a few short moments, Wang Chong issued a string of orders. His eyes were calm and wise, as if nothing in the world could shake his mind. At the same time, the disorderly army, under Wang Chong's orders, began to adopt a series of effective tactics. A hunting team was quickly formed to snipe the green wolves and kill any Turkic wolves that got past the defense line. Meanwhile, a sand team was tasked with extinguishing the fires and quickly began to bury the black kerosene. The raging fires and smoke were quickly brought under control. Although the flames were still burning, they were several times weaker than before and no longer as intimidating as before. More importantly, the clear and effective orders immediately calmed the army. Although people were still being crushed to death or burned to death, even the mercenaries of the western regions who had fought alongside the Qixi Protectorate for the first time had calmed down. Do you see? In order to deal with the Tang people, the Arabs and I prepared for so long, but he only needed a few moments to calm down an army of more than 100,000. Even those scattered mercenaries from the western regions were subdued by him. How many people can command a battle formation and react so quickly? To the east of the battlefield, on a high hill, a strong wind blew. Dalawan Ruozhen stood with his hands clasped behind his back, silently looking into the distance. A profound light flashed in his eyes. Even though Wang Chong was his opponent, Dalawan Ruozhen could not help but gasp in admiration and amaze at his talent in the art of war. Even though the Ngari royal lineage had been destroyed, even though more than 200,000 cavalry had been buried in the southwest, Dalawan Ruozhen had nothing to say about his loss. Some people's talents were like the bright sun in the sky. They were so dazzling that no one could ignore them. In fact, as his opponent, he couldn't help but feel that it was a blessing to be able to fight against such an opponent. It's a pity that we're still opponents. With such a person around, neither the Uzun nor the Western Turks can rest in peace. This is why I contacted General to deal with him. This kind of person must die. Duwusili said nothing, only turned to look at the carefree Dalawan Ruozhen with a strange look on his face. Since they were mortal enemies, it was naturally best to kill each other. To Duwusili, someone like Dalawan Ruozhen who admired his opponent on the battlefield was extremely strange. This was not Duwusili's style. Prime Minister is truly an interesting person. Duwusili smirked, the corners of his lips slowly curling up as he looked into the distance, a hint of cruelty in his eyes. I've never respected my opponents. I only like to kill them. Whoever makes an enemy out of me will only meet a dead end. Only a dead enemy is my favorite enemy. Dalawan Ruozhen glanced back, faintly smiled, and said no more. In the end, people were different. A rock was different from an eagle, and a dragon was different from a tiger. In the end, Duwusili was a fierce general, not a wise one. Pass on my order. Increase the intensity of the attacks. In addition, bring the Tang dynasty's steel walls into the range of our attack. Dalawan Ruozhen lightly waved his sleeve, not even turning his head as he gave his order. Yes, Prime Minister. A messenger hastily departed. Dalawan Ruozhen gave a satisfied nod. Everything was on the right track. Uzun's rain of rocks and the Arabs' kerosene were already showing their effects, and the Tang people's attacks had been suppressed. If everything went as expected, the Tang dynasty was certain to lose this battle. Prime Minister, look! Suddenly, a voice rang out, quickly attracting everyone's attention. It was one of the Uzun generals at Dalawan Ruozhen's side. He had raised an arm, but his finger was not pointing at the battlefield, but at the towering city of Talas. In a flash, Dalawan Ruozhen, Huashu Wuzong, Dusong Mangpoj, and even the nearby Duwusili were all startled and subconsciously looked in the direction of his finger. As they climbed up the mottled, smoky, and majestic walls of Talas, they could clearly see the gleam of steel in the southeast corner of the walls. Under the light of the morning sun, the Tang dynasty soldiers on the walls were busily setting up rows of strange and complicated steel components. "What are they doing?" Duwusili subconsciously asked. Even though he was one of the Western Turkic great generals who had participated in many battles and even defeated Biting Protector General in Sishun, he had never seen anything like this before. But Duwusili had never seen anything like this before. "I don't know." Daluan Ruozan only replied with a single sentence, his eyelids constantly twitching. There was no such thing in his records, but this instinctive reaction gave Daluan Ruozan a bad feeling. No matter what those steel installations on the walls of the city of Talas were, they were nothing good for Uzun or the Western Turks. "That's impossible. Could it be that he's prepared?" As this thought flashed through his mind, Daluan Ruozan's face paled. He could not believe that Wang Chong had predicted this battle and prepared many catapults to deal with him. But just as this thought flitted through his mind, Daluan Ruozan heard a massive boom. Rumble! A massive black silhouette flew over the hills, over the heads of the three great generals, and toward the back of the hills. On the hills, Duwusili narrowed his eyes, a sharp light flashing through them. Clang! A saber clattered like a dragon. No one could see how Duwusili had attacked, but a moment later, a dazzling saber glow soared into the sky like a waterfall. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the black silhouette flying over their heads several dozen zhang away was cleaved in two and exploded into countless fragments that rained down from the sky. But a moment later, a heaven-shaking explosion came from behind him. As Duwusili swung his scimitar, a catapult that had just finished loading and was about to be thrown was instantly smashed apart by a massive rock falling from the sky. Daluan Ruozan, Duwusili, Huashu Wizang, and Dusong Mangpoj all paled. Catapults! At this moment everyone understood. The steel equipment Wang Chong had set up on the walls of the city of Talas was actually a catapult, a steel catapult at that. And from their effects, they were even more powerful than Daluan Ruozan's wooden catapults. Release. Daluan Ruozan's catapult formation was not the only one under attack. On the western side of the city of Talas, on the wall facing the Arabs, Chen Burang's right hand swung down, and row after row of heavy steel catapults began to fire. Massive rocks howled into the air, arcing through the air, and crashing into the rear of the more than 200,000 Arab soldiers. Bang! Massive rocks rained down on the Arab catapults, smashing apart the 10-meter-tall catapult. Boom! One of the rocks smashed into a small mountain of metal balls next to a catapult, pulverizing the metal balls and causing the black kerosene within them to spill over the ground. One of the Arab generals standing guard was too slow to react and was splashed by the black kerosene. Not good. Careful. This attack was so sudden that the Arab general standing guard next to the catapult formation paled. But before he could react, a fire arrow pierced through the air and into the black kerosene. Bang! Flames soared into the sky, igniting even the Arab soldiers who had been stained by the black kerosene. Screams resounded through the air, opening the curtain on this attack. Boom! 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 Under Chen Burang's command, one massive rock after another fell from the walls of the city of Talas, smashing into the Arab catapult formation. The attacks of the catapults were random and had no accuracy to speak of. The range of their attacks was also rather large, completely incomparable to the accuracy of the ballistae. But the ferocious attacks of these steel catapults, coupled with Chen Burang's extraordinary perception and hearing, immediately unleashed a frightening power. Although these steel catapults were not as accurate as the ballistae, under Chen Burang's command, their accuracy was rather frightening. Boom boom boom. Hundreds of rocks were hurled from the walls of Talas, aimed at the metal balls piled up around the catapults. As these metal balls were smashed apart, the black kerosene stored within them poured out and flowed freely on the ground. Every time this happened, there would be a fire arrow that would suddenly fly over and land on the ground, causing a huge fire that soared into the sky. The entire Arab catapult formation had been transformed into a sea of fire. Thick plumes of smoke soared into the sky and blotted out the sunlight. Change directions. Aim at the walls of Talas. It's useless. They're too high up. Our range isn't enough. Chapter 9:11. Hurry! Push the catapults back and get out of here. Don't let them all be destroyed. An Arab officer quickly reacted and began to push the catapults away from the battlefield. Although the Arab catapults were large and heavy, each one had 7 or 8 large wheels attached to it, allowing it to move smoothly. But how could Chen Burang allow them to successfully withdraw at a time like this? Boom boom boom. A dense rain of stones rained down from the sky. In just a few waves of attacks, 80% of the catapult formation that the Arabs had built up with great difficulty had been destroyed. Those steel balls that had been placed next to the catapults to make them easier to throw had now become the Arabs' most fatal flaw. The entire catapult formation was aflame. Damn it! In the blink of an eye, the large metal balls shot toward the first defense line of the Tang people vanished, the sea of fire and smoke vanishing, leaving behind only a few embers. In the rear of the army, Abu Muslim and Ziyad both grimaced at this sight. The advantage they had built up earlier had been instantly obliterated. Fahada, kill that Tang people general on the walls. Abu Muslim's eyes darkened as he suddenly ordered. The Arab catapult squads had destroyed many sturdy cities in the past, but they had never been destroyed by enemy catapults and burned by their own kerosene. Abu Muslim could tell at a glance that the crux of the problem lay with that young Tang people general on the walls of Talas. Yes. A fully armored Arab general strode out from behind Abu Muslim, his voice loud and clear. Creak creak. With the twang of a bowstring, the Arab commander called Fahada gripped an ivory bow that was half a man's height in his left hand and a metal arrow more than 5 feet long in his right. The arrowhead was as red as blood, like a shining ruby, and he aimed it at Chen Burang. The moment the bowstring was drawn, all the light in a radius of 100 feet began to twist and gather on the arrow in Fahada's hand. The ruby arrowhead exuded an extremely dangerous light. Boom! There was a massive boom, and it was like a clap of thunder had exploded in the sky. Before anyone could react, the arrow in the hand of the famed Arab archer, Fahada, had shot through the air like a lightning bolt toward the top of the city walls. This arrow moved with incredible speed. At the start, it was still in Fahada's hand, but a moment later, it was already on the walls of Talas, only a few zhang from Chen Burang, who was commanding the army. Buzz! Seeing the sudden appearance of this arrow, Chen Burang's expression changed. Although his ears had already heard the arrow, his body could not keep up. His opponent was much, much stronger than him. A saint martial archer. This thought flashed through Chen Burang's mind, and his face turned as white as paper. He was a member of the Kunwu training camp's deflecting blade manner and had extremely high attainments in the art of war and archery. In his hands, the catapults could display a terrifying might that no other officer could hope to match. Even though Chen Burang was skilled in battle tactics, his cultivation wasn't as high as it seemed. If the Arabs sent a saint martial expert to deal with him, someone of Chen Burang's cultivation level would be doomed. It's over. This was the only thought left in Chen Burang's mind. Bang! As Chen Burang closed his eyes to await death, there was a flash of light, and an invisible barrier of energy erupted from behind Chen Burang and engulfed him. There was an earth-shattering explosion as Fahada's destructive arrow hit the chi shield. It was as if it had hit a layer of hard steel. Clang! The steel clanged and the shockwaves spread in all directions. The ruby-like arrowhead and the arrow shaft smashed into the chi shield and turned to dust. Protector General! Hearing the commotion behind him, Chen Burang opened his eyes and saw Anshi Protector General Gao Xianji slowly walking toward him. He gave a long sigh of relief. Continue to command. With me here, there's no need to worry. Gao Xianji's voice resounded in his ear as he casually took a few steps forward and placed Chen Burang behind him. In the fierce winds, Gao Xianji's eyes exploded with a sharp light as he looked past the void to Abu Muslim and the famous Arab archer behind him. Abu Muslim also seemed to sense something, and his body slightly leaned forward as he looked at Gao Xianji on the walls. These two foes who had been fighting at Talas for more than 2 months were now exuding an intense desire to fight. "My lord, should we bring a few more generals?" Ziad took 2 steps forward at an appropriate time and said. "There's no need. With Gao Xianji here, we can't kill him." Abu Muslim waved his hand and rejected Ziad's suggestion. "The catapult formation has already been destroyed. There's no need to worry about it. Inform the soldiers on the front line to increase the intensity of the attack. Before sunset, I want them to completely tear apart the Tang people's western defense line and destroy it. No matter what, we must thoroughly defeat the Tang dynasty." "Yes, my lord." Ziad understood and quickly left to deliver Abu Muslim's order. This battle was of the utmost importance, the decisive battle between Arabia and the Tang dynasty. A messenger alone would not be able to convey Abu Muslim's will, which was why Ziad had personally taken action. In front of the gates of Talas, between the 2 defense lines, with Chen Burang's steel catapults engaged, Dalawan Ruozan and Abu Muslim's strategy swiftly crumbled. The catapults that Dalawan Ruozan had hidden behind the hills and the catapults that Abu Muslim had hidden in the rear of the army had all been destroyed in a few short moments. The flames and smoke on the battlefield vanished, and the situation of the more than 100,000 Chishi reinforcements was instantly reversed. "Fire!" Without the slightest hesitation, Chen Bin stood on his transport carriage and ordered the ballista teams around him to wildly fire at the Arab army. The first defense line was in a rather perilous situation. The kerosene attacks of the Arabs had rendered Chen Bin's ballista teams useless, allowing many of the Arab cavalry to reach the walls of the first defense line. All the steel walls and infantry shields were being battered by a furious storm of attacks, the sounds of collisions filling the ears of the soldiers. All the Arab cavalry at the very front were doing their utmost to break through the defense line. On the other side of the defense line, all the infantry were clenching their teeth and doing their utmost to hold on. "Hold! Don't let them get close. Stop them. This is a military order." All the infantry were bulging with muscles, the veins on their foreheads bulging, and even their faces were red from exertion. It was at this moment that the attack of Chen Bin's ballista army arrived. Boom! 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 A dense barrage of ballista bolts once more appeared on the battlefield like the scythe of the Grim Reaper. Boom! An Arab horseman charging at the infantry shields was too slow to react, and just as he was about to charge at the shields again, a pitch-black ballista bolt pierced through his chest. The enormous force of the bolt lifted him off his horse and sent him crashing into a second Arab horseman, a third, a fourth. A single ballista bolt had instantly killed 7 or 8 fully armored Arab horsemen, and this was only the beginning. Swish, swish, swish. One ballista bolt after another howled through the air, each one claiming at least 6 Arab horsemen. In just one volley, 7 or 8,000 Arab cavalry had been killed. A second volley followed, a third volley, and so on and so forth. The Arabs were dying at an astonishing rate, and the steel defense line was littered with corpses of men and horses, their blood flowing freely across the ground. But the Arabs had gone completely berserk, no longer caring about casualties. When the two sides clashed in close combat, the Arabs were said to be at their most ferocious, terrifying, and invincible. As long as they could kill their foes, they would use their ferocious assaults to crush them, and the Arabs would not care about casualties. It was precisely this sort of courage and fearlessness that made the Arabs invincible from the Tsong Mountains all the way to the Red Sea. Kill! Tens of thousands of Arab cavalry had savage expressions on their faces as they charged toward the first defense line. Squelch! An Arab horseman raised his spear and threw it. The spear flew past the heavy shields of the infantry and into the dense ranks of the Tang army. Caught off guard, several Tang dynasty infantry were impaled by the spear and nailed to the ground. Spear after spear was thrown, and the Tang dynasty's Qixi reinforcements rapidly began to suffer casualties. Not only that, even under the dual assault of the beehives and ballistae, many Arabs were still able to use the corpses to scale the walls and fly over the tall shields. Swish, swish, swish. Behind the infantry shields, the regular soldiers of greater and lesser valor stabbed forward with their spears. These spears were like agile snakes, piercing through the chinks in the armor of the Arab soldiers and hanging onto their spears. The power of the pikemen of greater and lesser valor was on full display at this moment. In terms of penetrating armor, no one in the western regions could compare to them. But not even this could stop the Arabs. Fight! Kill them all! An Arab soldier stepped over the corpses and climbed over the steel wall, his scimitar in both hands as he began to slaughter the Tang soldiers. 1, 2, 3 countless Arab soldiers rushed forward, heedless of their own lives as they charged at the first defense line. One after another, neither the beehives nor the ballistae could stop them. Chapter 9:12. Release. Suqi commanded the remaining ballista soldiers to work with the beehives to fire at the oncoming Western Turkic and Uzun cavalry. Dalawan Ruozin's catapults had had far more impact than expected, especially on the ballista army led by Suqi. All of them were the main targets of the Dalawan Ruozin's catapults. The successive volleys of catapults had destroyed 40 to 50 ballista carts, and many more had been damaged by the catapults and were still in the process of being repaired. Although Chun Burang's catapults had succeeded in destroying the ballista army, the Western Turks and Uzun cavalry had managed to get to the second defense line. Suqi could only seize this moment to shoot down the enemy and stop the Uzun and Western Turkic assault. Boom! 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 Volley after volley of ballista bolts howled through the air. Behind the second defense line, Tibetan and Turkic horsemen fell one after another, their corpses kicking up clouds of dust as they fell to the ground. Translated by Hypersheep 325, edited by Mikeir. But the killing power of Suqi's attack was far from being as great as it seemed. Dalawan Ruozin and Duwusili had each of their cavalry equipped with a round shield. These Western Turkic and Uzun soldiers were hiding behind the round shields and on the backs of their horses. As a result, the actual lethality of the ballista bolts was reduced by several times. Often, a ballista bolt would only kill 4 or 5 Western Turkic and Uzun cavalry, 5 or 6 at most. But to the 120,000 Uzun and Western Turkic cavalry, this was a drop in the ocean. At the very least, it was not enough to heavily injure them. Ready! His vigorous and heavy voice resounded over the eastern battlefield like a great bell. Clang! Li Sai unsheathed his signature Tibetan sword from his Fergana steed. As he unsheathed his sword, the 5,000 Wushang cavalry swiftly assembled behind him. The 5,000 cavalry were armed to the teeth, wearing meteoric metal armor and wielding Wut's steel swords. Whether it was in terms of spirit, energy, or physical strength, they were all at their peak. They could be said to be the strongest cavalry in the history of the Central Plains. More importantly, these 5,000 cavalry had a tacit understanding and discipline that no other cavalry could compare to. Everyone, hear my order! Prepare to attack! The clattering of swords being unsheathed resounded through the second defense line. At this moment, Li Sai and the Wushang cavalry were far from the only ones preparing to attack. Chun Burang, Zhuang Jingping, Qi Weisi, and the other elites of Deflecting Blade Manor, as well as the other officers of the Qixi reinforcements and the hired cavalry of the western regions, had arranged themselves into square formations, their eyes focused forward as they prepared for battle. This was not the first time that the deflecting blade manor and the mercenaries of the western regions had worked together with Li Sai in the Battle of Talas, and both sides were ready to attack at any moment. Awo! Tens of thousands of wolves surged forward. Duwusili had brought countless wolves with him, and these wolves came wave after wave as if there was no end to them. As soon as the beehives were cleared, another would come howling in. In the sky, the vultures began to cry like babies as they swooped down once more. But most alarming of all were the more than 100,000 charging Western Turkic and Uzun cavalry. Kill! The Turkic and Uzun cavalry roared as they picked up speed. Neither the attacks of the beehives nor the volley of ballista bolts could stop them. 20 zhang. 10 zhang. Charge! Seeing that the Uzun and Western Turks were about to charge, Li Sai immediately pointed his sword and charged out from behind the steel walls like a bolt of lightning. Boom! At almost the same time, the earth quaked as the 5,000 Wushang cavalry followed Li Sai like 5,000 unsheathed blades. The momentum of this charge was enough to shake the heavens and shake the earth. Not even 50,000 could match the momentum of this charge. Kill! At the same time, Chen Burang, Zhuang Zhengping, Qi Weisi, and the other Qixi reinforcements also charged forward. Tens of thousands of cavalry roared as they charged at incredible speed toward the Western Turks and Uzun. This time, behind the steel defense line on the west, Wang Chong had adopted a completely different strategy from the first defense line. More than 40,000 Tang dynasty cavalry charged out from behind the defense line, holding nothing back. In the face of these Western Turks and Uzun cavalry, the Tang dynasty did not choose to retreat, but to charge forward. In the Central Plains, the Tang dynasty had no reason to retreat, whether it was the cavalry of the Western Turkic Khaganate or the cavalry of the Uzun. Rumble! It was as if two prehistoric beasts had collided heavily. Behind the second line of defense, both sides did not hesitate at all, nor did they turn around at all. Rumble! In a flash, thousands of Western Turks and Uzun cavalry fell to the hooves of the 5,000 Wushang cavalry. Before the edge of the Wuzi steel swords, the armor that the Western Turks and Uzun were so proud of was like paper. In a flash, swathes of Wushang steel had been cut down. The 5,000 Wushang cavalry cut through the crowd like they were vegetables, none of them able to last one round. Rumble! In a single charge, the elite cavalry of the Western Turks and Uzun had been crushed, throwing the army into chaos. Charge! Those who offend my Tang dynasty will be executed no matter how far away they are. Kill them all! Provoked by Li Sai and his Wushang cavalry, Sun Jiming, Zhuang Jingping, Qi Weisi, and the other elites of deflecting blade manor felt their blood rush to their heads, and they led the cavalry behind them in a charge. Boom boom boom. Defensive halos, charging halos, offensive halos, strength halos, all of them exploded like bamboo shoots after the rain. Halos clashed with halos and warhorses collided with warhorses as the two sides clashed. Sun Jiming, Zhuang Jingping, and Qi Weisi each led tens of thousands of soldiers in a courageous charge. But unlike ordinary cavalry, Sun Jiming and the others were not simply fighting with the Turks and Tibetans, but working with Li Sai to widen their gains. Nay, Sun Jiming's cavalry followed behind Li Sai in an arc, instantly crashing into the flank of the 8,000 Uzun cavalry. Moreover, they had chosen the spot where the 8,000 soldiers were most disorderly. Be it in terms of timing or positioning, this wave of assault was impeccable. Hong hong hong! The sound of horses colliding against each other could be heard, sabers flashing and horses neighing could be heard. The army led by Sun Jiming had arrived at just the right moment. With just a single charge, the 8,000 soldiers were torn apart. The two armies that had been thrown into disarray by Li Sai's charge were once more thrown into disarray by Sun Jiming's assault. At the same time, Zhuang Jingping, Qi Weisi, Gao Feng, Nie Yan, and the other members of Deflecting Blade Manor worked together, charging through the path Li Sai had opened up to the left and right flank. Whether it was Zhuang Jingping, Qi Weisi, Gao Feng, or Nie Yan, they had all received Wang Chang's education in the art of war in deflecting blade manner. Not only that, when Wang Chong was not present, they had also learned from each other under Wang Chang's instructions. Sun Jiming had once given a public lecture in deflecting blade manner on what he had learned from Wang Chong and his own understanding of cavalry tactics, imparting them to everyone. Under the guidance of the future number 1 cavalryman of Great Tang, regardless of whether it was Zhuang Jingping, Qi Weisi, Gao Feng, Nie Yan, or the others, their understanding of cavalry and tactics far surpassed that of ordinary people. Their strength might not be very strong, but their ability to sense and execute battle tactics was extremely shocking. Boom boom boom. The bone-chilling galloping of horses could be heard from the second defense line as wave after wave of Great Tang cavalry, led by the men of deflecting blade manner, charged forward like a tide, sweeping away everything in its path. The 40,000 Tang dynasty cavalry instantly scattered the 60,000 Uzun and Western Turkic cavalry. Even Dawusili, Daluan Ruozan, Huashu Wuzong, and Dusong Mangpoj couldn't help but widen their eyes at this sight. Who are these people? When did the Tang dynasty have so many formidable individuals? Even the Qixi Protectorate has so many famous generals. Dawusili was an experienced and knowledgeable person, and he had originally thought that he would only be dealing with Gao Xianji and Wang Chong, as well as a few other famous generals of the Anxi Protectorate army. He had never imagined that Wang Chong would have so many formidable tactical generals under his command. They didn't seem to be very strong, but their ability to grasp opportunities in battle was simply unbelievable. Even standing on the hill, Dawusili could feel the threat of this unsheathed edge. The thousands of cavalry led by the junior generals of the Tang dynasty were like sharp swords, repeatedly thrusting in and out. Even the experienced and battle-hardened elite soldiers that Dawusili and Daluan Ruozan had brought were being scattered. One could easily imagine the sharpness of their edge. "I don't know," Daluan Ruozan finally said, his brow creased. Dawusili was not the only one surprised. In the past, he had only known that Wang Chong was a master of strategy, tactics, and commanding, but he had no idea that even Wang Chong's subordinates were so formidable. With such subordinates, Wang Chong was like a tiger that had grown wings. As for their own weaknesses, they weren't that important at a time like this. I heard that the Tang dynasty had 3 specialized military training camps, all of them established at the behest of the Tang dynasty's holy emperor. In the Kunwa training camp, there's a deflecting blade manner that was established by the current Qixi Protector General. That deflecting blade manner absorbed quite a few students from the Kunwa training camp, so it's probably them. Daluan Ruozan's hair flew in the wind as he spoke. Chapter 9:13. Li Sai, Sun Jiming, Gao Feng, Nie Yan, countless Qixi reinforcements were madly charging in front of the second defense line. But these 40,000-some cavalry were far from enough to stop the charge of the more than 100,000 Uzun and Western Turkic elites. Soldiers are valued for quality, not quantity. This battle was taking place at Talas, to the west of the Tsong Mountains, several thousand li away. If news of this arduous expedition didn't leak out, it was impossible to bring too many soldiers. Thus, even though they didn't seem to have brought many soldiers, Daluan Ruozan only 70,000 and Dawusili 40,000 some, they were all elites among elites. The more than 100,000 Western Turkic and Uzun elites continued to charge forward like an unending tide against the 40,000 Tang dynasty soldiers. Even the charge of the Wushang cavalry under Li Sai's command was far from enough to stop them. Some of the Western Turkic and Uzun cavalry even circled around Li Sai and Sun Jiming to join Dawusili's wolf pack in charging at the second defense line. And the ballista army led by Su Kui was their primary target. Nay! A war horse neighed as a Western Turkic horseman galloped over the piles of wolf corpses in front of the second defense line, leaping over the heavy shields of the infantry to land in the rear of the defense line. Swish, swish, swish. Countless sabers, spears, swords, and halberds stabbed at the horseman. The moment the Western Turkic horseman landed, his body was riddled with holes, blood gushing out of his wounds. He was a corpse that couldn't be more dead. But this also served as a symbolic signal. Once the first person charged through the defense line and into the army, the Turks and Tibetans would begin to whinny and leap into the air, joining the ranks of the Tibetans and Turkic cavalry. Translated by Hypersheep 325, edited by Mikir Kayil. At the same time, a crazed roar resounded over the battlefield, but it was not in the language of the Tang dynasty, but in the bloodthirsty and brutal Arabic. Although Khalid's Iron Beast army had been completely crippled by Su Bin's ballista army, Khalid's Iron Beast army had been completely crippled. Even so, the Iron Beast Corps was still very useful. They carried the corpses they found on the battlefield and even wounded warhorses, using their own bodies to block the ballista's attack. Although the Iron Beast Corps had lost their warhorses, the Iron Beast Halo and Dark Blood Shield were still in effect and could still reduce the ballista's damage. Roar! A horseless Iron Beast army soldier, his veins bulging, picked up a large horse corpse and charged at a ballista. The huge crossbow bolt pierced through the horse's corpse and pierced through the armor on his body. However, it was deflected by his charge and shot towards the sky. Only the Arabian Empire, which lived and died in battle, could be so ferocious and fearless, using its own body to block the ballista bolts even though it clearly knew the power of the ballista bolt. The fearless bravery of the Iron Beast army had given the Arabian army an extremely valuable opportunity to fight. Tens of thousands of soldiers had fallen to the attacks of the beehives and ballistae, but tens of thousands of warhorses had also used this chance to charge up the steel walls. People were constantly pushing through the dense forest of spears, stepping over the corpses and climbing over the walls. Even when they landed on the ground and were turned into porcupines by the barrage of ballistae, they still rushed forward. Fear was nowhere to be seen on the faces of these Arabs. The more they died, the more bloody and cruel they were, the more they seemed to stimulate their will to fight. Behind the steel defense line, the mercenaries of greater and lesser valor couldn't help but widen their eyes in fear at the sight of the Arabs roaring like wild beasts, let alone the other mercenaries. In the legends of war to the west of the western regions, the Arabs were synonymous with death. Countless powers and empires had felt the terrifying and fearless will of the Arabs, and their fighting spirit had crumbled, scattering like birds and beasts on the battlefield. Their cities and countries had been destroyed by the Arabs, creating the legend of the Arabs' invincible and undefeatable existence. One wave, two waves, three waves, one wave of Arab soldiers after another surged toward the first defense line, toward the steel defense line. Hold! Axemen, get ready! Archers, get ready! In the entire battlefield, the ones who were the most solemn and calm were undoubtedly the infantry corps led by Wang Yin and Wang Fu. Row by row, they stood behind the first line of defense without moving an inch, like a rock in the middle of a river. No matter how fierce the Arabs' attacks were, no matter how fearless they were, and no matter how many times they charged, they were never able to penetrate the infantry formations led by Wang Yin and Wang Fu. In this section of the defense line, Wang Yin and Wang Fu had the highest casualty rate of any Arab. No matter how many Arabs broke through the steel walls, the heavy shields of the infantry, the hornets, and the ballistae, when they finally reached Wang Yan's infantry formations, they were all doomed to die. In the rear section of the army, the nearly 10,000 infantry had solemn expressions, and they had never even been mobilized. In this era where cavalry was king, even though the terrain of the Tang dynasty was naturally not suited to raising high-quality warhorses, nor was it dominated by cavalry, when it came to infantry, no faction in the world could compare to the Tang dynasty. The Tang dynasty had used its massive infantry armies to crush the Uzun, the eastern and western Turks, Goguryeo and Mengshi-Zhao, all the way to the western regions. That was the era of infantry. The Tang dynasty had allowed everyone to witness the power of the infantry armies of the Central Plains, thus establishing the Tang dynasty as its current hegemon. Across the four seas, only the Great Tang could use its infantry to resist all the cavalry formations and resist the attacks of all the cavalry. Although the infantry under Wang Yan's command could not compare to cavalry in terms of charging power or mobility, in a positional battle, they were like an impenetrable fortress. When used with Wang Chang's steel defense line, they were able to display their formidable defensive capabilities to the extreme. Wind. The wind howled. Behind the first line of defense, surrounded by 4 black-armored guards, Wang Yan's expression was solemn as he suddenly waved his right hand. Whoosh! The thousands of shield men guarding the gap in the steel walls suddenly retreated, revealing a massive path behind them. In the blink of an eye, thousands of such huge tunnels appeared behind the first defense line that had not been breached for a long time. Buzz! For a moment, the Arab soldiers behind the defense line had their minds go blank in shock at the sudden appearance of these gaps. But a moment later, thousands of Arabs roared and swung their scimitars as they charged through the gaps. The Arab cavalry behind them paid no attention to what was happening in front of them, roaring as they followed. Fire! Wang Yan's expression was resolute. He waved his right hand again, and in the next moment, there was the sound of metal clanging. The shield-bearers cooperated with the axemen behind them, and with a rumble, they once again cut off these tunnels. The gap in the first defense line was sealed up, and the Arab soldiers who had tried to charge in were like turtles in a jar. Kill! A series of battle cries shook the heavens and the earth. The moment the gap was closed, countless sabers, spears, swords, and halberds stabbed over from all directions. No matter how powerful, fierce, and valiant the Arab cavalry were, no matter how fearless they were, in the face of the vastly outnumbering Tang dynasty infantry, all of them were instantly felled into pools of blood, not even stirring up a ripple. Wind. Fire. In Wang Yan's hands, this tactic was repeated over and over again, allowing batch after batch of Arab soldiers to enter and killing them. By the time the shield-bearers closed the gap, not a single Arab horseman would be able to survive for more than a few seconds against Wang Yan's infantry formations. In Wang Yan's hands, infantry were not only used for defense, but also for offense. They could attack while defending, and defend while attacking. The 20,000-some infantry were like the most precise machine, using extreme efficiency to slaughter the charging Arab cavalry. One wave at a time, one wave at a time, one wave at a time, one wave at a time. Even the Arab cavalry were intimidated by this extreme calmness and composure. The mercenaries of the western regions who were adjacent to Wang Yan's infantry formations were also unwittingly affected and began to work with Wang Yan's infantry formations to fend off the Arab charge. This was also the toughest area of the defense line. It's about time. Between the two defense lines, amidst thousands of warhorses, Wang Chong rode the white-hoofed shadow, motionless beneath the flapping banner of the Tang dynasty. As he listened to the fierce fighting on both sides, a sharp light flashed through his eyes. This battle was already reaching its most intense phase. The Arabs, Western Turks, and Uzun soldiers had all put in their full strength, and the two defense lines to the east and west were both under enormous pressure. And now, it was time for the most important part of Wang Chang's plan. Buzz. A white light brighter than the sun exploded out of Wang Chang's eyes amid the fierce winds. Rumble. The entire eastern and western battlefields began to quake. With Wang Chong at the center, a milky white halo descended from Wang Chang's body and began to expand, sweeping across the battlefield like a hurricane. The bane of the battlefield halo. As the four sides clashed and the battle intensified, Wang Chong immediately unleashed the bane of the battlefield halo. Bzzz. The dazzling halos beneath the feet of the tens of thousands of Uzun, Western Turkic, and Arab cavalry began to flicker like candles in the wind. Before anyone could react, clang clang clang, the tens of thousands of war halos on the battlefield began to dim. Chapter 9:14 What's going on here? Abu Muslim, who had been sitting in the rear of the battlefield as steady as Mount Tai, shuddered and stood up from his seat, a look of extreme shock on his face for the first time. He had participated in so many wars and conquered so many countries, but he had never encountered such a thing. The auras of more than 200,000 elite Arab cavalry had been greatly weakened in a single moment. Not only that, this abrupt change had thrown the Arabs fighting at the front into chaos. The Arab cavalry at the very front, unable to react in time, were turned into sieves by the pikemen. Boom! A long ballista bolt howled through the air, instantly crossing over the heavy shields and appearing more than 20 zhang away as it shot toward the rows of Arab cavalry. Translated by Hypersheep 325, edited by Mikir Ruhr. A soldier of the Iron Beast army roared as he grabbed the corpse of a warhorse and lunged at that thick ballista bolt. But this time, the dark blood shield and Iron Beast halo that could be used to resist the power of the crossbow bolts didn't come into effect. After the huge crossbow bolt pierced through the warhorse's corpse, it effortlessly pierced through the Iron Beast soldier's heavy armor. Then, it didn't slow down at all and dragged him into the air. Then a third, a fourth. In a few short moments, the black ballista bolt had pierced through the bodies of 8 or 9 Arab horsemen and nailed the last 4 to the ground. Plush, plush, plush. Similar scenes were taking place all over the battlefield. Tens of thousands of ballista bolts filled the air, covering the entire battlefield. They were still firing ballista bolts, but the effect this time was completely different. Bang! 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 The sound of corpses falling to the ground could be heard as the first line of defense was instantly emptied under the barrage of crossbow bolt. Release! 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 Within the ballista army, Chen Bin had a cold and aloof expression as he stood atop a transport carriage, his sword constantly swinging down. After fighting with Wang Chong for so long, Chen Bin was well aware of what had happened just now. This was an extremely rare opportunity, the perfect opportunity for the ballista army to display its might. Swish, swish, swish. 9,000, 10,000, 11,000, 12,000. The Arabs instantly suffered heavy casualties under the barrage of ballistae, and the number of casualties continued to rise. In this single volley, 25,000 Arab cavalry had fallen to Chen Bin's ballista army. At the same time, the Arabs were not the only ones affected. The Uzun and Western Turks on the Eastern Front had also been affected. On the Eastern Front, the Uzun and Western Turkic cavalry had relied on their overwhelming numbers to temporarily suppress Li Sai, Sun Jiming, Zhuang Zhengping, and Qi Weisi, but the moment Wang Chong used the bane of the battlefield, the situation immediately reversed. The Western Turks and the Uzun were in a very bad situation, and many of their soldiers were killed in the charge of the Wushang cavalry and the other Tang dynasty cavalry. What's that? What did that kid do just now? In the rear, Duwusili's eyes narrowed, his pupils constricting. He was just as shocked as Abu Muslim. Almost subconsciously, Duwusili turned to Daluan Ruozan and Hueshu Wizang. This was Duwusili's first encounter with Wang Chong, but Daluan Ruozan and Hueshu Wizang were different. If there was one person who could explain what was happening on the battlefield, it was probably Daluan Ruozan. Great General, I also have no way of explaining this matter. Daluan Ruozan bitterly smiled. He naturally knew what Duwusili was thinking, but Daluan Ruozan also had no way of explaining this situation. Even though this was not his first time fighting with Wang Chong, there were still many mysteries about Wang Chong that he did not understand, like what was happening right now. In truth, I already encountered this sort of thing in the War of the Southwest, but it was far from being as powerful as it is now. It seems like it's not just his status in the Tang dynasty that has risen, but his strength outside of the art of war has also grown. There were far too many mysteries about Wang Chong. His art of war, his use of steel modules, the thousands of li of cement roads he had built in the Tang dynasty, and his use of that unique halo. Dalawan Ruozan had never encountered an existence as inexplicable as Wang Chong. His background and growth could be traced, but the things about him could not be explained with that. It was as if they were two completely different people. There's no other way. Perhaps only a great general can counteract this wave of influence, Dalawan Ruozan said, his eyes fixed on Duwusili and Huashu Wizong. Even though he had made ample preparations for this battle, there were still some things that were beyond Dalawan Ruozan's abilities, like a battle between martial artists. Dalawan Ruozan was famed for his intelligence, strategy, so he was called the Wise Minister. He considered the overall situation, not the strength of a single individual. That aspect was something that top-class great generals like Duwusili, Huashu Wizong, and Dusong Mangpoj had to consider. This scene had become Wang Chong's challenge to Duwusili and Huashu Wizong. That's all we can do. Duwusili subconsciously creased his brow. As the highest commander, he normally would not lightly step onto the battlefield. Only in a few crucial moments or when the enemy great generals entered the fray would he make an exception. But the Tang dynasty had not sent any great generals into the fray. A single halo was enough to force him to break convention and enter the fray early. This made Duwusili very unhappy. Not only that, all halos consumed energy. In other words, they would consume the strength of Duwusili's forces. In the later stages of the battle, when great generals fought against great generals, this would become extremely fatal. This was also why all the commanders of the armies had tacitly agreed to not enter the fray in the early stages of the battle. But the current situation was beyond his control. If he did not enter the fray, the Western Turkic cavalry would quickly be routed by the 40,000 Tang dynasty cavalry. This was something that Duwusili could not allow. Buzz! Duwusili raised his head and straightened his back, his eyes flashing with a sharp and cold light as he took a step forward. Rumble! The moment Duwusili's war boots stomped on the ground, the hills trembled and a golden flame spread out from under Duwusili's feet. It instantly transformed into a dazzling golden halo of the Saint Martial realm, within which were several imperial crowns. These crowns were different from those of the Central Plains. These crowns were carved with images of sheep and wolves, and atop the hemispherical crown was a golden eagle spreading its wings. This was the typical crown of a Western Turkic Khagan. Bzzz. As Duwusili moved, golden halos began to spread from Duwusili's feet to cover the entire Turkic army. In a flash, Wang Chong's bane of the battlefield halo was greatly weakened. Bang! At almost the same time, Uzun Great General Huashu Wizong took 2 steps forward and stomped down, unleashing his own war halo. Another powerful halo flew through the air like a storm, spreading beneath the feet of the tens of thousands of Uzun cavalry to resist Wang Chong's bane of the battlefield halo. The Uzun and the Western Turks were not the only ones doing the same thing. Outside the second defense line, the earth rumbled as if some enormous power had struck the ground. Abu Muslim had also moved, pitch-black halos bolstering his army and radiating to the feet of the Arab cavalry. Wang Chong's halo had mobilized the Western Turks, Uzun, and Arab forces, forcing 3 elite great generals to take action at the same time. This was unprecedented in history. As expected, they've moved out. In the distance, Wang Chong and his white-hoofed shadow stood beneath the fluttering banner of the Qixi Protectorate. Not only was he not surprised by this sight, he even gave a faint smile. There were hidden schemes and open schemes. Wang Chong had used an open scheme for the first time on the battlefield, and this was his second. In order to resist the effects of the bane of the battlefield halo, Huashu Wizong, Duwusili, and Abu Muslim were forced to use their strongest halos to passively respond. The battle had only just begun, but the 3 highest commanders of Uzun, the Western Turks, and the Arabs were already beginning to weaken. Halos consumed energy, and the longer this battle continued, the faster Huashu Wizong, Duwusili, and Abu Muslim's strength would fall. If this battle continued for more than an hour, The three of them would fall from the peak of the Saint Martial realm. But this was completely different for Wang Chong. Although the bane of the battlefield halo consumed energy, it was so minuscule that it had almost no effect. What it consumed was the energy in the world itself. Since that's the case, I might as well fulfill your wish. Wang Chong's hair rustled in the wind as he faintly smiled and unleashed his other halo. Boom! There was another flash of light from Wang Chong's body. Right after the bane of the battlefield halo, Wang Chong's second bane of generals halo burst out of his body and engulfed the entire battlefield. Bzzz. In a flash, the battlefield that had been under the control of Huishu Wuzong, Duwusili, and Abu Muslim changed once more. The Uzun, Western Turkic, and Arab generals in the middle of the army suddenly felt their auras flicker like candlelight. In a flash, all of them had dropped an entire level. Chapter 9:15. Bastard! Seeing this scene, the expressions of the few people on the hill in the distance changed, and their eyes revealed faint anger. The appearance of Wang Chong's second halo made them feel like they had been played around with by Wang Chong. Daluan Ruozan, I suddenly understand why you want to kill him so much. Under the Golden Wolf banner, Duwusili's eyes were dark and sinister, his entire body exploding with a killing intent that caused even the air around him to twist. In just 2 exchanges of blows, before they had even truly clashed, Wang Chong had completely ignited the Celestial Wolf Great General's killing intent. If this kind of person is allowed to live, whether it's for the Uzun or the Western Turks, it will only lead to endless troubles in the future. There were not many people that a Celestial Wolf Great General like Duwusili cared about. Even a brigadier general like Agudulan was his subordinate and had been personally taught by him. From this, one could easily imagine just how high Duwusili's standards were. But even though Wang Chong had not reached the level of a brigadier general, he was enough to make Duwusili firmly remember him. Shamshak, take the Celestial Wolf Cavalry and prepare to kill the Tang people, Duwusili suddenly said. After a few moments of silence, a hoarse and sinister voice came from behind him. Yes, my lord. Daluan Ruozan and Huishu Wuzong turned their heads and realized that a Turkic general wearing the silver Celestial Wolf armor had appeared behind Duwusili at some point. His body was slender and did not leak any energy. Standing in the middle of the Celestial Wolf cavalry, no one had noticed him. If not for Duwusili's words, no one would have noticed him. Brigadier General! A thought flashed across their minds. Daluan Ruozan and Huishu Wuzong's eyes revealed a hint of fear. Concealing one's aura in front of a group of Imperial great generals was no easy task. This alone showed that the other party possessed extraordinary abilities. Not only that, this Shamshak's aura was cold and gloomy. With one look, one could tell that he was an extremely dangerous and difficult character to deal with. Everyone, listen up. The Lord has ordered us to set off. Shamask ignored the gazes of the crowd. He mounted a Turkic steed covered in spikes, his eyes bursting with a bright light. The moment he mounted his horse, his aura underwent a heaven-shaking transformation. It had been indistinct and ever-changing, but now it had become as fierce and powerful as a storm. Nay, the 10,000-strong Celestial Wolf cavalry trembled as they neighed in the morning sun. These top-class Turkic warhorses had been specially trained and raised, so they no longer seemed like warhorses, but a pack of wolves. Get ready! At almost the same time, Daluan Ruozan turned his head to Huishu Wuzong. Have Huaba Senji move out as well. There's no need. I'm ready. Daluan Ruozan had barely spoken when a muscular man with the back of a tiger and the waist of a bear, clad in black and red armor, slowly rode out from the rear. His eyes were like bronze bells, his skin was a little dark, and 2 red ribbons with golden edges fluttered around his shoulders. This was the symbol of the highest commander of the Mutri Great Cavalry. Huaba Senji was one of the guards of the Uzun Empire's royal capital, the leader of the Mutri Great Cavalry, and one of Daluan Ruozan's earliest supporters. In this long expedition to Talas, Hwoba Senji had been one of the main forces. Without his support, without the 7,000 valiant Mutri great cavalry following him into battle, even if Daluan Ruozan wanted to do something, even if he wanted to conquer Talas, he would be powerless without the valiant Mutri great cavalry. As the guard of the royal capital and the commander of the Mutri great cavalry, Hwoba Senji's most important duty was to guard the Tsenpo. All the guards of the royal capital had been models of loyalty. Without the Tsenpo's order, they would never leave their post. But now, Hwoba Senji had not only deserted his post without the Tsenpo's order, but he had even mobilized the strongest Mutri great cavalry. This was something that had never happened in the history of the Uzun Empire. According to the laws of the Uzun, this was a crime punishable by death. Daluan Ruozan, regardless of the outcome of this battle, I only have one request. No matter what, do not get in the way of the battle between me and the Wushang cavalry. Hwoba Senji's eyes shone, his expression cold and aloof. His gaze did not care about the battle, but was focused on one person. Of course. Daluan Ruozan nodded without hesitation. That was the agreement between us to begin with, Hwoba Senji sternly said. Other than helping Daluan Ruozan defeat the Tang dynasty and restore the reputation of the Uzun Empire, he had left the royal capital and led the Mutri great cavalry to Talas. More importantly, he had to defeat an opponent. The Wushang cavalry of the Tang dynasty. The Uzun Empire dominated the world through its cavalry, and its echelon formation was renowned throughout the world. The entire plateau was covered in Uzun cavalry. Of all the cavalry, the most powerful were the White Xiong, Qinghai, and Mutri great kings, who stood at the peak of the pyramid. These were the three kings of the Uzun cavalry. But in the Battle of Zhangzhung training camp, the 8,000 Qinghai cavalry had all died at the hands of Wang Chang's Wushang cavalry, and in the Battle of the Triangular Gap, the 5,000 white braves led by Dian Mangpoj had been completely wiped out. Two of the best cavalry of the Uzun Empire had been lost, leaving only the Mutri great cavalry. Two of the best cavalry forces had been wiped out by a single opponent. This was something that had never happened in the history of the Uzun Empire, and the opponent was the Tang dynasty, which had never been known for its cavalry. This matter had shamed all the Uzun cavalry on the plateau, including the Mutri great cavalry. This was why Hwoba Senji had disobeyed the imperial decree and led the 7,000 Mutri great cavalry out of the royal capital into the wilderness of the city of Talas. The Mutri great cavalry had more than 300 years of history and were publicly acknowledged as the strongest existence in the Uzun Empire. Whether it was for the entire Uzun Empire or for the honor and pride of all Uzun cavalry, the Mutri great cavalry had to defeat the Tang dynasty's Wushang cavalry in front of the world and prove themselves to everyone. For this goal, Hwoba Senji had fully supported Daluan Ruozan. He had even used his connections to help Daluan Ruozan borrow many soldiers from other royal districts. Ready! Hwoba Senji slanted his longsword. That crimson-treasured sword that was bestowed by the fifth king of Tsenpo was pointed straight at the rising sun behind the hill. Rumble! The earth shook and dust roiled. Following Hwoba Senji's order, the Mutri great cavalry, who had been standing still all this time, began to move. An enormous aura exploded from the 7,000 Mutri great cavalry. A wave of heat surged out, causing even the grass on the hill to wither. Boom! In the next moment, the 7,000 Mutri great cavalry poured down from the top of the hill like a flood under the rising sun. In that moment, the heavy hoofbeats shook the world, even drowning out the sounds of battle on the eastern battlefield. The 7,000 Mutri great cavalry were fast, but the 8,000 Celestial Wolf cavalry led by Shamshak were even faster. The moment the Mutri great cavalry charged down, the 8,000 Celestial Wolf cavalry were already galloping toward the battlefield, leaving a trail of dust in their wake. At that moment even the world seemed to lose color. "My lord! Look over there!" At the same time, Kong Xian seemed to sense something and suddenly raised his head to look at the distant celestial wolf cavalry, a hint of shock in his eyes. In terms of armor, aura, and strength, the celestial wolf cavalry were completely different from the other Turkic cavalry. Kong Xian felt like he was facing a powerful foe. And over there, Uzun has also moved. At the same time, another Wushang cavalry officer noticed the activity in the distance and loudly called out as he pointed in another direction. Everyone turned their heads and saw that behind the celestial wolf cavalry, there was another group of cavalry clad in gold and red armor, galloping over from another direction like a tidal wave. These two powerful forces of cavalry, one in front and the other in the rear, were charging toward the battlefield from a different angle. In a flash, an intense sense of danger swept over them. Both the Celestial Wolf Cavalry and the Mutri Great Cavalry were among the most powerful cavalry forces on the continent, standing at the apex of the tens of thousands of cavalry on the continent. Just one of the two was already very difficult to deal with, let alone two cavalry forces charging at the same time. Li Sai rode the Fergana horse amidst thousands of cavalry. His heart was in turmoil, and in an instant countless thoughts flashed through his mind. Both the Celestial Wolf Cavalry and the Mutri Great Cavalry were illustrious and top-class cavalry forces of this world, their fighting power far surpassing that of other cavalry forces. Moreover, the two great cavalry forces added together far outnumbered the Wushang cavalry. To advance or to retreat, to fight or to defend, Li Sai had to make a decision in the shortest time possible. "My lord, what do we do?" Kong Xian's anxious voice came from next to him. The two forces of cavalry were approaching, and everyone felt a powerful pressure that they had never felt in any of the previous battles. Li Sai didn't say anything. His eyes swept across the battlefield as fast as lightning. The battle was still going on. His ears were filled with roars from all directions. One after another, the horses fell heavily to the ground. Blood splattered everywhere, and dust filled the air. The two cavalry forces were getting closer and closer. If they wanted to retreat, it was too late. But when Li Sai saw Sun Jiming, Zhuang Zhengping, Qi Weisi, and the others fighting with the Western Turks and the Uzun, his heart froze, and he immediately made up his mind. We have no path of retreat. Everyone, hear my order. Prepare for battle. Li Sai unsheathed his sword, the massive Wuzi steel sword that was taller than a man raised high into the air and exploded with a heaven-shaking aura. At this moment, the entire world seemed to tremble. Boom! After a few moments of silence, the earth quaked as the 5,000 Wushang Great Cavalry began to move. But this time, their target was not the Western Turks or Uzun cavalry, but the charging Celestial Wolf Cavalry and the Mutri Great Cavalry in the rear. Chapter 9:16. Boom, boom, boom. The 5,000 Wushang cavalry were unstoppable, sweeping through everything in their path. Bang! A Western Turkic horseman in the front was struck by a Wushang cavalry. With a scream, he was thrown 10-some meters into the air along with his horse. 1, 2, 3 countless Western Turkic and Tibetan cavalry were swept aside like weeds by the 5,000 Wushang cavalry. They were either knocked to the ground or thrown into the air, an intimidating sight to behold. Good. Only by killing this kind of enemy will I feel a greater sense of accomplishment. As Shamshak watched from the back of his horse, he showed no fear. On the contrary, a hint of excitement appeared on his face, making him seem even more savage than ever. In the entire Celestial Wolf Cavalry, including the Western Turkic Khaganate, Shamshak could be said to be the most sinister and bizarre brigadier general. He was cruel, bloodthirsty, and also as cunning and sinister as a viper. He lacked none of the boldness and strength of character that an illustrious brigadier general of the empire should have. But no matter how many eccentricities he had or how loathsome his style was, Shamshak would always be Duwusili's most valued subordinate. In Duwusili's mind, he was even more important than the Black Wolf Yabgu Agudulan. The reason Dewussili regarded him with such importance was very simple. Shamshak knew how to kill his opponents, no matter how powerful they were. Everyone, hear my order! That Imperial Martial Tang people leader is mine. None of you are allowed to touch him. I want to cut off his head and take it back to use as a wine vessel. Shamshak savagely said. As he spoke, he excitedly licked his dry lips, a bloodthirsty look in his eyes. Yes! The Celestial Wolf Cavalry loudly responded, all of them extremely excited. What a pity! Such powerful cavalry are paired with such a weak Imperial martial leader. I really don't know how a good Ulan lost to them. But it doesn't matter, I can immediately take off his head effortlessly and avenge you. Shamshak looked at the distant Lisai like he was a weak lamb waiting to be slaughtered. It was far too easy for a brigadier general to kill an imperial martial expert. In Shamshak's eyes, Lisai was already a dead man. Rumble! Dust churned as a pitch-black halo of light exploded from Shamshak's body. It swept out like a storm, radiating to the feet of every Celestial Wolf Cavalry. The Celestial Wolf Cavalry, who had already reached the pinnacle of speed, were boosted yet again by this halo. Like a massive sword, they charged toward Lisai and the 5,000 Wushang cavalry. The earth rumbled and swayed. The 8,000 Celestial Wolf Cavalry and the 5,000 Wushang cavalry clashed, attracting the attention of countless people. Marquis. General Li is in danger. On the second defense line, Xue Qianjun stood at Wang Chang's side and almost immediately noticed the activity in the distance. A hint of deep concern appeared in Xue Qianjun's eyes as he watched the two groups of cavalry charge at each other. Xue Qianjun had never doubted the strength of the Wushang cavalry. In his mind, they were the strongest cavalry in the world. But that was only when Marquis was leading them. There was an insurmountable chasm between the Imperial Martial Realm and the Saint Martial Realm. Lisai was only at the peak of the Imperial Martial Realm. Without Wang Chong to lead him, it was simply impossible for him to contend against a brigadier general of the Celestial Wolf Cavalry. There's no need to worry. An indifferent voice rang out. Wang Chong stood beneath his massive banner, his face calm and unperturbed. But Marquis, Xue Qianjun wanted to argue, but Wang Chong waved his hand and cut him off. Don't worry. Nothing will happen to Lisai. He had been paying attention to the battlefield this entire time. The Celestial Wolf Cavalry of the Dewussili Empire and the Wushang Cavalry of the Tang Dynasty were two top-class cavalry forces that had never met before. That they were going to fight here was both a coincidence and an inevitability. He had already made ample preparations for this battle, including the problem of Lisai. Go. Only danger can temper your potential. I believe that one day you will reveal your true brilliance. As Wang Chong gazed at Lisai's back, countless thoughts flashed through his mind. All this time, Lisai had been sheltered under Wang Chong's wings. Whether it was the battle against Dian Mangpoj at the Triangular Gap or the battle between Qixi Armory and Agudalan, Lisai had been too safe. Because Wang Chong had shielded him from all the dangers and storms, Lisai had remained at the peak of the Imperial Martial Realm. He had not been able to break through to the Saint Martial Realm and become a true invincible general. In his previous life, the reason why Lisai was able to achieve such a high level of success in such a short period of time and become the invincible great general who could single-handedly change the course of the entire battlefield and reverse the entire situation was because of the continuous dangerous battles. Time and time again, he had risked his life and escaped death. On the edge of life and death, Lisai had forced out the potential in his body. In such a short period of time, he had become a legend of the Empire. Death and injury were destined for Lisai's life. Only by facing these dangers could Lisai grow. This was the conclusion that Wang Chong had reached after thinking for a long time. Xue Qianjun stared at Wang Chong's profile in a daze. Sensing the determination in his eyes, he seemed to understand something and slowly relaxed. Together with Wang Chong, he silently gazed into the distance, watching the battle that was about to unfold between the two greatest armies of cavalry in the world. A whoa! In the distance, dust billowed as the two groups of cavalry got closer and closer. Just when the two groups were about 2,000 feet away from each other and their auras locked onto each other, suddenly, an earth-shaking howl rang out in everyone's ears. That wasn't the howl of a wolf, because no wolf could make such a sound. Buzz. Just as the wolf howled, something strange happened. An invisible energy suddenly surged out of the 8,000 celestial wolf cavalry like a tsunami. The air instantly distorted and became indistinct, and the aura of the celestial wolf cavalry instantly transformed into a massive golden wolf head. Its eyes were disdainful, dignified, and ferocious. Rumble! The moment the wolf head appeared, the 8,000 celestial wolf cavalry's speed, strength, and dexterity all received a massive boost. Even the warhorses seemed to have changed, becoming much larger and more muscular. Even the sound of their hooves became much heavier. In the blink of an eye, the pressure and aura exuded by the 8,000 celestial wolf cavalry multiplied, undergoing a heaven-shaking transformation. The dust they kicked up soared from 10-some meters into the air, rising at a rapid pace. But this was not the end of the celestial wolf cavalry's transformation. General, look! At Li Sai's side, Kong Xian's eyes widened and his pupils constricted as he suddenly pointed into the distance. Right before the eyes of the 5,000 Wushang cavalry, the moment the golden wolf appeared, the celestial wolf cavalry suddenly doubled in number, becoming a dense crowd of 16,000, charging forward. Illusion! Seeing this, Li Sai's eyelids twitched as he sat on the Fergana horse. He immediately recognized what was going on. The celestial wolf cavalry had suddenly doubled in number. There were at least 16,000 celestial wolf cavalry, perhaps even more. But this was impossible. There was no question that more than half of them were illusions. In all his years on the battlefield, this was the first time Li Sai had encountered such a situation. The celestial wolf illusory formation. As this thought flitted through Li Sai's mind, he suddenly recalled a rumor he had heard while serving in the Biting Protectorate. It was said that the Turkic steppe had a supreme celestial wolf illusory formation. This illusory formation had been invented by those strange shaman priests of the steppe and had been passed down for a long time. It was one of the three supreme formations of the Western Turkic Khaganate. Biting Protector General in Sishun had presided over the northern border for many years, rarely encountering a worthy opponent. And the only defeat he had suffered was at the hands of the celestial wolf illusory formation. It was rumored that in that battle, the steppe around the Biting Protectorate had been filled with the figures of the celestial wolf cavalry. It was because it was difficult to distinguish the real from the fake that the Biting Protector General had lost. Li Sai had not participated in that battle, so he did not know the specifics. But there was no one in the Biting Protectorate who did not know of the celestial wolf illusory formation. There was no doubt about this. Marquis, what do we do? In the rear, the Chishi officers at Wang Chang's side all broke out in cold sweat for Li Sai and the 5,000 Wushang cavalry. The Wushang cavalry against the celestial wolf cavalry, the Tang dynasty against the Western Turks. This clash had caused not just Xue Qianjuan's few subordinates, but even the officers behind the first defense line had sensed it and subconsciously glanced in the direction of the battle between Li Sai and Shamshak. The Wushang cavalry were powerful, but the celestial wolf cavalry were also capable of fighting 10 men at once. No matter how one looked at the situation, the Wushang cavalry were at a disadvantage. Believe in him. Wang Chong said these 3 words, his expression unperturbed. The Wushang cavalry were the most elite force under his command, and they were what he had relied on to sweep through the world. Although the Wushang cavalry had not experienced many battles and were not seasoned warriors, their meteoric metal armor and Wuzi steel swords were top-class equipment that not even the Wushang cavalry of the past possessed. In this aspect, the Wushang cavalry were equipped in the most luxurious state. Chapter 9:17. Kill! As expected, the distant Li Sai seemed to sense Wang Chang's thoughts. Turning his gaze, he gripped the massive sword on his back, his expression hardening. Hiya! Without the slightest hesitation, Li Sai urged his 5,000 Wushang cavalry toward the Celestial Wolf cavalry. Stop! At the same time, in the rear of the army, Huoba Senji suddenly raised an arm when he saw the change in the distance. He led the 7,000 Mutri great cavalry, dressed in gold and red armor and surging with waves of heat, to a sudden stop. "My lord!" The Mutri great cavalry officers at Huoba Senji's side were stunned by this sudden order and subconsciously turned to their commanders. Shouldn't the Mutri great cavalry be working with the 8,000 Celestial Wolf cavalry to destroy the Tang people's army? It's too late. The Turks' Celestial Wolf cavalry were one step ahead of us. Huoba Senji's eyes were as bright as the sun as he solemnly looked into the distance. Don't forget that in this battle, we went against the royal decree and came here. If our Mutri great cavalry wants to defeat the Tang people, we need no help from others. But the Prime Minister and the other great generals hope that we work together with the Celestial Wolf cavalry to deal with them. One of the Mutri great cavalry deputy commanders next to Huoba Senji said. Does the Celestial Wolf cavalry seem like they need our help? Huoba Senji indifferently said as he looked forward. Several of the deputy commanders of the Mutri great cavalry subconsciously looked into the distance and saw the Celestial Wolf cavalry in front of them. With the Celestial Wolf illusory formation activated, their strength had risen by a great deal. Even from the perspective of the Mutri great cavalry, it was quite astonishing. In terms of momentum, the 8,000 Celestial Wolf cavalry had completely suppressed the Tang dynasty's Wushang cavalry. The deputy commanders of the Mutri great cavalry immediately understood what was going on and felt slightly relieved. Wait until the Celestial Wolf cavalry needs our help. Huoba Senji's crisp voice rang in everyone's ears. Yes. The generals immediately responded loudly. Prime Minister, this Huoba Senji, should we go and urge him? At the same time, on the high hills behind, Huoshu Wuzong couldn't help but frown when he saw this scene. He took 2 steps forward and whispered in Daluan Ruozen's ear. Huoba Senji was far too proud, and the Mutri great cavalry was far too proud. At a time like this, Uzun and the Western Turks should be cooperating seamlessly, but Huoba Senji's order for the Mutri great cavalry to stop and watch the battle from the rear had completely destroyed this feeling. This was not a good thing for Uzun's alliance with the Western Turks. Don't worry. Huoba Senji knew what to do. Moreover, Shamshak and the Celestial Wolf cavalry won't like anyone interfering. Daluan Ruozen had an indifferent and relaxed expression on his face. Although Huoba Senji had stopped, he had little effect on the battle. The 3 sides were working together to besiege the Tang dynasty, and no one could change this. But Huoshu Wuzong still wanted to try and persuade him, but Daluan Ruozen shot him a glance. Huoshu Wuzong subconsciously turned his head and followed Daluan Ruozen's gaze. Nearby, he saw Duwusili, his head held high and his expression indifferent, standing beneath the golden wolf banner, his hands held behind his back and a proud expression on his face. In his daze, Huoshu Wuzong suddenly realized something and fell silent. Daluan Ruozen was correct. Duwusili and his Celestial Wolf cavalry were the 3 best cavalry forces of the Western Turkic Khaganate, and in terms of military record, Duwusili had even defeated the biting Protector General. Given his abilities, he had to be extremely confident in himself, so how could he allow others to interfere and help the Celestial Wolf cavalry? It's about time. Huoshu Huaitsong's heart jolted, and he immediately turned his head. In the distance, he saw a golden wolf howling in the sky as the Celestial Wolf illusory formation of the Western Turkic Celestial Wolf cavalry covered the heavens and earth as they charged toward the 5,000 Wushang cavalry with an unstoppable momentum. The distance between the two sides was closing. In front of the mighty celestial wolf cavalry, the 5,000 Wushang cavalry were like a tiny boat in the middle of a furious storm, ready to be torn apart at any moment. Celestial wolf. The Wushang cavalry. The battle between these two elite cavalry forces had attracted everyone's attention. Wang Chong, Daluan Ruozhen, Duwusili, and countless other soldiers of the Tang dynasty, the Uzan, and the Western Turks were all paying close attention to this clash of elite warriors. 200 zhang, 100 zhang, 70 zhang. The distance between the two sides was closing, and when it was only 50 zhang roar, in the blink of an eye, everyone heard an earth-shattering roar. 10 charges, 10 victories, open! Boom! With a heaven-shaking rumble, the ground quaked. Without any hesitation, Li Sai took out the 10 charges, 10 victories formation. A surging energy containing boundless baleful energy and killing intent soared into the sky. In a flash, the energy exuded by the 5,000 Wushang cavalry increased tenfold. Whether it was in terms of strength, speed, or dexterity, all of them had swelled. Not only that, an invisible energy began to rise from the bodies of the 5,000 Wushang cavalry. Space began to blur as 1, 2, 3, 4, 49 phantoms appeared above the Wushang cavalry. In the blink of an eye, these illusory shadows materialized into 49 giant golden spears. The 5,000 Wushang cavalry had been training day after day for several months, and the 10 charges 10 victories formation was far more powerful than it had been in the past. Not only had the number of golden spears increased from 10 to 49, but the effect on the Wushang cavalry had also greatly increased. Rumble! Thunderous booms came from the sky as dark clouds began to gather above the 5,000 Wushang cavalry, casting down their shadows and shrouding the 5,000 Wushang cavalry. On the ground, the auras of Li Sai and the others also began to swell. In just a few moments, they had reached a level where they could stand on equal footing with the 8,000 celestial wolf cavalry. Not only that, the aura of the 5,000 Wushang cavalry was still rising, surpassing the celestial wolf cavalry to an astonishing level. And this was not the end. In the distance, beneath the fluttering banner of the Qishi commander, Wang Chong had been paying close attention to Li Sai's movements this entire time. The moment Li Sai used the 10 charges 10 victories formation, Li Sai had the white-hoofed shadow connect with its master's mind, and the horse suddenly raised its hoof and stomped down. Rumble! There was a metallic clatter as 3 black and red war halos with peerless sharpness shot out from where Wang Chong was standing, swiftly engulfing the entire battlefield. In a flash, the power of these halos had caught up to the distant 5,000 Wushang cavalry, and one halo of dusk stallion after another appeared beneath the feet of the Wushang cavalry. The already powerful Wushang cavalry were bolstered by the power of Wang Chong's halos, and their strength swelled once more, their energy completely incomparable to before. The dark clouds in the sky grew even thicker and more ferocious. Buzz! Hidden in the celestial wolf illusory formation, Shamshak paled at this sight. This is impossible. Shamshak's pupils constricted and his body trembled as he lost his composure for the first time. This Wushang cavalry was completely different from the information he had gathered. At the very least, Uzan's Qinghai soldiers and white braves were not this powerful. Get ready to fight at any moment. Shamshak was not the only one who was shocked. Huoba Senji, 5,000 zhang away, was also shocked. The moment Li Sai used the 10 charges 10 victories formation, Huoba Senji's body trembled and he sat up straight on his horse. As he stared at the distant Wushang cavalry, his eyes exploded with a sharp light and his expression turned grave. The transformation of the Wushang cavalry had completely surpassed his expectations. He had originally believed that the celestial wolf cavalry of the Western Turks could easily defeat the Tang dynasty, but it now appeared that everything was full of variables and that things were no longer so simple. Whether or not the Celestial Wolf Cavalry could defeat the Wushang Cavalry was still a question. Impossible. Since when did the Central Plains have such a powerful formation? On the distant hills, the Uzun and Western Turkic commanders stared at the dark clouds over the Wushang cavalry and felt a massive shock. The Celestial Wolf Great General Dewusili, standing beneath the banner of the Western Turkic commander, was especially shaken, his entire body trembling in unprecedented shock. Formation phenomena. According to the legends, when a formation fused with the energy of the world, it could cause the heavens and earth to respond. This phenomenon would not cover a very large area and would not last for very long, but it meant that the formation was extremely powerful. Dewusili had only heard of this sort of formation from the shaman priests of the previous generation of the Western Turks. But this sort of formation was only a legend. Dewusili had traversed the world and encountered all sorts of experts, so he knew all the famous experts of the Tang dynasty like the back of his hand. Even the formation used by the Tang dynasty's war god Wang Zongxi had been a hair's breadth from reaching this level of formation phenomena, and when he used it, all sorts of phenomena were on the verge of appearing. Apart from Wang Zongxi, no one else could reach this level of formation phenomena. It was rumored that when one comprehended the Celestial Wolf illusory formation and used it to its peak, one could also cause formation phenomena. But Dewusili had made no progress after all these years, nor had he been able to figure out how to improve it. He had never imagined that in the distant foreign land of Talas, in the body of a boy of the Tang dynasty called Wang Chong, he would see the ultimate power of this formation. Chapter 9:18. No matter what, I have to find a way to get this thing. In a place where no one could see, Dewusili's fists were tightly clenched, an intense ambition in his heart. In the distance, as Li Sai and his 5,000 Wushang cavalry pushed the 10 charges 10 victories formation to its limits, the most crucial moment had arrived. Kail. Awu! Ah! Not only did Shamshak not retreat in the face of the Wushang cavalry's formation phenomena, he was even more determined to kill them. Although Li Sai's 10 charges 10 victories formation seemed extremely powerful, the Western Turks' Celestial Wolf illusory formation was no slouch. He was confident that he could lead the Celestial Wolf cavalry behind him to destroy the Tang dynasty's Wushang cavalry as he had destroyed his enemies in the past. Nay! Warhorses neighed. In an instant, dust billowed from the ground as the 16,000 Celestial Wolf cavalry clashed with the Black Steel cavalry without any fanciful movements. Rumble! The entire eastern battlefield shook and swayed, the earth rocking like a deck in the ocean. At that moment, the collision of two of the world's finest cavalry seemed to tear the earth apart. The sound of the collision drowned out all the fighting on the battlefield, including the rumble of ballista bolts and the clatter of metal. Buzz! After what seemed like an instant, but also like countless eons, everything returned to normal. Gales howled, war horses neighed, and dust rose tensum zhang into the air, filling the air like a sandstorm. In the midst of the roiling dust, the golden wolf head above the Celestial Wolf cavalry was the first to vanish, but the formation had not been broken. The number of golden spears above the Wushang cavalry had dropped from 49 to 23. However, the intensity of the battle between the two sides did not decrease. Instead, it increased by a level. On the battlefield, the 8,000 Celestial Wolf cavalry and the 5,000 Wushang cavalry clashed against each other. Swords clashed against swords, armors clashed against armors, stellar energy vibrated against stellar energy. In a short period of time, all sorts of noises could be heard. The explosions of stellar energy, the scraping sounds of metal, the slashing sounds. There were thousands upon thousands of them, enough for anyone to clearly distinguish them, and it would even cause an intense piercing pain in their eardrums. The heavy muffled sound of the warhorses colliding with each other was enough to make everyone's heart palpitate. They felt a fear and uneasiness that came from the depths of their souls. The war between 13,000 people was even more intense and vast than the war between 100,000 people. Boom, boom, boom! Amidst the roiling dust, cold light flashed and warhorses neighed. One of the Wushang horsemen gripped his invincible Wuzi steel sword and charged at a celestial wolf horseman. But as his sword slashed down, the savage celestial wolf horseman twisted and vanished like a bubble. Illusion! The Wushang horseman immediately understood, but it was too late. Clang! A powerful force came from behind him, and the moment the Wushang horseman lost his grip, a strange Turkic sword slashed at his back. Die! The horseman had a savage expression on his face. The celestial wolf illusory formation could distinguish between real and fake. If one could not distinguish the real target, it would be extremely fatal in a battle like this. Countless foes had fallen to the swords of the celestial wolf cavalry because of their illusions. The celestial wolf cavalry had relied on this strange illusion ability to defeat one powerful foe after another and create their own legends. However, when the longsword swung down, it was a weapon that could easily split an excellent weapon in half. This time, however, it felt as if the longsword had collided with a tough iron wall. Not only did it fail to slice through the other party's armor, but it was also repelled by a powerful force. How could something like this happen? An intense shock appeared on the celestial wolf horseman's face. The celestial wolf cavalry was one of the 3 legendary cavalry forces of the Western Turkic Khaganate. Their armor, weapons, and horses were all of the best quality. There had never been a case where one could not cleave through the armor of an opponent. Humph! A sneer came from the side. Even though the 2 horsemen did not speak the same language, there were some things that could be understood without words. Clang! Sparks flew as the Wushang horseman swung his sword to cut off the sharp spikes on the armor of the celestial wolf cavalryman. But when his sword reached his arm, he suddenly felt a powerful resistance. The sharp Wuzi steel sword only managed to cut through half of the armor, causing blood to spurt out, but it did not succeed in cutting off his arm. What a powerful armor! With this thought, the sword-wielding Wushang horseman understood what was going on. The armor of the celestial wolf cavalry might not be as strong as the meteoric metal armor, but it was still far superior to ordinary armor. Even the sharpness of the Wuzi steel sword would find it very difficult to cleave the celestial wolf cavalry armor in two. Gallop! The warhorse rumbled, stirring up billowing smoke and dust. In that short moment of contact, the two of them immediately intersected and separated into two. Cavalry never stopped fighting. All battles of life and death took place in that brief moment. But even so, the battle was not over. Just as that celestial wolf cavalryman managed to escape death, another Wushang cavalryman galloped forward, his sword rising and falling. In a flash of cold light, the cavalryman's arm fell to the ground with a thud. This strike was extremely precise, landing exactly where the first Wushang cavalryman had struck. The two seemed to be one. Aya! As the celestial wolf horseman screamed in pain, a third Wushang horseman charged up from the rear. With a slash of his sword, blood spurted out as the celestial wolf horseman's head was separated from his body and he fell from his horse. The entire process had taken less than a second. Of the three Wushang cavalry, two had slashed at the head while one had slashed at the neck. Their timing and teamwork had reached the pinnacle of perfection. By the time the other celestial wolf cavalry had reacted, the celestial wolf cavalryman had already been beheaded, his headless body dragged into the distance by his warhorse. But the battle was far from over. Clang, clang, clang. One Wushang cavalryman after another continued to clash with the celestial wolf cavalry. The weapons and armor of the Wushang cavalry far surpassed that of the celestial wolf cavalry, and the 10 charges 10 battles formation had also allowed them to suppress the celestial wolf cavalry. But the massive number of illusions of the celestial wolf cavalry was still effective. 16,000 real and fake celestial wolf cavalry far outnumbered the Wushang cavalry. Most frightening of all was that even though some of the illusions had been destroyed in the fierce clash, the celestial wolf illusory formation was still producing new illusions, albeit at a much slower rate. Boom boom boom. The Western Turkic celestial wolf blades slashed down from all sides. Even though the powerful defense of the meteoric metal had reduced the power of the celestial wolf blades to the bare minimum, preventing the celestial wolf blades from falling to the blades, the stellar energy within them still managed to pierce through the armor. Squelch! One of the Wushang cavalrymen trembled and vomited blood. In the next moment, stimulated by the fresh blood, 7 to 8 giant green wolves howled and pounced from all directions. One of the wolves even bared its teeth and leaped into the air, its body even more muscular than an adult man's as it leaped onto the back of its horse. Beast! The Wushang cavalryman extended his meteoric metal armor into the wolf's mouth and then chopped off its massive head. Even in the moment of its death, the wolf was still baring its fangs, its face vicious as it bit down on the Wushang cavalryman's arm. And with this delay, even more celestial wolf cavalry were charging in from all directions. Clang clang clang. Boom boom boom. One celestial wolf cavalry after another fiercely clashed with the Wushang cavalry, the elite cavalry of the two continents constantly clashing and clashing. The power of the two formations was also fiercely clashing, and the intensity of the battle was far greater than anyone had imagined. There was no question that this was the most difficult battle the Wushang cavalry had ever fought. The illusions of the celestial wolf cavalry had a massive effect on the Wushang cavalry. At every moment, there were Wushang cavalry that were distracted by the illusions of the celestial wolf cavalry, losing the initiative and falling behind. But the Wushang cavalry still displayed their formidable fighting power. The moment any celestial wolf cavalry was discovered, countless Wushang cavalry would immediately charge forward. In these circumstances, even with their illusions, the celestial wolf cavalry could not gain much of an advantage. Marquis, what do we do? Will General Li Sai and the Wushang cavalry be in danger? In the distance, Xue Qianjun watched the fierce battle with deep concern in his eyes. There were quite a few around him who shared the same concern. This battle was far more terrifying than anyone had imagined. In previous battles, the Wushang cavalry had been virtually invincible and unstoppable. No one had ever seen a battle last for so long. Furthermore, the most worrying thing was that the battle between the two armies of cavalry had stirred up a storm of dust. As far as the eye could see, there was billowing smoke and dust everywhere, rising dozens of feet into the air. Furthermore, the howling winds on the battlefield had also affected the dust to the extreme. Chapter 9:19. Don't panic. Wang Chang's voice was flat and indifferent, but it was imbued with a calming strength. His eyes were unperturbed as he looked forward. Believe in General Li Sai and the Wushang cavalry. There is no force on this continent stronger than them. With their invincible Wuzi steel swords, their tough meteorite armor, the 3 layers of the halo of Dusk Stallion, and the 10 charges 10 victories formation at its peak, the Wushang cavalry had reached an unprecedented level in both offense, defense, and dexterity. It was very unlikely that there would be an existence on this continent stronger than the Wushang cavalry. At the very least, it could not be the Celestial Wolf cavalry. The moment Wang Chong spoke, the area around the massive banner became much quieter and more composed. "My lord, should we go and help? Shamshak's situation doesn't seem very good." The Western Turkic generals on the distant hills were also watching this battle with unease. One of Dewussali's deputy generals took a few steps forward, a worried look on his face as he saw the churning dust. "There's no need to worry. I believe in Shamshak's abilities. The Celestial Wolf cavalry will not lose to anyone," Dewussali confidently said. The Wushang cavalry's formation phenomena truly were formidable, but Dewussali believed in Shamshak's abilities even more. This trust was based on his past accomplishment. No matter how powerful a cavalry formation was, in the end, it was still a contest between people. Although the enemy's formation was formidable, it had a massive and irreparable flaw. It only had a single commander at the peak of the imperial martial realm. As long as the imperial martial Wushang commander was killed, the formation would collapse on its own. Shamshak, it's time for you to go. Duwusili held his hands behind his back and looked into the distance, a sharp light in his eyes. In the distance, the battle between the Wushang cavalry and the Celestial Wolf cavalry had reached a fever pitch. Everyone, charge with me! Li Sai wielded his massive Wuzi steel sword as he charged through the battlefield, his rough and resounding voice like a peal of thunder, serving as a guide for all the Wushang cavalry. The 5,000 Wushang cavalry were divided into several dozen hundred-man teams that followed behind Li Sai. In front of Li Sai's mountainous body, there was almost no one who could block his edge. Every time that iconic giant sword struck, slashed, or whipped, a Celestial Wolf cavalry would be sent flying along with their horses. Some of the Celestial Wolf cavalry were even cut in two by Li Sai. Not even the finest Celestial Wolf armor of the Western Turks could withstand a full-strength blow from Li Sai. When Wang Chong forged Li Sai's sword, he had used several jun of Hyderabad ore. Whether in weight or sharpness, it surpassed other Wuzi steel swords. Combined with Li Sai's strength, he was the only one capable of killing the Celestial Wolf cavalry with a single blow. As for the Celestial Wolf illusions, Li Sai had used the most primitive method. Roar! Li Sai raised his head to the sky and roared. Stellar energy surged from his body, sweeping out in all directions. All the illusions of the Celestial Wolf cavalry were shaken by the stellar energy and disappeared like bubbles, leaving behind only the real Celestial Wolf cavalry. Through this simple tactic, Li Sai was able to inflict grievous casualties on all the Celestial Wolf cavalry. Li Sai's intense battle style was shocking even to the seasoned Celestial Wolf cavalry, making them shudder with fear. Kill him! Roars came from all around as hundreds of Western Turkic Celestial Wolf cavalry surged forward. Even though Li Sai appeared fierce, the Celestial Wolf cavalry had the absolute advantage in numbers. Perfect timing! Li Sai's eyes were filled with disdain as his aura surged. He urged the Fergana horse beneath him, kicking up a trail of dust as he charged towards the Celestial Wolf cavalry without any hesitation. Boom! Li Sai's sword swept down like a mountain toward the Celestial Wolf cavalry. The Celestial Wolf cavalry were on a completely different level from the Imperial Marshal Li Sai. No matter how many Celestial Wolf cavalry there were, they were no match for Li Sai. Buzz! Just as Li Sai was about to kill the 5 or 6 Celestial Wolf cavalry around him, something happened without any warning. Li Sai's body trembled as an intense sense of danger welled up in his heart. At almost the same time, a low and sinister voice rang out in Li Sai's ears like the buzz of a mosquito. "Haha, I'll borrow your head." Although this voice was low, it was extremely clear, and it was tinged with the complacency of someone who had succeeded in their scheme. Boom! His voice hadn't even finished echoing in the air when a violent gale sprang up, and a storm of destructive energy that had been hidden for an unknown period of time suddenly appeared out of thin air within Li Sai's perception. Moreover, it struck toward Li Sai with the force of a thunderbolt. Li Sai couldn't see it, but he could hear the clattering of metal, the sound of a blade cutting through the air, causing Li Sai's body to tremble. "Not good. I've been ambushed." Li Sai grimaced. He hadn't been able to sense this person's presence earlier. It was clear that this person had been intentionally concealing his aura, only revealing it now. Even more frightening was that this person had far surpassed the Imperial Martial realm. This was a Saint Martial expert, and a Brigadier General at that. A thought flashed through Li Sai's mind. Li Sai immediately recalled the commander of the Celestial Wolf cavalry. But it was too late for him to react. In order to kill him, this person had disguised himself as an ordinary Celestial Wolf cavalry and had only revealed himself now. It was clear that he had no intention of giving Li Sai a chance to retaliate. Huang Batian, Kong Zongan, Hong Yochi, Li Sai yelled. At the same time, the stellar energy in his body exploded as he did the only thing he could do. Skunda's strength! Li Sai spread his arms, his back to Shamshak. His entire body seemed to swell, and under the influence of an invisible energy, all the Wushang cavalry within a 50-zhang radius of Li Sai began to gather their energy into Li Sai's body. Under the shocked gazes of the countless celestial wolf cavalrymen, light gathered behind Li Sai. In the blink of an eye, a pitch-black divine spirit appeared, fusing with Li Sai's body. Bang! Behind Li Sai, the black halo beneath Shamshak's feet vibrated. He gathered all the energy in his body and fiercely slashed at Li Sai's back. With a heaven-shaking boom, Li Sai and his horse were sent flying by Shamshak. Still in the air, Li Sai vomited a mouthful of blood. Boom! Li Sai landed in a cloud of dust. Although Shamshak had put all his strength into this attack, he had not been able to kill Li Sai. How could there be such a thing? Shamshak's pupils constricted and his entire body paled. With his cultivation level, dealing with a peak imperial martial expert was as easy as flipping his hand, but Shamshak had not expected that this commander of the Wushang cavalry would be able to instantly explode in strength, directly breaking through from the imperial martial realm to the saint martial realm. Not only that, the armor on his body was made of some unknown material. His treasured sword could cut through hair and metal like it was metal, but when it struck the armor on his back, it didn't even leave a mark. Even with Shamshak's temperament and cultivation level, he couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Cutting formation. On the other side, Li Sai did not stop. Shamshak's sneak attack had dealt him massive damage. If not for the armor that Wang Chong had given him, which was made of pure meteoric metal and was imbued with a large number of toughening inscriptions that reduced the damage to a minimum and the halo of Dusk Stallion, Li Sai would already be dead. Bang! Without the slightest hesitation, the moment Li Sai gave the order, the 5,000 Wushang cavalry split into 50 groups of 100 and scattered in every direction. Where do you think you're going? Shamshak paled and immediately urged his horse to give chase. All soldiers, hear my order. Stop them. Although he didn't know what the Wushang cavalry were doing or why they had suddenly scattered, his long experience still made Shamshak instinctively feel that something was wrong. He paid no attention to the other Wushang cavalry, instead following closely behind Li Sai's group. But the current Li Sai was completely different from before. Bang! The Wuzi steel sword in Li Sai's hand slashed out horizontally, and Nei's horse neighed. 2 or 3 celestial wolf cavalry and their horses were sent flying by Li Sai like broken kite. Before their bodies even hit the ground, a fierce and tyrannical stellar energy, brimming with destructive and scorching energy, had already slammed into their bodies. Before these celestial wolf cavalry could even hit the ground, they had already been killed in the air. The Skunda Halo. At this moment, Li Sai finally used the supreme technique that Wang Chong had taught him. When the calamity had erupted, Wang Chong, as the apocalyptic war saint, had led the 10 generals under his command into a rampage. The Skunda Halo was the unique technique of Wang Chong's number 1 general. The Skunda Halo was somewhat similar to the Death God's Scythe, but it was much more powerful than the Death God's Scythe that Wang Chong had used in the southwest. Only by learning the Skunda Halo and possessing the power of the Skunda could one use the Skunda formation and borrow the power of others to greatly increase one's own strength. This was somewhat similar to the mighty miracle god formation used by Wang Chong's father, but it was far less powerful. When the Battle of Talas broke out, Wang Chong had spent 2 months preparing in Wushang's City of Steel. During these 2 months, Li Sai had cultivated the Skunda Halo. Chapter 920. Lord Protector General, do you need me to go? As the Wushang cavalry and the Celestial Wolf cavalry battled, a dignified voice came from Wang Chong's ear, accompanied by the galloping of hooves. Vice Protector General Cheng Qianli of the Anxi Protectorate Army had walked over to stand next to Wang Chong and look into the distance. This battle between elite cavalry had attracted the attention of many people, including the soldiers of the Anshi Protectorate Army. The commander under Dewussili should be called Shamshak. I have some understanding of him, and he should be a brigadier general. That commander of yours is probably no match for him. If necessary, I can go and help your Wushang cavalry. General Cheng, many thanks. Wang Chong finally turned his head and smiled, but the rejection in his eyes was clear. But there's no need. The battle has already begun, and it's too late to rush over. And I believe in Li Sai's strength. No one can kill him in this battle. In a battle between experts, every second counted. Qing Qianli knew nothing about the Wushang cavalry, nor did he understand the tactics of the Wushang cavalry, but Wang Chong knew that this battle was about to reach a conclusion. Moreover, the Arab assault on the first defense line was extremely fierce. Wang Chong needed a brigadier general like Qing Qianli to hold down the fort and reinforce the first defense line. As for Li Sai, Wang Chong had absolute confidence in this future invincible great general. No matter what, as one of the best great generals of the Tang dynasty, he should not die in a battle of this level. Shui Qianjun, go and get ready. Wang Chong quickly turned his gaze back to the front. Yes, Marquis. Shui Qianjun quickly withdrew. In the distance, the battle between Li Sai and Shamshak had finally reached its climax. Rumble! The sound of hooves thundering could be heard, kicking up a cloud of dust. Shamshak's order quickly took effect. Thousands of celestial wolf cavalry closed in from all directions, constantly squeezing the Wushang cavalry's space and blocking their path of attack. However, Shamshak had underestimated the strength of the Wushang cavalry. The 10 charges 10 victories formation was the crystallization of countless people's blood, sweat, and tears. It was one of the 10 most powerful formations in the entire Central Plains, and it was a peak-level formation for charging warhorses. Not only had it considered the needs of an army's charge, but it had also taken into account the battlefield and the battles between top generals. All unexpected situations were integrated into the formation. No matter what the opponent did, the formation would have a corresponding response. Shamask stubbornly pursued Li Sai, constantly getting closer and closer, hoping to use this method to avoid any potential dangers. But against the cutting formation, this was of no use. In the distance, the 5,000 Wushang cavalry did not charge as far as they usually did. After around 50 zhang, all the Wushang cavalry immediately charged back at full speed. The 5,000 Wushang cavalry retracted their iron claws and charged at Shamshak at Li Sai's side. At the same time, the auras of Li Sai, Huang Batian, Kong Xian, Hong Youqi, and the other 100 great generals fused into one, transforming into an enormous black Skanda Buddha. After charging several hundred zhang, it suddenly charged back at Shamshak. Kill! Li Sai roared, and the entire sky seemed to explode. As Shamshak got closer and closer, Li Sai, in a way that defied all common sense and was completely unaffected by inertia, turned around at the same speed as Shamshak. Mountain and river reincarnation / Li Sai dragged his sword with both hands, becoming one with his steed as he soared into the air. He spun around, mustering all the strength in his body to slash at Shamshak behind him. Rumble! A black storm surged into the sky, and within it, a beam of sword chi shot straight up, stretching more than 200 zhang into the air as it slashed down. Under the effect of the Skanda halo, Li Sai had gathered the strength of the others to unleash his most powerful technique, the mountain and river reincarnation / It was completely different from before, and its power was incredible. Stone General fights the heavens. At almost the same time, the earth quaked. To Li Sai's right, Huang Batian had unhesitatingly used the most powerful technique of the Stone General. The earth split open, and countless boulders flew out. As if summoned, they gathered toward Huang Batian, instantly transforming into a 34-meter-long stone arm that smashed toward Shamshak with the weight of Mount Tai. Earth-shaking dragon. Cloudwave ghost weep. At the same time, Kong Xian, Hong Yochi, and the others also used their most powerful techniques, man and horse becoming one as they charged at Shamask amidst the neighing of horses. Bastard! Shamshak's pupils constricted, and his entire body exploded with rage. He hadn't expected Li Sai to be so bold. He clearly knew that he was a Saint Martial Brigadier General, far stronger than him, and was clearly injured, but he still dared to turn around and oppose him. You're seeking death. Celestial Wolf Ghost Dragon Art. Without the slightest hesitation, Shamshak used the strongest technique of his life. Bzzz. The earth quaked as black energy exploded from Shamshak's body. With a shrill howl, the black energy from Shamshak's body transformed into the head of a massive black wolf with savage fangs. Boom! The wolf head split open, revealing an even larger ghost dragon wreathed in black smoke that shot toward Li Sai, Huang Batian, and Kong Xian. The Celestial Wolf Ghost Dragon Art. This was a supreme technique that only the vice-commanders of the Celestial Wolf Cavalry could learn. It had been created several hundred years ago by the most mysterious shaman priests of the Western Turkic Khaganate. After obtaining this technique, Shamshak had devoted himself to studying it. He had already cultivated it to the highest level, the ghost dragon piercing the wolf, allowing him to receive the support of the world's energy. By relying on this technique, Shamshak had killed many formidable foes. Li Sai was only a peak imperial martial expert. Even if he borrowed the power of the Skanda to reach Tier 4 or 5 of the Saint Martial realm, he was still nothing to worry about. But as Shamshak was concentrating all his energy on killing Li Sai, Huang Batian, and Kong Xian, he seemed to hear the thundering of hooves. It wasn't just one or two, but tens of thousands of people charging at him. Shamshak's heart thumped, and he glanced around. This glance immediately caused Shamshak to pale in fright. This is impossible! Shamshak had believed that his order could disrupt the tactics of the Wushang cavalry, but he now realized that he was wrong. The Wushang cavalry had been completely unaffected by his order to stop them. The 5,000 cavalry had returned, forming 50 long ropes that were charging at him. And he was the center of these 5,000 cavalry's assault. Shamshak wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Li Sai and the others had suddenly turned around and charged at him precisely to attract his attention. Moreover, once the ultimate technique of the Celestial Wolf Ghost Dragon was used, it couldn't be withdrawn. Kill! Battle cries shook the heavens as the 5,000 Wushang cavalry charged toward a single person like a river flowing in reverse. Translated by Hypersheep 325. Edited by Mikir. Using the power of an army to kill a single person on the battlefield was something that had never happened before. Although this could be done in theory, in reality, the difficulty was unimaginably high, bordering on impossible. This was the first time anyone had ever seen cavalry accomplish such an impossible task. Boom! In a flash of light, the first wave of several hundred Wushang cavalry was sent flying back, slamming into the enormous ghost dragon. The horses neighed, and even time seemed to stop. Under the barrage of several hundred Wushang cavalry, the enormous ghost dragon rapidly dimmed. However, this was only the beginning. Following closely behind, the second wave, the third wave, the fourth wave. They continued to charge forward, and the intense collisions were as dense as rain, resounding throughout the entire battlefield. At the same time, Li Sai, Huang Batian, and Kong Xian attacked with their strongest technique. No one could clearly see what had happened in that instant. The rolling yellow sand reached its peak as the 5,000 warhorses charged back. It was boiling and completely covered the sky, as well as everyone's vision. In that instant, everyone heard an earth-shattering roar, followed by a shrill scream. "General! My lord!" Behind the second defense line, on the distant hills, on the walls of Talas, and even farther away, everyone noticed this sight, their hearts in their throats. Duwusali, Daluan Ruozen, Dusong Mangpoj, Huashu Wuzong, Qing Qianli, and even the usually indifferent Wang Chong imperceptibly creased his sword-like brows. Although he had been maintaining his composure and believed that it was impossible for Li Sai to die here, how could he not be affected in the slightest at such a critical juncture of life and death? Bang! The dust over the battlefield had not yet settled, so the outcome of this battle was still unknown. But everyone could see that the invisible barrier enveloping the 8,000 celestial wolf cavalry had completely vanished. On the ground, the illusory figures of the celestial wolf cavalry covering the entire battlefield suddenly became clear. At this moment, at least 7,000 or 8,000 celestial wolf cavalry phantoms had disappeared. All of the celestial wolf cavalry had been revealed, scattered in various places. Kill! Don't let him get away! Over there! The familiar voices of the Tang dynasty came from the distance, accompanied by the galloping of hooves. The Tang dynasty camp exploded with cheers. Even though the dust obscured the details of the battle, the destruction of the celestial wolf illusory formation was enough to show that the great Tang had emerged victorious. Chapter 921. Congratulations to user! You have obtained 30 points of destiny energy. Congratulations to user! You have obtained 30 points of destiny energy. Congratulations to user! You have obtained 30 points of destiny energy. Congratulations to user! You have obtained 30 points of destiny energy. Congratulations to user! You have obtained 30 points of destiny energy. The warnings of the Stone of Destiny surged through his mind like a waterfall. 600, 800, 1,000, 2,000. In a short period of time, Wang Chong had obtained destiny energy as a reward, and the number was still rising. In this clash of top-class cavalry, Wang Chong obtained 30 points of destiny energy for each fallen celestial wolf cavalry member. The stalemate had finally come to reap the harvest. Li Sai activated the Skunda Halo and used the cutting formation to heavily wound Shamshak and destroy the formation of the Celestial Wolf Cavalry. Without the support of the formation, the Celestial Wolf Cavalry, whether it was speed, strength, or dexterity, were all greatly reduced. The Celestial Wolf Cavalry of this level of strength simply could not compare to the Wushang Cavalry. Under the pursuit of the 5,000 Wushang Cavalry, the Celestial Wolf Cavalry were immediately routed, and they suffered massive casualties. Squelch, squelch. The high efficiency and tacit cooperation of the Wushang Cavalry were fully displayed at this moment. The Wushang Cavalry, under the support of the Halo of Dusk Stallion, continued to pursue, their invincible Wuzi steel swords slashing at one spot after another. Blood spurted as one celestial wolf cavalry after another fell to the hooves of the horses. At the very front of the celestial wolf cavalry was a figure, his hands hanging by his sides and his body bent over the back of his horse. He was fleeing like a wolf. It was Shamshak. His face was pale, and his eyes were suffused with deep fear. If one looked carefully, one would discover that, under the charge of Li Sai's Skunda Halo and the 5,000 Wushang cavalry, Shamshak's aura had fallen from the brigadier general level all the way to the imperial martial realm, all the way to tier 7 or 8. He was even weaker than Li Sai. One could imagine Shamshak's situation. In Shamshak's entire life, he had never encountered such a crushing defeat. He wasn't defeated by Li Sai, nor was he defeated by Kong Xian or Hong Yuqi. He was defeated by 5,000 people. In the past, Shamshak didn't even dare to think about it. He no longer dared to look back. It was already a fluke that he was able to escape with his life. It was thanks to his quick reflexes that he managed to forcefully interrupt the Celestial Wolf Demon God technique despite the backlash. In the current situation, as long as Li Sai and the others caught up and attacked, Shamshak would definitely die. That's impossible, that's impossible. How could there be such a formation in this world? Shamshak was terrified and uneasy. That strike had completely crushed his confidence. That bizarre 5,000-man battle formation had plunged Shamshak into a huge nightmare. But the crushing defeat of the Celestial Wolf Cavalry had a far greater impact and shock on another person than Shamshak or anyone else. Although he had not taken part in the battle, this battle had completely represented him, represented his honor, and represented the entire Western Turkic Khaganate. Bastard! On the high hills, Duwussili was dumbstruck by this sight, his body trembling in rage. The Celestial Wolf Cavalry were one of the 3 elite cavalry forces of the Khaganate, and they had never suffered a defeat before. Duwussili found it impossible to believe that his Celestial Wolf Cavalry would lose to the Tang dynasty. Shamshak, you useless thing! You couldn't even kill a puny imperial martial expert. Duwussili clenched his fists, his eyes exploding with rage. Chechen Benba, go down and tell Shamshak that if he can't defeat the Wushang cavalry, he shouldn't come back. Duwussili coldly said. Yes, General. The moment Duwussili gave the order, a Western Turkic officer at Tier 6 or 7 of the Saint Martial realm immediately left to carry out the order. A few moments later, he rode off on a warhorse, leaving a cloud of dust behind him. On the side, Huashu Wuzong and Dusong Mangpoj couldn't help but glance at Duwussili, a hint of surprise in their eyes. The Celestial Wolf Cavalry had suffered a crushing defeat and Shamshak had been heavily injured. The two of them had believed that Duwussili would personally enter the fray, or at least summon the Celestial Wolf Cavalry back. They had never imagined that Duwussili would not do such a thing and would instead give the order to fight to the death. For the first time, the two of them sensed the tough side of the Celestial Wolf Great General, and they also understood why he had been able to sweep through the Western Turkic steppe, sweeping through all obstacles and rarely suffering defeat. Only Daluan Ruozan remained calm on the side. Long before they had begun working together, Daluan Ruozan had thoroughly investigated and understood Duwussili. This Duwussili was the true Duwussili. Prime Minister, should I send an order to Huaba Senji? There's no need. He's already moved out. Daluan Ruozan looked forward, a faint smile on his face. Rumble. The moment Shamask and the Celestial Wolf Cavalry were defeated, the Mutri Great Cavalry that had been watching from the edge of Daluan Ruozan's field of vision finally began to charge toward the Wushang Cavalry. In Huaba Senji's view, the moment the Celestial Wolf Cavalry were defeated, they had lost the right to challenge the Wushang Cavalry. Everyone, hear my order! Kill! Charge! The wind was howling. Huaba Senji sat on his tall divine chariot and leaned forward slightly. His eyes were filled with a strong desire to fight. Behind him, the 7,000 Mutri Great Cavalry followed closely behind him in a mighty wave of heat and dust. Uzun and the Tang dynasty. The Mutri Great Cavalry and the Wushang Cavalry. This decisive battle that had been decided by fate should have taken place long ago. Rumble. The 7,000 Mutri Great Cavalry charged in unison, their aura even more powerful than the 8,000 Celestial Wolf Cavalry. At this moment, the eyes of all 7,000 people shot out sparks of hatred, as well as an intense desire to fight. Get ready! At the same time, on the other side, Li Sai, Huang Batian, Kong Xian, and the other Wushang cavalry commanders immediately sensed the 7,000 Mutri Great Cavalry. Without the slightest hesitation, Li Sai gave the order to recall his troops. The Mutri Great Cavalry! Li Sai's eyes narrowed as he looked at the cavalrymen charging over from afar. They were like balls of fire burning in the air. He immediately recognized them. The Mutri Great Cavalry! The strongest cavalry of the Uzun Empire, the only cavalry to be crowned with the title of Great Cavalry. The word great signified that they were the undisputed number one. Although Li Sai had never encountered the Mutri Great Cavalry, Li Sai had fought with Uzun's White Braves. All the Wushang cavalry knew just how powerful Dian Mangban's White Braves were. At the time, the two sides had been locked in a fierce battle and had almost been completely wiped out by the ritual tools of the Bond sect. The Mutri Great Cavalry ranked even higher than the White Braves in Uzun, and if the White Braves were so powerful, then the Mutri Great Cavalry was even more powerful. Everyone, get ready! Arrow formation! Li Sai's voice resounded over the battlefield. All the Wushang cavalry swiftly gathered, and the 10 charges 10 victories formation began to vibrate once more. 1 spear, 2 spears, 3 spears, 4 spears, a total of 49 golden spears took shape over the Wushang cavalry, and a fierce and murderous aura surged out of them like a storm. The Skunda halo could only last for an hour. After that, Li Sai's cultivation would fall back to the imperial martial realm. Li Sai had to hurry and defeat the Mutri Great Cavalry and Celestial Wolf Cavalry, so that the tens of thousands of Chishi reinforcements behind him wouldn't be routed by these 2 top-class cavalry forces. Rumble! Under the light of the rising sun, the earth trembled as the 7,000 Mutri Great Cavalry charged forward faster and faster. Great Crimson Sun Formation. Without the slightest hesitation, Huoba Senji instantly unleashed the Mutri Great Cavalry's most powerful technique. In an instant, an invisible power pierced through the air and enveloped the 7,000 Mutri Great Cavalry. Under the gazes of countless people, waves of invisible flame energy gathered from the rising sun and condensed in the air above the 7,000 Mutri Great Cavalry. These streams of fire were tangible and tangible, instantly transforming into a massive ball of fire that engulfed all the Mutri Great Cavalry. From a distance, it looked like a moving sun had appeared over the earth, rapidly approaching. Ah! Cries of alarm came from all over the battlefield, everyone who saw this sight dumbfounded. Even the distant Celestial Wolf Great General, Duwu Sili, revealed a hint of shock. Very few people had not heard of the Mutri Great Cavalry, but this force of cavalry had never left the royal capital of the Uzun Empire, so almost no one in the world had ever experienced their true power. When Huoba Senji's Great Crimson Sun Formation appeared, all the Mutri Great Cavalry were shrouded in a dazzling light that made it impossible to open one's eyes. This was a power completely different from the Western Turks' Celestial Wolf Illusory Formation. It was tyrannical, blazing, and powerful. Damn it! I can't open my eyes at all. Li Sai, what do we do now? Huang Batian shouted from the side. Even his imperial martial cultivation had been affected, and he couldn't even open his eyes, much less distinguish between the Mutri Great Cavalry, let alone the others. The situation was extremely unfavorable for them. That's right. The light around them is too intense. If we can't see them, we won't be able to attack them. Kong Xian's voice came from the side, tinged with worry. Chapter 922. Ready. Everyone, listen to my orders. The Uzun's formation is similar to the Western Turks, only affecting our eyes, not our strength. In a little while, listen to my whistle. No matter how many people there are, charge straight ahead. If your eyes are affected, close your eyes and use your ears to listen. A look of determination flashed through Li Sai's eyes as he clenched his teeth and made up his mind. When enemies met on a narrow path, only the courageous would emerge victorious. The Tang dynasty had no path of retreat. If not even the Wushang cavalry could stop the Uzun Mutri Great Cavalry, then if they were allowed to smoothly charge through, it would be a disaster for the entire Tang dynasty army. Li Sai had no other choice but to fight. Rumble! War horses rumbled. On the ground, 2 groups of cavalry charged at each other, constantly approaching each other. "My lord, what do we do? Should we join in? Work with the Mutri Great Cavalry to deal with the Tang dynasty?" In the distance, a group of Celestial Wolf Cavalry had stopped and turned to their leader. With the help of the Mutri Great Cavalry, the Celestial Wolf Cavalry had obtained a rare moment to catch their breath and seize the opportunity. If the Celestial Wolf Cavalry turned around and worked with the Mutri Great Cavalry, they would definitely be able to defeat the Tang people. No! The eyes of the deputy commander of the Celestial Wolf Cavalry flashed, but he quickly shook his head and refused without the slightest hesitation. The Uzun's formation halo doesn't just affect the Tang people, it affects us as well. After all, we're different from the Uzun, and we're using a different formation. If we force our way in, not only will we be of no help, we might even end up fighting the Uzun because we won't be able to tell the target apart. At the start, he had been rather confused as to why the Uzun had stopped and watched from the sidelines, but now he understood. It wasn't that they were unwilling to help, but that their formation was too special. The energy of this formation was too domineering and incompatible with the Celestial Wolf illusory formation, making it impossible for the two to work together. Whoosh! Putting aside the hesitation of the Celestial Wolf cavalry, the clear and melodious roar of a dragon resounded in the distance, drawing everyone's attention. Li Sai took the lead. Guided by the whistle, he led the thousands of Wushang cavalry toward the Mutri Great Cavalry like a blazing sun with an unstoppable momentum. Of the entire Wushang cavalry, the only one who wasn't affected by the light of the Great Scarlet Sun formation was Li Sai, who had borrowed the power of the Skunda to advance to the Saint Martial realm. 10 meters, 8 meters, 5 meters, at this moment even time seemed to slow down. Boom! No one could see the situation on the battlefield clearly. The Great Red Sun formation of Uzun's army was too dazzling. Everyone could only see an army of thousands colliding with a dazzling, huge sun on the ground. In that instant the heavens shook and the earth trembled. The force of the collision was so great that even the second line of defense in the distance trembled slightly. In the chaos, countless warhorses neighed in fright. Meanwhile, the heat waves from the battle between the two top-notch cavalrymen spread out to a radius of several thousand zhang. Within this region, all of the vegetation on the ground was scorched. Even the warhorses of the Uzun and Western Turks neighed, their eyes wide as they fled. Thud thud thud. After a short period of silence, everyone heard a continuous series of collisions that were as dense as rain. Countless warhorses collided violently in the dazzling sunlight, constantly weaving in and out of the way. Everyone, keep up. Don't get separated. Close your eyes and follow Lord General's whistle. Maintain the formation. Kill. The fierce battlefield was in complete chaos. The power of the Great Scarlet Sun formation of the Mutri Great Cavalry was on full display by borrowing the power of the sunlight. Although more than half of the battlefield was blinded by the blinding light, the Mutri Great Cavalry within the Great Scarlet Sun formation were not affected in the slightest. Boom boom boom. Massive and long scimitars were constantly raised, leaving black afterimages in the air as they accurately hacked at the bodies of the Wushang cavalry. The weapons of the Mutri Great Cavalry were completely different from those of the ordinary Uzun cavalry. Although they were both scimitars, these scimitars were on a completely different level in terms of size, sharpness, and weight. Every strike of this gigantic scarlet scimitar was incomparably heavy and weighed more than 10,000 caddies. Even more frightening was that each slash of these scimitars carried a scorching energy that could burn meridians through the scimitars and into the enemy's body. Not even the white braves could endure this burning energy. This was one of the reasons why the Mutri Great Cavalry had become the strongest cavalry force of the Uzun Empire. Boom boom boom. Again and again, the sounds of collisions rang out from the void and resounded throughout the entire battlefield. Careful! There's something strange about their scimitars. What tough armor! General, our Wuzi steel swords can't cut through their armor. Ah! The Mutri Great Cavalry were not only difficult to deal with because of the scorching energy on their scimitars, but also because of their golden red armor. The Wuzi steel swords that the Wushang cavalry were equipped with were so sharp that they could even cut through steel several feet thick. The Celestial Wolf cavalry were made of the finest steel materials and were imbued with a large number of toughening runes, but a single swing of the Wuzi steel swords could still cut through half their armor. But this time, the Mutri Great Cavalry were completely different. The sharp Wuzi steel swords could only leave shallow indentations of about half an inch. This was completely different from the previous battles. The armor of the Mutri Great Cavalry was much sturdier than he had imagined. I didn't think that Prime Minister would be able to forge such powerful equipment on the Uzun Plateau. On the distant hills, Duwu Sili narrowed his eyes and suddenly spoke. Although the Uzun's great scarlet sun formation was dazzling, it didn't have much of an effect on a top-class general like Duwusili. What surprised Duwusili the most was the armor the Uzun were wearing. Duwusili's Celestial Wolf Cavalry had already clashed with the Tang dynasty, so Duwusili had a deep understanding of how sharp their weapons were. General is too kind. It's just a few sets of armor, not worth mentioning. Dalawan Ruozan faintly smiled, offering no explanation. For this war, Dalawan Ruozan had made far more preparations than anyone had imagined. The Wuzi steel swords were made of Hyderabad or from the distant Sindh. They were incomparably sharp and could cut through metal like mud, displaying their terrifying might in the War of the Southwest. Since Dalawan Ruozan was prepared to use Wang Chong, how could he not have included the Wuzi steel swords in his calculations? The Uzun Plateau was barren and lacking in resources. In this aspect, it could not compare to the Tang dynasty. Even so, the Uzun Plateau had an advantage that no one else could compare to. In the long history of the Uzun Plateau, a large number of meteorites had fallen from the sky, landing in various parts of the Uzun Plateau. For a very long time, no one had ever paid any attention to the meteoric metal that had fallen from the sky, and no one had ever excavated it. Only when Dalawan Ruozan had ordered that all the meteoric metal scattered across the plateau be gathered up. The meteorites on the Uzun Plateau might not have been as much as Wang Chong's cousin Wang Liang, but it was more than enough to equip a force of 7,000 Mutri Great Cavalry. Dalawan Ruozan had expended a great deal of energy to fuse the meteoric metal into the armor of the Mutri Great Cavalry and reforge them to achieve this result. This was a surprise to Duwusili's Celestial Wolf Cavalry, but to Dalawan Ruozan, it was within his expectations. Rumble! In the distance, with a heaven-shaking roar, two groups of cavalry charged forward. This decisive battle between top-class cavalry had finally come to a conclusion. The 10 charges 10 victories formation that the Tang dynasty had summoned shuddered violently. The 49 golden spears above the army had been halved, leaving only 20-some spears. The dark clouds in the sky had also vanished. But the Mutri Great Cavalry was not in a good state either. The dazzling red light around the 7,000 Mutri Great Cavalry had been halved. Although it was still dazzling, it was no longer as dazzling. In this battle, both sides were actually evenly matched. Not only were the formations of both sides not broken, but the number of casualties was also extremely few. Li Sai. How do we fight now? On the other end of the battlefield, Huang Batian turned and shouted. In this battle, the several thousand Wushang cavalry had adopted the arrow formation and successfully pierced through the Mutri Great Cavalry. The meteorite metal armor that Wang Chong had equipped them with had played an important role. Just like how the Wuzi steel swords were ineffective against the Mutri Great Cavalry, the Mutri Great Cavalry's attacks were similarly incapable of breaking through their meteorite metal armor. The situation isn't good. Their stellar energy contains a scorching flame energy. We have to find a way to break their core. Kong Xian shouted. This was not the first time they had fought against the elite Uzun cavalry, so they were no stranger to the scorching flame energy that the Mutri Great Cavalry had sent into their bodies. This was no ordinary stellar energy, but the result of using other artifacts. At the Triangular Gap, the White Braves led by Dian Mengpoj had used a similar method. Don't worry about that for now. Let's charge a few more times and break their formation. Their weapons and armor aren't as strong as ours. With each charge, their armor will be damaged a little. As long as we keep charging, we'll be able to defeat them. Chapter 923. The Mutri Great Cavalry were much stronger and more valiant than the White Braves and Celestial Wolf Cavalry, but the Wushang Great Cavalry were no longer the same. If the Wushang Great Cavalry had had their current equipment and weapons at the Battle of the Triangular Gap, they would have been able to deal with the Uzun White Braves without so much trouble, not even with the heart of the Great Bon. Buzz. Following Li Sai's order, the 5,000 Wushang Great Cavalry turned around and charged back at the Mutri Great Cavalry, leaving a trail of dust in their wake. But this time, with their backs to the sun, the feeling was completely different. Although the 7,000 Mutri Great Cavalry were still covered in dazzling red light, they were no longer so blinded that they couldn't even open their eyes. Moreover, with their backs to the sun, each Mutri Great Cavalry could be clearly seen in the red light. Bang! All the Wushang Great Cavalry were invigorated by this sight, and they let out heaven-shaking cheers. Kail! Kill! Armor clattering and horses neighing, the thousands of Wushang Great Cavalry turned around and once more charged at the 7,000 Mutri Great Cavalry. Kill them! At the same time, within the formation, Huoba Senji's eyes were bloodshot, and a vicious glint shone in his eyes. With a roar, he led all of the Mutri Great Cavalry toward Li Sai and the others. In the clash just now, Huoba Senji had already gotten a feel for the strength of the Wushang Great Cavalry. The Great Tang Cavalry was indeed ferocious, but they were not invincible. Everyone, hear my order! Gather the army! Work with the Uzun Great Cavalry and kill them! At the same time, in a place that no one was paying attention to, Chekan Benba unsheathed his sword and pointed it at the sky. The weakening of the Great Scarlet Sun formation of the Mutri Great Cavalry had not only given the Wushang Great Cavalry a chance, but also gave the defeated Celestial Wolf Cavalry a chance to join forces with the Mutri Great Cavalry. The Tang Dynasty Cavalry were far too powerful. If one had not seen it with their own eyes, no one would have believed that the Tang Dynasty, a kingdom of infantry, would have possessed such powerful cavalry. The nomadic Western Turks and the Uzun Empire were incapable of defeating them. In this situation, working together was the best course of action. Rumble! Countless Celestial Wolf cavalry gathered and charged at the Wushang cavalry under Chekan Benba's order. A chaotic battle had begun. Pass on my order! Carry out the plan! While this three-way melee of top-class cavalry had attracted everyone's attention, behind the second defense line, Wang Chong slowly drew back his gaze and waved his arm, issuing an order. There was no way to determine the outcome of the battle between the top three cavalry forces in a short period of time, and now was the time to carry out his plan. Boom! The earth-shattering sound of war drums, with a unique metallic texture, suddenly rang out on the eastern battlefield. The sudden sound of the war drum quickly attracted the attention of all parties. On a hill in the distance, Dalawan Ruozan stood under the white yak war banner of the Ngari royal lineage, and looked over almost instinctively. Mounted on the white-hoofed shadow, Wang Chong faced Dalawan Ruozan across more than half the battlefield, a meaningful smile on his lips. Wang, seeing the smile at the corner of Wang Chong's mouth, Dalawan Ruozan's eyelids twitched violently, and a bad feeling arose in his heart. He had fought with Wang Chong many times in the southwest, so he had a deep understanding of this 17 or 18-year-old youth. He would never do something without rhyme or reason, much less speak without thinking. However, Dalawan Ruozan still didn't understand what went wrong. What did Wang Chong's smile mean? Attack! Wang Chong paid no attention to Dalawan Ruozan, his Wuzi steel sword swinging down at the tens of thousands of Uzun and Turkic cavalry. In the next moment the earth cracked and the mountains collapsed. The tens of thousands of soldiers stationed behind the second line of defense suddenly took the initiative to charge forward. It was to the extent where even the ballista army led by Suki took the initiative to leave the steel defensive line. Under the protection of a group of heavily armored shield soldiers, they advanced towards the eastern battlefield at full speed. Pang! Pang! The ballista bolts boomed over the battlefield, and wave after wave of black ballista bolts left a trail of death in the air as they shot toward Uzun and the Turkic cavalry. Squish, 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 squish. Kill! The countless mercenaries of the western regions charged forward like tigers descending a mountain, brandishing their sabers, spears, swords, and halberds. And this was not the only change on the battlefield. 1,000 Zhang from the second defense line, Sun Jiming, Zhuang Zhengping, Qi Weisi, Gao Feng, Nie Yan, and the others had originally been leading the tens of thousands of soldiers on the battlefield, but they had unwittingly distributed themselves to the eastern, central, and western sides. However, the moment the earth-shattering sound of the war drums rang out, a sudden change occurred. The group of people seemed to have received some sort of signal and began to move in unison. Marquis sent the signal. Hurry! Haha, Dalawan Ruozhen still fell for it. He still can't beat Marquis. Hurry! Don't delay Marquis's operation. Lord Li Sai has already completed his mission. It's our turn now. Their eyes were bright and their spirits were roused. Dalawan Ruozhen believed that he had a deep understanding of Marquis, but alas, Marquis was far more formidable than Dalawan Ruozhen had imagined. In terms of strategy and tactics, Dalawan Ruozhen had always been on a different level from Marquis. Rumble! On the eastern, central, and western sides of the battlefield, the great Tang armies began to spread out. If one looked down from the sky, one would see that these three armies were converging, forming a massive arc that split the more than 100,000 Uzun and Turkic cavalry in two. The tens of thousands of Chishi reinforcements behind the second defense line had formed a massive trap, surrounding the 50 to 60,000 Uzun and Turkic cavalry. An army of nearly 100,000 against 50 to 60,000 Uzun and Turkic cavalry, and with the threat of the ballista army, one could easily imagine the fate of this divided army. Not good. On the hill, Dalawan Ruozhen paled at this sight. All of these changes happened too quickly, too quickly. He had divided Wang Chang's 40,000 cavalry into 3 areas, and Dalawan Ruozhen had completely suppressed them. In Dalawan Ruozhen's plan, he would soon be able to defeat them one by one. But now, Dalawan Ruozhen suddenly realized that these 3 groups of cavalry had not been forced apart by his army at all. From the start of the battle until now, they had been consciously dividing themselves into these 3 areas. Pass on my order. All the front wings withdraw. Pass on my order to the left, right, and rear wings to attack. Do everything in your power to tear apart the Tang people's blockade. Tell Huaba Senji to abandon the Wushang cavalry and advance, at full speed, to scatter the 3 Tang dynasty armies. In a few short moments, Dalawan Ruozhen had issued several orders. The winds howled over the hills, causing Dalawan Ruozhen's robe and hair to flutter in the wind. Dalawan Ruozhen looked forward, and though he appeared calm, there was a hint of anxiety in the depths of his eyes. Dalawan Ruozhen had been famous for many years, and he had not felt the slightest ripple in his heart when fighting against a veteran like Zhangzhou Jianxiong. But when facing Wang Chong, Dalawan Ruozhen had to focus and put all his strength into it. Wang Chong's art of war was completely different from that of any other general of this era. His tactics were unconstrained and unconstrained, impossible to follow. The Celestial Wolf Cavalry, the Wushang Cavalry, and the Mutri Great Cavalry were 3 of the strongest cavalry forces in the world. They should have been the main characters of this battle, the crux to victory. But in Wang Chong's case, they had become bait to draw the attention of the army. As for the battle between the Uzun, the Western Turks, and the Tang dynasty cavalry, they had become the true main characters. A second ago, Dalawan Ruozhen had the absolute advantage, but a moment later, the situation had reversed. His army of more than 100,000 had been cut in 2, and his 50 to 60,000 soldiers were at an absolute disadvantage, facing the fate of complete annihilation. This sort of thing could only happen when facing Wang Chong. Rumble! Following Dalawan Ruozhen's order, the entire army began to move. In the eastern part of the battlefield, the Celestial Wolf Cavalry, the Wushang Cavalry, and the Mutri Great Cavalry were engaged in a fierce battle, but upon hearing Daluan Ruozen's order, Huoba Senji only hesitated for a moment before charging forward. "Everyone, hear my order! Ignore the Wushang Cavalry and follow me!" The armor of the Wushang Cavalry was far too tough and covered in toughening inscriptions. Its defensive capabilities were so great that the weapons of the Mutri Great Cavalry were incapable of cutting through it. This battle would not end in a short time. Moreover, there was still a chance in the decisive battle with the Wushang Cavalry, but if the army was routed, there would be no chance at all. "Hiya!" Huoba Senji roared and immediately led the thousands of Mutri Great Cavalry to charge into the distance like a ball of raging fire. "Great General has ordered us to go as well." At almost the same time, Chechen Benba received Duwusili's order. Duwu Sili and Daluan Ruozen, these two great generals, were bound together in glory and bound together in defeat. If the army collapsed and suffered too many casualties, there would be no point in fighting this war. The 40,000-some Western Turkic cavalry would not be able to accomplish anything. Moreover, many of the 50 to 60,000 trapped soldiers were Western Turkic cavalry. Gallop! It took only a few moments for Chechen Benba and his several thousand Celestial Wolf cavalry to leave a trail of dust in their wake. In such a short time, two cavalry forces had abandoned their opponent. This would have been unimaginable on the battlefield, but it was happening right now. Chapter 924. General, Marquis has succeeded. Cheers of joy resounded through the battlefield as the Celestial Wolf Cavalry and Mutri Great Cavalry received their orders and galloped toward the distant battlefield. Kong Xian couldn't contain his joy, his face brimming with excitement. The Marquis would not easily act, but when he did, it was the moment that decided the outcome of the battle. Just by looking at the anxious expressions on the faces of the Celestial Wolf Cavalry and the Mutri Great Cavalry, it was clear that their lord's plan had worked. Li Sai nodded. Only he had a rough idea of Wang Chang's plan. The others knew nothing at all. Now that the plan was complete, it was time for the Wushang Cavalry to retreat. "Everyone, hear my order! Immediately retreat! Stop the Celestial Wolf Cavalry and Mutri Great Cavalry! Don't let them ruin Marquis' plan!" A harsh light flashed through Li Sai's eyes. Without the slightest hesitation, he took the lead and chased after the two groups of cavalry. "Let's go!" Huang Batian, Kong Xian, and the others followed closely behind, kicking up a cloud of dust as they galloped forward. The three halos of dusk stallion moved with incredible speed. The Celestial Wolf Cavalry had only traveled a short distance when the galloping of hooves could be heard. Li Sai was already leading the Wushang Cavalry in pursuit. "Stop them!" Up ahead, Chechen Benba quickly turned the Celestial Wolf Cavalry around. The several thousand Celestial Wolf Cavalry turned and charged toward Li Sai's group. But this time, Chechen Benba had miscalculated. Li Sai charged at full speed, and when he was several dozen zhang away, he made a sharp turn. Completely unaffected by inertia, he drew a massive arc across the earth and left the Celestial Wolf Cavalry in the dust. In the entire world, only the Wushang Cavalry could do such a thing. Boom! Before Chechen Benba's group could catch up, the several thousand Wushang Cavalry had already left them in the dust, galloping toward the Mutri Great Cavalry. "Damn it! After them!" Chechen Benba was furious. Shamshak's strength had been greatly reduced. With his cultivation at the Imperial Martial Realm, it was simply impossible for him to use the Celestial Wolf illusory formation, while Chechen Benba was not even a brigadier general. In these circumstances, it was simply impossible for him to catch up to the 3 layers of the Halo of Dusk Stallion and the 10 charges 10 victories formation of the Wushang Cavalry. Nay! Almost at the same time that Che Kun Benba and the others were left behind by Wushang's cavalry, on a distant hill, before Daluan Ruozen and the others could react, a war horse suddenly neighed, and a figure as imposing as a mountain leaped into the sky. Like a bolt of silk, it crossed over a distance of more than 10 zhang, landed on the ground outside the hill, and headed towards the entire battlefield. Duwusili! Recognizing that figure, Dalawan Ruozan could not help but frown. Prime Minister, what should we do? Duwusili has already moved out. This is completely at odds with our original plan. Huashu Huaitsong rode forward 2 paces on his horse and looked ahead, a voice in his ear. Let him do as he pleases, Dalawan Ruozan said after a few moments of silence. In his plan, the Imperial Great General would only move out at the last moment. It was not that Dalawan Ruozan was being cautious, but that the Imperial Great General had an extraordinary status. If one side moved out, the other side would inevitably do the same, ultimately leading to a battle between 2 Imperial Great Generals. Not only would this not be of much help to the battle, it would also affect many ordinary soldiers and increase the number of casualties on both sides. Thus, in a major battle, an Imperial Great General would not easily move out unless absolutely necessary. But the situation was urgent, so it was understandable that Duwusili could not sit still. Huashu Wizong, Dusong Mangpoj, the 2 of you should go as well to avoid any accidents, Dalawan Ruozan said. Behind him, Huashu Wizong and Dusong Mangpoj grunted in agreement. The 2 of them clamped their horses' bellies, and with a shrill neigh, they shot out of the hills and charged toward the battlefield like dragons emerging from the sea. At this moment, the entire battlefield began to tremble. Duwusili, Huashu Wizong, and Dusong Mangpoj had unleashed a storm of energy that instantly attracted the attention of everyone on the battlefield, including the distant Abu Muslim. The Uzun and the Western Turks have moved out, so it's about time for us to move out. Pass on my order. All soldiers attack. Abu Muslim's hands pressed against the armrests of his throne as he slowly stood up from a golden throne in the rear of the army, an intense desire to fight exploding from his body. Rumble. At almost the same time, a powerful energy appeared on the high walls of the distant city of Talas and also exploded with fighting intent. As countless Arabs watched, a slender figure wielding a sword in both hands and clad in black heavy armor stood like a god in the southeast corner of the city of Talas, his deep eyes erupting with a light more dazzling than the sun. At this moment, the tens of thousands of Arab soldiers on the battlefield seemed to pale in comparison to this enormous energy, like fireflies before the bright moon. Gao Xianji. Abu Muslim's body trembled, and his body, which had been preparing to step forward, suddenly came to a stop. After more than 2 months of fierce battle, Abu Muslim was already very familiar with this commander of the Anxi Protectorate army. This was the first person of the Tang dynasty that he had ever admired. Even though they were enemies, Abu Muslim still respected this commander of the Anxi Protectorate army, whether it was in terms of strength or willpower. Lord Governor? A muscular Arab general stared at the governor of Iron and Blood, waiting for his decision. Inform Ziad and have him take command. All soldiers, continue the attack, Abu Muslim said as he sat down. He had clashed with Gao Xianji more than once, and it was impossible to determine a victor in a short period of time. Moreover, although he seemed to have the upper hand on the battlefield, Abu Muslim had never been able to do anything to Gao Xianji. If Gao Xianji took the field, there would be no need to continue this battle between great generals, because there was no meaning to it. Duwusili. Meanwhile, on the eastern battlefield, behind the second defense line, Wang Chong and his white-hoofed shadow watched as the celestial wolf Great General Duwusili charged forward like a storm. With a faint smile, Wang Chong urged his horse forward. The celestial wolf Great General. This was one of the best great generals of the Western Turkic Khaganate. Although Wang Chong had never met him before, he had heard many legends about him. The celestial wolf Great General was one of the formidable foes around the Tang dynasty. Even his martial arts and fighting style had been analyzed in the apocalyptic era, used as material for Wang Chong's promotion to War Saint. I'm really looking forward to it. Wang Chong smiled as he continued to push forward. To his left and right, Suki and his ballista army were rapidly advancing. Volley after volley of arrows blotted out the sky. Wang Chong's strategy was quickly showing its effects. The encircled Uzun and Western Turkic cavalry were thrown into chaos, and the more than 100,000 Chishi reinforcements were rapidly killing the Uzun and Turkic cavalry. Swish, swish, swish. Wherever the ballista bolts passed, thousands of Uzun and Western Turkic cavalry would fall to the ground, their blood pooling and the air becoming a bloody mist. Broken weapons and halberds littered the ground. In the distance, the Wushang cavalry led by Li Sai were also actively blocking the Mutri Great Cavalry. Li Sai did not directly attack the Mutri Great Cavalry, instead relying on the 3 layers of the Halo of Dusk stallion to reach the center of the battlefield first. "Scatter them!" Li Sai harshly shouted. Swinging his massive sword, he charged at the dense ranks of Uzun and Western Turkic cavalry, the rest of his army following closely behind him. Kail! Kill! Nay! Countless warhorses neighed as Li Sai led the 5,000 Wushang cavalry in a charge, using their advantage in speed to charge back and forth. Not even the Celestial Wolf cavalry were a match for the Wushang cavalry, much less these ordinary cavalry. Screams and the rumbling of horses toppling to the ground filled the air. In just a few moments, all the Tibetan and Turkic cavalry near the dividing line had been routed. "It's the Wushang cavalry. Let's go. They're too strong. We're no match for them. Get out of the way. Don't block the way." In the face of the 5,000 Wushang cavalry in the 10 charges 10 victories formation, the area around the dividing line fell into chaos. All of the cavalry formations were gone. In the face of the powerful attacks of the Wushang cavalry, many of the Uzun and Western Turkic cavalry panicked and wanted to flee, but they were blocked by the endless stream of soldiers behind them. "Bastard! These scoundrels are too despicable!" At this moment, the most enraged were the Mutri Great Cavalry that had been obstructed by the chaotic army. The Mutri Great Cavalry commanders were fuming. They had been a little slower than the Wushang cavalry, but this little bit had caused the Mutri Great Cavalry to lose the initiative. With at least 5 or 6 armies in front of them, the Mutri Great Cavalry would not be able to break through the encirclement of the Tang dynasty unless they killed the people in front of them. "Strike! No matter who it is, kill anyone who gets in our way." Suddenly, a cold voice rang out. It was Huoba Senji, who was sitting on his horse, leaning forward. His eyes flickered with a cold light. He had finally spoken at this moment. Bang! His voice was still ringing in everyone's ears when an enormous black silhouette shot forward like a bolt of lightning, slamming into a Western Turkic horseman in front of it. With a massive boom and the neighing of Ney's horse, the Turkic horseman and his horse were thrown 10-some meters into the air. Boom boom boom. Without the slightest hesitation, Huoba Senji's stellar energy surged as he and his horse charged forward. In a hail of collisions and screams, Huoba Senji threw another 5 or 6 horsemen in front of him into the air, sending them flying more than 100 feet into the air. Everyone was dumbfounded by this sudden development. Chapter 925. Bang! After a momentary silence, the panicked horseman finally realized that Huoba Senji was not joking. He even dared to kill his own people, much less the Western Turks. Everyone's faces were filled with terror as they screamed and fled in all directions. "All of you, get out of the way! Anyone who disobeys will be executed!" Huoba Senji's callous voice resounded over the sky. As one of the imperial guards of the Uzun Empire, Huoba Senji had a strict command over imperial great generals like Dusong Mangpoj and Huashu Wizong. Dusong Mangpoj and Huashu Wizong would never kill their own people, but the imperial guards were different. However, the royal city guards were different. One of the important duties of the royal city guards was to slaughter rebels and deal with the disloyal and ill-intentioned royal warriors. Throughout history, as the four great royal lineages of the Uzun Empire grew stronger, many people had begun to covet the authority of the Tsenpo. In order to protect the Tsenpo and the royal authority, the imperial guards had killed many Uzun people. In this aspect, Hwaba Senji was fundamentally different from Dusong Mangpoj and the others. Buzz! Hwaba Senji's strategy quickly began to show result. The Uzun and Western Turkic cavalry that had formed an invisible wall in front of the Mutri Great Cavalry began to flee in fear, opening a path for the Mutri Great Cavalry. This Hwaba Senji truly is formidable. In the rear, Li Sai swung his sword like the wind, sending a Uzun horseman and his horse flying. He couldn't help but widen his eyes at this sight, finding the situation rather troublesome. This Hwaba Senji was far more formidable than he had imagined. His methods seemed callous, but in reality, he had only killed a few people. But the effect was immediate. The thousands of soldiers who had fallen into chaos immediately opened up a path for him. "Everyone, follow me." However, in just a moment, a cold light flashed in Li Sai's eyes. His entire body burst forth with an intense desire to fight. He slapped the back of the horse with his left hand and immediately urged the Fergana horse to charge in Hwaba Senji's direction. The Skunda halo could still last for a while. With the support of the halo, Li Sai and Hwaba Senji could still fight. "Go! Everyone, follow General Li!" Huang Boshan's furious howl echoed throughout the battlefield. This Wushang village's martial arts fanatic loved martial arts as much as his own life. A fierce and powerful general like Li Sai was exactly what he admired the most. Boom! Huang Batian fiercely punched at the rock erupting from the ground and sent two charging Tibetan officers flying. Then, he led his subordinates forward. Kong Xian and Hong Yochi also waved their hands and led their troops forward. The Mutri Great Cavalry was extremely powerful. If they were allowed to charge over, Sun Jiming's group would surely suffer heavy casualties. Other than the Wushang Great Cavalry, no one could deal with them. "There's no need. Li Sai, Huang Batian, Kong Xian, the three of you withdraw for now." Just as the three of them were charging forward, preparing to engage in another battle with the Uzun Great Cavalry, a familiar, calm voice suddenly resounded in their ears. At the same time, everyone heard the clattering of hooves. This clattering was different from everyone else's. It was light yet powerful. It was loose yet rhythmic. Moreover, the interval between the clattering of hooves was very long. Such a long gap meant that the warhorse's strides were extremely long. This was definitely not something an ordinary warhorse could do. Swish! The wind whistled, and a young, determined, and dignified figure, riding on a warhorse with snow-white hooves, galloped past the corner of everyone's eyes, catching up to Li Sai who was in front of him. "Marquis!" Li Sai, Huang Batian, Kong Xian, and the others' eyebrows shot up as they recognized the figure. "Leave this Hwaba Senji to me. The rest of you deal with the others." Wang Chang's nonchalant voice resounded in their ears. Before Li Sai and the others could react, Wang Chong had already shot past them like a bolt of lightning, leaving behind a majestic, resolute, and not particularly muscular figure in their eyes. He charged forward with unstoppable momentum toward the blazing Mutri Great Cavalry. "You're courting death!" Hwaba Senji's eyes narrowed. When he saw that the one charging at him was not Li Sai, but the commander-in-chief of the Qixi Protectorate, Wang Chong, his eyes blazed with killing intent and fighting spirit. It was common knowledge that Wang Chong's greatest strength lay in his military prowess, not his martial arts. For Wang Chong to charge forward at this moment, he had come at the right time. If he could kill Wang Chong, the Tang dynasty would collapse without a fight. Roar! Hwaba Senji's eyes turned crimson as he roared and swung his scarlet scimitar, stirring up waves of heat. In an instant, he turned into a blazing fireball and led the Mutri Great Cavalry in a charge at Wang Chong. When all the Mutri Great Cavalry charged together like a giant wave, their momentum covered the heavens and earth, unstoppable and unstoppable. On the other side, Wang Chong drew his Wuzi steel longsword with a clang and charged at the Mutri Great Cavalry with an unstoppable momentum. Flame Elephant Rainbow. Great Yin Yang Art. Vast Universe Art. In the blink of an eye, both Wang Chong and Huoba Senji used their most powerful technique. The two collided fiercely in the air like two shooting stars. In front of countless eyes, a 10-meter-tall flaming elephant collided heavily with the phantoms of the sun and moon, one yin and one yang. Rumble! An earth-shattering explosion was heard, and a boundless heat wave burst out in all directions. With an earth-shattering scream, Huoba Senji and the 20 to 30 Mutri Great Cavalry soldiers around him seemed to have run into an invisible and sturdy dam. Under the influence of a powerful force, they were all sent flying in all directions. Boundless flames shot through the air, but Wang Chong's clothes flapped in the wind as he remained unmoved. None of the explosions had been able to harm him in the slightest. Countless pairs of eyes that saw this scene were filled with extreme shock. Even Daloan Ruozan was so shocked that he couldn't speak. In the War of the Southwest, he had only witnessed Wang Chong's military prowess. He had never known that his martial arts had reached such a level that not even a brigadier general like Huoba Senji was a match for him. Kill! A series of earth-shattering battle cries came from his ears. Huoba Senji's defeat had not only failed to force the Mutri Great Cavalry to retreat, but it had also stimulated the killing intent and fighting spirit of this most powerful of the Uzun cavalry. Rumble! Tens of thousands of the Mutri Great Cavalry charged at Wang Chong like a massive wave, waving their scarlet scimitars. This was a battle between several thousand of the strongest cavalry and a single person. No one could simultaneously deal with several thousand top-class cavalry of this level. Even Shak Shak had been knocked out of the Saint Martial realm with a single blow and was running around like a stray dog. But Wang Chong only smiled in the face of this massive wave of Mutri Great Cavalry. Buzz! With a flick of his wrist, Wang Chong caused winds to howl in a radius of 50 zhang around him. All the cavalry in this area neighed in fear as an invisible attractive force swept through the air, taking control of these warhorses and forcefully changing their trajectory. Bang! 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 A series of heavy collisions resounded through the battlefield. Before everyone's eyes, before the Mutri Great Cavalry could even get within 50 zhang of Wang Chong, they seemed to be controlled by invisible threads and crashed into each other. The war horses whinnied and collapsed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. In the blink of an eye, the area in front of Wang Chong was littered with corpses of the Mutri Great Cavalry. This scene was so sudden that the Mutri Great Cavalry in the rear were unable to stop in time and crashed into each other with muffled thuds. For a moment, the area 50 zhang in front of Wang Chong was in complete chaos, with almost no Mutri Great Cavalry standing. The Great Yin-Yang Heaven Creation Art. After absorbing all of Wanha Pelua's energy and advancing to Tier 7 of the Saint Martial Realm, Wang Chong's control over this supreme art had also deepened. In the entire world, only Wang Chong could control the charge of all the cavalry in a radius of several dozen zhang and manipulate them like toys in the palm of his hand. The battle between one person and several thousand elite cavalry had been resolved by Wang Chong's Great Yin-Yang Heaven Creation Art. Wang Chong was completely calm and composed, not even panting for breath. But even though he had achieved this inconceivable feat, Wang Chong did not strike while the iron was hot and kill the Mutri Great Cavalry. His eyes flashed as he turned in another direction. There, a godlike figure mounted on a divine steed, his body exuding a fiery storm of energy as he shot toward him. "Brat, I didn't think you had this kind of ability. But no matter how high your martial arts are, Tala's will be your burial ground today." Duwusili's voice rumbled like thunder, suffused with a lofty and domineering aura. "Nay!" Duwusili's steed neighed and reared up, charging at Wang Chong from several dozen zhang away in an inconceivable manner. In the light of the morning sun, it was impossible to see Duwusili's face, only the black silhouette of Duwusilly and his steed. Chapter 926. Celestial Wolf Great General Duwusilly. His fighting power was so terrifying that it surpassed biting Protector General and Sishun. Even amongst all the great generals of the world, Duwusilly was considered one of the strongest experts. In his life, he had killed countless experts, and there were few great generals in Talas who could match him. Even Anshi Protector General Gao Xianji would have to fight him with all his might. In the face of Duwusilly's full-strength attack, everyone on the battlefield paled. Marquis! Careful! In the rear, Li Sai, Huang Batian, Kong Xian, Hong Youqi, and the others all cried out in alarm. Even farther away, Wang Yan, Wang Fu, Zhang Ke, Qing Qianli, and Gao Xianji all grimaced. Not good. Duwusilly isn't Wanha Peluo. Wang Chong is no match for him. Standing on the high walls of Talas, Gao Xianji's heart sank as he saw this sight. Although Gao Xianji had not interacted much with Celestial Wolf Great General Duwusilly, he was well aware that this was one of the top 3 great generals of the Western Turkic Khaganate, and few people could surpass him. Although Wang Chong appeared to be so powerful that even a brigadier general like Wanha Peluo was no match, he was still not a great general. There was a fundamental difference between great generals and martial artists below the great general level. Gao Xianji had not expected Wang Chong to attack Duwusilly at a time like this. Even if he wanted to stop him, it was too late. It's over. Gao Xianji's heart sank. Wang Chong's military prowess was far more outstanding than his martial prowess. This could be seen from how he had discreetly laid down a massive encirclement right in front of Daluan Ruozan, trapping the 60,000 Uzan and Western Turkic cavalry. Wang Chong's military skills were extremely valuable to the Battle of Talas, and they were exactly what everyone needed. If Wang Chong was killed, it would be a huge blow to everyone. Buzz. Just when most of the battlefield's attention was focused on Wang Chong and Duwusilly, and everyone believed that Wang Chong's life was at stake, suddenly everyone heard a burst of laughter. Duwusilly! It's still too early for you to say that. Boom! There was a massive boom that caused the world to sway. In the distance, Wang Chong stood motionless in the face of the rising sun, his black back exuding a storm of energy that was completely different from his thin and small body. Beneath his feet, massive war halos began to vibrate, resonating with the halos of Li Sai, Huang Batian, Kong Xian, Hong Youqi, and the 5,000 Wushang cavalry, all of these halos showing signs of fusing together. Bzzz. A massive boom resounded in everyone's ears, and in the blink of an eye, a 4-armed black-armored god more than 40 meters tall rose from the ground, wielding a massive Vajra pestle made of stellar energy that he swung like a storm at Duwusilly. Bang! Duwusilly had put all his strength into this attack, but Wang Chong's pestle had sent him and his horse flying into the air. Boom! He crashed to the ground in a cloud of dust. Boom! Everyone was dumbstruck by this sight. Huashu Wizong, Dusong Mangpoj, and even the distant Daluan Ruozan were dumbstruck. They were no strangers to this supreme art that Wang Chong had used. In the southwest, Wang Chong's father, Wang Yan, had also used this supreme art to stop the hundreds of thousands of soldiers of the Mengshi Yusang army. No one had expected that Wang Chong would use the same supreme art, but the god Wang Chong had summoned was completely different from the one Wang Yan had used. The God King Yama formation. On the walls of the distant city of Talas, Gao Xianji's mind trembled as he stared at that massive 4-armed god, a thought flitting through his mind. The Central Plains had a total of 10 powerful God King formations, including the mighty Miracle God formation and the Vajra God formation that had already appeared in the southwest. The God King Yama formation was one of them. These 10 formations required the strength of everyone, and all of them were supreme arts that were extremely difficult to cultivate. Moreover, because it required a formation diagram, extreme coordination, the nature of the martial art, and all sorts of other harsh conditions, Even the most formidable martial artists would find it very difficult to succeed in cultivating them. In terms of might, the God King Yama formation was ranked in the top 4 among the 10 great formations. However, the difficulty and requirements to cultivate it were also extremely high. In fact, it even surpassed the mighty miracle deity formation and the Vajra deity formation. When Gao Xianzhi had met the Holy Emperor when he had been promoted to General of the Right Imperial Guard, he had also asked about it. The information he had received was that the God King Yama formation and some other formations had been bestowed to some of the founding families in the early days of the current dynasty. Later, these families had declined, and there was no one in their families who was qualified to cultivate formations. Gradually, the formation was lost over the long years. Even the founding families did not know where the formation diagram had gone, let alone the imperial family. In the Tang dynasty, there were even rumors that the formation diagram of the God King Yama formation had rotted and crumbled over the long years. Gao Xianzhi had never imagined that this legendary lost technique would appear in Wang Chong's hands. What the hell is going on? Gao Xianzhi muttered to himself. It would be fine if Wang Chong had used his father's mighty miracle god formation, but he had used a completely different God King formation. This was not something that could be explained by a family of ministers and generals. But no matter what, Wang Chong's survival was the most important thing. Lu Shi, take over from me, Gao Xianzhi suddenly said. Yes, Your Excellency. A respectful voice came from behind him. Gao Xianzhi did not say much and strode down the tower. In the distance, in the center of the eastern battlefield, the battle between Wang Chong and Duwusili had shocked everyone. This was especially true for the massive 4-armed black-armored celestial god. Everyone who saw it was dumbfounded, and their minds were shaken. Under the feet of this gigantic heavenly god Yama, all of the cavalrymen were as tiny as ants. Nay, the war horses neighed as if they had been given a huge fright. The charging Mutri great cavalry retreated in panic, their eyes filled with terror. Amidst the neigh, one of the Mutri great cavalry lost control of his horse and crashed into the God King Yama. Rumble! There was a flash of black light, and a huge foot stomped down from the sky. The Mutri great cavalry and his horse were instantly crushed into a bloody pulp. Even the indestructible armor forged from meteoric metal could not withstand the terrifying power of the God King Yama, and it was twisted and deformed by a single stomp. God King Yama really did it. At this moment, Wang Chong and his horse floated in the air. Rings of light vibrated and rotated around his body, resonating with the tens of thousands of Wushang cavalry's halos around him. There was another powerful and majestic power that contained the power of heaven and earth. With him as the center, it permeated the entire God King Yama. At this moment, Wang Chong was the God King Yama. The God King Yama was him. For the first time in this world, Wang Chong was using the power of an imperial great general. The God King Yama. Even though this God King Yama was not complete. When the calamity of the Central Plains had descended, all martial arts had been gathered in one place. Otherwise, Wang Chong would never have been able to see the long-lost God King Yama formation. The formation diagram had been damaged at the time, and even though those seniors and countless martial arts experts had tried to patch it up, including Wang Chong himself, in the end, the God King Yama formation had only been restored to 60 to 70% of its original power. Wang Chong had chosen this damaged God King formation for a very simple reason. Although this incomplete Empyrean God Yama formation only had 60 to 70% of its power, compared to the mighty miracle deity formation and the Vajra deity formation, which required tens of thousands of people to use and required a high level of familiarity and practice over a long period of time, this simplified version of the Empyrean God Yama formation had much lower requirements. It only required 4,000 to 5,000 people to use, and the time required was also greatly reduced. Of the 10 God King formation diagrams, this was the one most suitable for Wang Chong to learn in time for the Battle of Talas. Bastard! On the other side, a cold and furious voice came from the ground. The celestial wolf Great General Duwusili landed 10 some zhang away from Wang Chong, his face extremely gloomy. Wang Chong's pestle had been a powerful blow, but Duwusili appeared to be completely unharmed. But even so, that pestle had ignited Duwusili's rage. I truly underestimated you. I didn't think that you would also know a God King formation. Killing intent surged in Duwusili's eyes as he gripped the black halberd in his right hand, his knuckles crackling. But even so, you will still die. As he spoke, an azure stream of energy surged out of Duwusili's body and into the sky. Stellar energy condensed above Duwusili's head, transforming into 7 stars. The centermost star was shockingly the celestial wolf star. The moment these 7 stars appeared, the cape on Duwusili's back flapped in the wind, and his aura suddenly swelled, becoming incomparably powerful. Awo. Chapter 928. Cloud movement in all directions, heavenly wolf swallows the stars. Duwusili calmly sat on his horse and instantly attacked with his halberd. Rumble. Light and shadows intertwined in the void as clouds gathered in all directions. As Duwusili's halberd moved, it carried boundless destructive energy and shot towards Wang Chong like a bolt of lightning. In that instant, the void trembled as the shrill howl of a wolf resounded. Duwusili's halberd transformed into a gigantic wolf head the size of a mountain. As it howled, it carried a torrent of destructive energy and ruthlessly smashed towards Wang Chong. In the face of this powerful attack from Duwusili, everyone couldn't help but feel as insignificant as ants. It was as if they were facing a gigantic mountain that pierced through the sky. This kind of feeling was enough to make every cavalry on the battlefield tremble in fear from the depths of their souls. It was as if they were ants facing the gods. Boom! Just as everyone was filled with fear, Duwusili had already become one with his horse. Like a flood dragon, he soared into the sky above everyone's heads and charged towards Wang Chong with lightning speed. Good timing! When Wang Chong saw this scene, he didn't dodge. Instead, his 4 steel-like giant arms converged and swept up 4 torrents of energy that blasted towards Duwusili from 4 different directions. Wherever the giant iron fist of the heavenly god passed, the air blurred. Even time and space distorted as black traces appeared. Under Wang Chong's control, this giant heavenly god Yama didn't seem clumsy at all. Instead, it was agile and nimble. Every single strand of energy within the giant heavenly god's body was controlled by Wang Chong with great precision. Without terrifying control and mental strength, it was impossible to achieve this. Boom! Under the shocked gazes of countless people, Duwusili became one with his horse and collided heavily with the heavenly god Yama that Wang Chong had transformed into. Kacha! An earth-shattering sound rang out. In that instant, even the sky seemed to have split open. Endless waves of energy swept out in all directions. Panicked shouts could be heard as some nearby Tibetan and Turkic horsemen were tossed into the air along with their horses by the fierce winds, tumbling through the air like fallen leaves. When the others saw this scene, their faces were filled with fear and they all retreated. A battle between great generals was no trifling matter. Carelessly getting caught up in it would only result in death. In the sky, the battle between Duwusili and Wang Chong was still going on. Bang bang bang! Under countless incredulous gazes, Duwusili rode on his warhorse. His 4 hooves did not touch the ground at all. He repeatedly turned around in the sky, attacking Wang Chong without stopping. Every time his body was about to fall, there would always be an invisible force that pulled his body up, so that Duwusili could always attack Wang Chong repeatedly. It was as if there was an invisible chain that linked him to the god King Yama that Wang Chong had transformed into. The Celestial Wolf's Divine Procession. This was one of the 3 supreme divine arts of the Western Turkic Khaganate. It was rumored that it had been created by a legendary Turkic shaman. When this supreme art was used to its peak, one could be like Duwusili, soaring into the air with their horse. Their hooves did not even need to touch the ground, as if they could fly. Too powerful! He can actually fly. How could this be? This is the strength of a top-class great general of the Western Turkic Khaganate. The abilities Duwusili displayed left Li Sai, Huang Batian, Kong Xian, Hong Yochi, and all the other generals of the Tang dynasty deeply stunned. They had heard that Duwusili was the celestial wolf great general of the Western Turks, ranked third in the Western Turkic Khaganate, and had even defeated in Sishan, but only now did they understand just how terrifying his strength was. It was like the laws of space didn't exist at all. This sort of terrifying fighting power was enough to make even great generals of the same level feel the aura of death. At this moment, everyone suddenly understood why even someone as powerful as Biting Protector General and Sishan had lost to him. He might not have the intelligence and schemes of Daluan Ruozan, but his fighting power was enough to disregard many of them. This was a formidable existence who could rely on his own strength to alter the course of an entire battlefield. Boom! 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 Explosions resounded in everyone's ears. Only by truly facing him would one be able to sense just how powerful Duwusili's pressure was. Duwusili and Wang Chong's God King Yama were of different sizes, but the result of this battle was that Wang Chong's God King Yama was being forced back again and again. The Celestial Wolf Great General truly is powerful. Wang Chong was using all his skills to fiercely battle with Duwusili. Duwusili's strength was something that even the elders of the Tang dynasty had praised and deeply acknowledged. In terms of pure strength, he was probably even more formidable than the Big Dipper Great General Geshu Han. He was publicly acknowledged as one of the top-class great generals of the continent. There were very few great generals who could stand on equal footing with him. But Wang Chong showed no fear in this battle. On the contrary, he was extremely excited. To personally exchange blows with the Celestial Wolf Great General Duwusili was something that Wang Chong had never even dared to dream of in his last life, nor had he ever had the chance to do so. To any martial artist who had survived the calamity, exchanging blows with such a dangerous great general was something to be deeply proud of. Duwusili's fighting style was fierce, swift, straightforward, and lethal. Each move exuded the aura of a fatal blow. There were only a handful of people on the battlefield who could stop the Celestial Wolf Great General. This was also why Wang Chong had personally come to stop Duwusili. Boom boom boom. Wang Chong did not use any of his supreme techniques, nor did he use the great yin-yang art or the vast heaven-earth art. Instead, he used the techniques and theories he had learned in his last life to deal with Duwusili. 70% of the God King Yama's strength was only enough to push Wang Chong from Saint Martial Tier 7 to the level of a low-level great general. There was still a considerable gap between him and a veteran great general like Duwusili. But Wang Chong's moves were simple and ingenious, each of them perfectly nullifying Duwusili's earth-shattering strength and technique. Before Duwusili had even attacked, Wang Chong had already predicted what his next move would be. Thus, while the battle appeared to be fraught with danger and Wang Chong seemed like he could be heavily injured by Duwusili at any moment, in reality, Wang Chong was as steady as Mount Tai, not in the slightest danger. The battle between the two seemed intense, but it was impossible to determine a victor in a short period of time. Rumble! As Wang Chong and Duwusili fiercely battled, on the eastern side of the battlefield, the neighing of warhorses could be heard as two powerful energies rapidly approached. Dusong Mangpoj and Huashu Wizong, two Uzan great generals, had also arrived on their divine steeds. Their gazes quickly locked onto Wang Chong. Both Dusong Mangpoj and Huashu Wizong had suffered major losses at the hands of Wang Chong, so they had a deep understanding of his terrifying skill in the art of war. Forget about the others. Kill him first, Huashu Wizong fiercely said. Before his voice faded away, the earth rumbled and the sky collapsed. A huge golden Buddha rose from the ground and appeared on the battlefield. Vairocana Buddha Golden Body Mantra. Without the slightest hesitation, Huashu Wuzong used his strongest technique. Although he was an imperial great general, Huashu Wuzong's desire to kill Wang Chong far surpassed anything else. As long as he could kill Wang Chong, Huashu Wuzong didn't care about his status. Boom! The moment Huashu Wuzong transformed into his Vairocana Buddha, he charged at Wang Chong with incredible speed. At almost the same time, Dusong Mangpoj transformed into a massive black Buddha and charged at Wang Chong. Three illustrious imperial great generals had disregarded their status and chosen to kill Wang Chong at the same time. This was an unprecedented situation, and it was enough to show just how much the Uzun and the Western Turks wanted to kill Wang Chong. Buzz! Just when it seemed like Wang Chong was about to fall into a perilous situation and be surrounded, the earth quaked and an enormous energy erupted from behind Wang Chong. Huashu Wuzong, your opponent is me. You're an imperial great general, but you're using numbers to bully me, 3 against 1. Don't you think that this is an unfair victory? Anshi Vice Protector General Cheng Qianli's voice came from behind Wang Chong, and before his resounding voice could fade away, a mountainous figure brushed past Wang Chong's shoulder, blocking Huashu Wuzong's path. The Supreme Desolation God. In front of Wang Chong stood an enormous god, its body exuding a hazy azure energy. Its muscles bulged like dragons, brimming with power. But the most eye-catching thing was the thick black chains on his body. Those chains were wrapped around the ancient armor, making the horned Supreme Desolation celestial god look extremely mighty and powerful. Not even Wang Chong had imagined that this Vice Protector General of the Anshi Protectorate could use this powerful god formation. Boom boom boom. In the blink of an eye, Cheng Qianli's Supreme Desolation God and Huashu Wuzong's Vairocana Buddha began to fiercely battle. Great General Dusong, long time no see. Your opponent is me. At almost the same time, a harsh and dignified voice came from Wang Chong's other side. There was no earth-shaking momentum or the appearance of an enormous god, only a slender figure shooting forward. With a single slash of his sword, he forced Dusong Mangpoj's black Buddha back several steps and blocked his path. Gao Xianji. Chapter 929. You've come at the perfect time. Let us decide the victor this time. Dusong Mangpoj's cold and firm voice quickly resounded over the battlefield. Gao Xianji said nothing, only used his actions to answer. Boom! Bolts of energy shot out as Gao Xianji cleaved through the air, the vast sword chi pushing Dusong Mangpoj's black Buddha Tensum back. But with a howl and a boom, Dusong Mangpoj once more lunged forward. For a moment, the battlefield was filled with booms and shockwaves. Wang Chong against Duwusili, Cheng Qianli against Huashu Wuzong, Gao Xianji against Dusong Mangpoj. The battlefield of Talas was instantly embroiled in a chaotic battle between 6 great generals, rarely seen on the continent. The battlefield was flooded with destructive torrents of energy. But it was still far from over. Roar! In the distance, a third golden-armored god appeared on the first defense line with a heaven-shaking roar. Its massive body caused the countless Arabs behind the first defense line to retreat in fright. Countless warhorses whinnied, their eyes wide in fear, some of them even throwing off their riders. But Wang Yen, in his mighty miracle god form, did not take action. He only stared at the distant Abu Muslim, intimidating the Arab soldiers. In this battle, there were only 4 people on the Tang dynasty's side who could raise their strength to the great general level, and Wang Yen was one of them. A battle between great generals was no trifling matter. Intimidation was far more important than actual combat. This was why Wang Yen did not take action. The battle on the battlefield was getting more and more intense. While Wang Chong and Duwusili were battling, Li Sai and the others were also battling with the Mutri Great Cavalry. All the Uzun and Turkic cavalry had circled around the area where the 6 great generals were fighting and were charging at the line that Sun Jiming and Zhuang Jingping had formed. Meanwhile, Xue Qianjun and Su Ke were leading an army of nearly 100,000 soldiers in tightening the encirclement and reaping the lives of the Uzun and Western Turk. Boom, boom, boom. Thick ballista bolts rumbled through the air, and countless Uzun and Turkic soldiers howled as they fell in droves in front of Su Ke's ballista army. In a few short moments, 20 to 30,000 Uzun and Turkic soldiers had fallen on the battlefield, their blood flowing like rivers. Brat, I don't believe that I can't kill you today. In the sky, Duwusilli's furious voice thundered over the battlefield. His massive black steed whinnied through the air like a bolt of lightning, attacking Wang Chong's God King Yama from every angle. Countless thunderclouds formed of stellar energy shrouded the sky and accompanied the divine steed. Duwusilli sat astride his black steed amidst the thunderclouds, the black halberd in his hand thrusting and thrusting. It seemed as light as a feather, but each strike carried with it a mountain-shattering force. As a top-class great general, Duwusilli's every move was extremely refined, without the slightest excess, and each strike was lethal. But no matter how fast Duwusilli was, how crafty the angles of his attacks were, or how powerful his attacks were, they were all blocked by Wang Chong's 4 God King Yama arms. Duwusilli had never encountered such a thing in his life. Wang Chong clearly only had the strength of a great general, the most elementary level, and was still quite a distance away from him. Duwusilli had even defeated Biting Protector General and Sishun, let alone an elementary great general like him. But even though Duwusilli had used all of his techniques, he was still unable to defeat this up-and-coming youngster. Wang Chong's strength was not very high, but each of his attacks was perfectly timed, striking at Duwusilli's weakest points. There were times when Wang Chong would seal off a single attack before he could even use it. Duwusilli was known as the Celestial Wolf Great General, one of the top 3 great generals of the Western Turkic Khaganate, a powerful existence that even Ishbara Khagan relied on. But in this small battle, he felt like he was being suppressed and unable to use his full strength. Boom boom boom. Destructive energy exploded in the air. Duwusilli was like a human-shaped behemoth, his fighting techniques so superb that they could make an ordinary great general collapse. But time and time again, Wang Chong was able to easily neutralize them. Duwusilli, it's not that I'm looking down on you, but you don't have the ability. Wang Chong's soft laughter rang out in Duwusilli's ears. In his battle with Duwusilli, Wang Chong had always been at ease. Brat, you're truly seeking death by provoking me. Duwusilli was even more furious at Wang Chong's words. Whether it was age, seniority, or experience, Duwusilli was not someone that a rising star of the Tang dynasty like Wang Chong could compare to. Duwusilli had made a name for himself very early on, and his strength was publicly acknowledged to be formidable. He had long since been able to suppress many great generals. Whether it was the Tang dynasty's tiger of the empire Zhangzhou Jianqiong, the Big Dipper Great General Geshuhan, or Biting Protector General and Sishun, they were all a little lacking. In the entire Tang dynasty, the only people who could suppress him were Anong Protector General Zhang Shogui and the Crown Prince's junior guardian, the former Tang dynasty war god Wang Zhongxi. If Wang Chong had not defeated Daluan Ruozan in the southwest, defeated Dusong Mangpoj at the Triangular Gap, and killed the Western Turks' Black Wolf Yabgua Gudulan, Duwusilli's seniority would have never placed Wang Chong in his eyes. To Duwusilli, Wang Chong was a true, nameless pawn. Haha, then go ahead and show me your true strength. Wang Chong's loud voice resounded over the battlefield. Rumble! Wang Chong's God King Yama swung one of its massive black arms to block Duwusilli's heaven-shattering halberd. At the same time, the God King Yama's other arm swung the Vajra pestle horizontally, stirring up a flood of energy that smashed into Duwusilli's Turkic steed. The God King Yama's 4 arms, which could be used for both offense and defense, were on full display at this moment. Of the 10 gods, the God King Yama was the most suitable to deal with Duwusilli. Buzz. Although Duwusilli was furious, he was forced to retreat by Wang Chong, his horse and man sliding more than 20 zhang through the air. Even Wang Chong couldn't help but inwardly praise the Western Turks' celestial wolf's divine procession. Truly was profound and profound. This ability to allow a man and horse to hover in the air was almost divine. Even Wang Chong felt a little envious, let alone the others. Alas, when the calamity had come, many martial arts had been gathered together, but the celestial wolf's divine procession art was not one of them. The celestial wolf's divine procession art did not actually allow one to fly through the air. It only allowed one to soar higher and stay in the air for a longer period of time. It was more suited for battle, and part of the ability to soar through the air relied on borrowing the opponent's strength. But even so, the celestial wolf's divine procession art was still marvelous and extremely powerful. The unpredictable changes of the celestial wolf's divine procession art, coupled with Dewussili's valiant strength and supreme fighting skills, were enough to make any great general feel a deep apprehension. If Wang Chong had not gone to block the celestial wolf great general Dewussili, anyone else would have already been heavily injured or killed by Dewussili. The new waves of the Yangtze River push on the old. To think that I thought that the imperial court didn't have enough strength to send him, but now it seems that it was a good thing that they sent him. Anyone else would have found it very difficult to stop Dewussili, even if their military prowess was on par with his. Although Gao Xianji was fiercely battling with Dusong Mangpoj, his eyes had been focused on Wang Chong the entire time. Wang Chong's military prowess was like the noon sun, but very few people knew of his martial prowess. Gao Xianji had originally believed that Wang Chong was no match for Dewussili and that fighting him would be fraught with danger, but now, he had completely calmed down. His military prowess was formidable, and so was his martial prowess. Gao Xianji, if you have time to worry about that new Qixi Protector General, you should worry about yourself. In this battle, the Tang dynasty's defeat is assured. From now on, from Longxi to the Tsong Mountains, everything will belong to our Uzun. Just as these thoughts flashed through Gao Xianji's mind, a slightly angry voice came from up ahead. As the voice spoke, Dusong Mangpoj's Black Buddha form swung a massive palm at Gao Xianji's head with the momentum of a thunderbolt. Even though this was not his first time clashing with Gao Xianji was still paying attention to Wang Chong. This infuriated Dusong Mangpoj, who was also an imperial great general, to no end. Haha, a fool's ravings. After this battle, I'd like to know if the Uzun still has the strength to fight in the north. Of the 4 royal lineages of the Uzun Empire, only 2 will remain. Gao Xianji faintly smiled. You! Dusong Mangpoj was infuriated. The Black Buddha palm suddenly sped up and slashed at Gao Xianji. Buzz! In the face of Dusong Mangpoj's astonishing attack, Gao Xianji's face was as calm as an ancient well. He slightly raised his sword, and the air rumbled as a majestic bolt of sword qi slashed through the air, as heavy as a mountain. Boom! The air exploded, sending shock waves of energy in all directions, throwing the corpses on the ground into the air. But in the center of the storm, Gao Xianji stood unmoving, while Dusong Mangpoj's Black Buddha took 2 steps back. Dusong Mangpoj's pupils constricted at this sight. Without another word, he lunged forward once more. At the same time, Huashu Wuzong also lunged forward. Huashu Wuzong's Vairocana Buddha glowed with a blinding light, its moves bold and unyielding, each palm leaving a massive hole in the ground. Huashu Wuzong was quite experienced in dealing with the supreme techniques of the god formation. In battle, each move was calm and unhurried, but each step was pressing. But the supreme desolation god of the Anxi Protectorate Army's garrison formation was a completely different experience.